We're here. We're here. We're here. What's happening? What the fuck is going on? Volume up. Yeah, we're good. We're good, yeah. Why is there no audio? It's just, why are we just staring at the trophy with no one talking? What's going on? Where are all those disco emotes that I added yesterday? Those should be popping off right now. Oh, oh, okay. Okay, they were cooking. We were just simmering in the pot for a second. Bro, this would go crazy if they had a big crowd. They should have a big fucking crowd. This would have been insane. Into the tech delay, of course. We're going right into a tech delay. We all know it. This shit, there ain't no way.
Ladies and gentlemen,
they're crushing it today, though.
Boa tarde, galera. Boa tarde, Brasil. Con ustedes, con samba, alegría y juego bonito. Two Games Hippo.
I kind of delivered that, but they should have just had him on the stage. Like, low-key, this guy should just be right on the stage right here doing this. They kind of fucked him by making him... I don't even know where he is. They should have this guy up there with them. That'd be hype as fuck. Kills all game, full series. That would be crazy if you got 130 in 3 maps, though.
The North American champions looking for a victory once more. This team knows how it feels to be defeated, but they know
what the fuck?
How to
Wait.
rise up again.
I don't like this intro. Wait. Why is this a passive-aggressive intro? Wait. Huh. Give it up for a team that knows how to lose better than anyone. They're in from North America. A place. Wait, actually, they're in they're in Mexico. So wait, I gotta actually change this a little bit. Bro, she was literally shit talking, man. What the fuck? Why? She's still going. He has lost. He has suffered. He has no hair. His business is going under. Restaurant mid. Nismo. They are cooking the NA side right now. Why did we get so cooked? There's so much better.
Best of 5 remains for these two
What
teams.
was that?
And for one, their journey about to end. The other, only getting started.
Yo,
Ascending to VCT
that was
Americas,
crazy.
And so well deserved.
That
Both
was
of
crazy.
these teams, M80, the favorites coming into this, but 2Game, they have shown time and time again.
Bro, that... Vince, did you hear that? That was amazing, dude. That was such a fucking insane intro. Oh my god. Vince, you should do them like that. You should do the... No, 3? I'm right on time. What are you talking about? I'm right on time. I'm right on... These odds. I don't like these odds. Dude, guys, I'm going to actually replay that because I think...
This is like a 50-50.
Wait.
This moment.
I should probably send a live
again,
tweet out.
They got here last year. They played against the Guard, who beat them, made it into partnership, and look at the year that they had internationally. One of the best teams in the game. That is an inspiration for every team that is here competing in the Tier 2 scene, trying to get into the partnership league, and how crushing it would be for M80 to make it to the finals and come up short again.
No,
and this is a map pool that Sunset Icebox.
She roasted M80 though. Like her actual delivery with like tone was crazy, but she was like, a team known for losing. They know how to lose better than anyone. M80. I was like, what?
We're going to be starting on Sunset.
What?
Agent Select. And we have seen Sunset coming out so many times from these teams. It's where the upset started before 2Game. They got Spike on the Neon. Always so explosive. Silence as a backbone. But M80 Wyatt, they had such a strong showing here yesterday.
Yeah, they did. And it required Xander dropping 30 and Kuala 24 kills.
And then like when she glazed, they just like blared the M80 music. It was just the craziest dubstep like over the glaze, so you couldn't even hear it. It was like M80 so good. M80. That's literally what was going on the bucket. It was wild. What was going on? But meanwhile, 2Game was just like, dude, they were holy shit, dude. The guy was just glazing the fuck out of them.
His way the first time in the group stage. 2Game get their revenge in the upper bracket, but now the grand finals with a best of 5 on the line, and of course,
thoughts on them banning Ascent over Icebox. I mean, I think it's fair. It's fair that they did that. I think Icebox, people perceive it as like, hey, we might be like a little bit rough on it, but shooter's chance, you know, like puncher's chance on Icebox. But when it comes to that comp that M80 run on Ascent, if you're bad on Ascent against that, goddamn.
Mistakes and figured out what was wrong in those games, and they came back swinging. For example, on Sunset against Glorious, not given a chance for Sato in this Neon composition to get activated at all. So I'm hoping here at this point, if 2G's coming into a playbook that basically
who are the favorites here?
M80 the first time around.
I think it's hard to say. It's very hard to say because of the double ban. I think because of the double ban and just like, because we have this like bird's eye perspective from right now where it's like, hey, we now know the maps that were banned. But M80 came off of a reverse sweep yesterday where they didn't have that info. And so they were looking at the maps. They probably could have made an educated guess here, but they didn't have a lot of time to prep. And 2Game had a lot of time to prep, you know? So that is a huge advantage. That's a massive advantage.
2G did to counter them the first time they
but,
played just a couple of days
2G,
ago. So now there are just really just time to put
what
up
the fuck
or
is this
shut up.
observer
Slam
thing?
dunks all around. We've got 2G and M80. Map number 1
all right,
of our VCT
Sunset to kick it off.
Grand Finals. Let's get
Wow,
it on.
Sunset and
For
Abyss
M80
third.
hoping
Fuck.
that they will start things
This
off
is
with a
very
slam
good for
dunk, agreeing
2G.
to
Map
what
pool's
Sierra
great for
was
2G
saying
right now.
before. They are known to have very slow starts.
Early map's good for
in these
2G.
high-pressured
Late
matches.
map's probably
And
good
now
for
they're kicking things
M80.
off on the pistol round, on the attack. They could set the pace, and they want to make sure that they win this pistol. So 4 players now grouping up towards middle, and it's about to get checked here by Zap with a passive crossfire setup. With
this still hasn't sent out my
Bryzy, they're just
tweet.
walking in for the first contact.
This is good, though, for 2G. They're very aware of it. Not only that, but they also have
Is he
good
gonna
members
push it?
that
No
could
shot.
deter this,
Push
if
this
not
shit.
possibly fight
He
it back.
occupied that
And
smoke
M80
so
will say,
fast,
"No
though.
more." Okay,
Start to
that's
clear out the
one
other side of the
and
smoke. Very
start cover.
smart.
Pop the doors towards market and create some chaos here for 2G to
Okay,
deal with.
triple stack
One-way
is
has
holding
been
at B.
replaced, though, and Luis still holds the paranoia if he does find contact.
And this is good because of that crossfire setup and the door was closed earlier on. You have to keep those players up passively on the top middle for 2G. So M80 pivots back to an A site where they can have
Feeding
maximum
orbs
1
into
or 2
Koala.
players, but playing outside of the site. So this should be an easy site to take on a 5 versus 5 potential retake after this plant.
He's in tag. Luis does get hit by the spy cam placed late in towards elbow.
Right.
Zap likely going to wait for help, and then he will
Looks
be
like
the linchpin
they're clearing
of
up mid,
success
no
towards
flanks,
possibly
no
finding
flanks.
re-entry.
We've
A
seen
flat
this
fault line
a lot.
to play with. Also,
The
keep
post
your
plant
eye on
util
Spike.
from
He's
Nismo
the first
here on
one
short.
likely to try to challenge this
3-2,
corner.
boom.
Right
Good timing, really good timing.
VCT just takes
Oh,
out a commission.
beautiful.
The Dizzy regained maybe a chance to get a little bit extra here, but a little bit held off. Good fight back.
Beautiful.
VCT
This is an
gets
amazing
through
round for
dropping,
M80.
and Zap, with only 20 HP, is just way too far outside the picture.
Wow.
Way too low on HP as well. Lagos is not going to be enough with 3 players out of M80 that are still full health. And Xander, that
Okay, this is an amazing opening pistol for M80 because I didn't see a lot of, well, so it's weird. I'm going to say amazing pistol for M80 because they did all of the things good, but it's amazing for M80 because 2G didn't do things. Like they weren't proactive. They didn't aggress. They weren't getting info in the mid round. They held the triple stack on the wrong site, and the retake wasn't layered. So that's worrisome.
so everybody
But
else
just
stay
pistol.
inside and go for the crossfire setup. But we'll hold that thought. We're going to go straight into the action in round number 2, potentially for a relay bolt swing out on a tap. And here it comes.
Yeah, the thing about
Nice
this
TP
was
to get that
takes a
space.
proactive dash across and a
Wow.
teleport, and there is just no way this forward 2G defense can hold against the superior firepower that you see out of M80's hands. At least it escaped from silence, but hey, we're dealing with a 5v2, just classics left. Very clean execute here for M80.
Good breach flash. Oh my god.
Kills onto Koala,
Trying to
who
feed
was
these orbs.
Only had one
It's only got
orb so
2
far
right
here
now.
on the dimensional drift.
3
They wanna
orbs
get
there
it out
now.
as soon as
They
possible
have
because he
BCJ's
has been a
ult.
key component
Wow.
into the
That's an amazing second, guys. That's an amazing second. And having Thrash on the bonus here, things are looking really good for M80 early. Just for the sole reason that even if they were to lose this round, they'd be able to buy again. And this round's very powerful as it is. So they are in a great spot. Only 1 kill on Zap.
window to watch towards
The-
middle.
the
So they
experienced
were kinda like
IGL.
going into the unknown as soon as
Again,
the
a
orb was tapped.
worrisome
So when
sign
you're
out of the
shooting
young team.
There's 5 players there. There's
Two
nothing you can do
17-year-olds right here.
Yeah, just trying to make something happen out of nothing. That's just what we often see in the anti-eco from the defensive side. So now full weapons have been purchased. Spy came up top for silence. It's often here. Cyber cage down. That's the decoy out, but I actually believe the spy cam may have actually tagged the real
Yeah, there's
version.
Thrash coming up B main.
Hard to say, but
Big
Silence
opener,
still
holy
where to
fuck.
play. Shuts down the first. Thrash gets deep, and Xander tries to get
Oh, I'm
an
sorry.
exit,
Actually,
but
this is a team with
only
170
finds
goals.
one. Silence
Spike.
now trying to hold while help is on the
Forgot
way.
Silence was 21.
Just hoping that the packing the Thrash is going ahead, but Silence had a fight. Doesn't wait for his teammates as Nismo trades it out. A 2 versus 3 now at a disadvantage for M80. Still with the post plant, with the spike down, and finally the rest of 2G are going to be grouped up.
Man, Luis is taking way too long.
Oh my
trying to
God,
fight it
net.
into the middle of the map. He's wondering if maybe someone's
Holy.
lurking. So in that process, Zap and Spikes kind of have to re-clear Boba, and it's an aggressive angle by Net that shuts it down. So
Contact from
wow,
Nismo.
the bonus
All right,
looking
good
clean for
contact.
M80. Don't rule Luis out of
Beautiful,
this yet. The
beautiful.
line was thrown
Oh
forward.
my
Nimbus
God,
right
they are
able to get
fucking
his third
gaming
round,
today,
and M80
chat.
off to the
They
races
are
3-0 up.
gaming.
And you still have to respect these individual prowess from all of these.
And another very important thing about today, chat, is this crowd, the environment, right? Think about the fact that M80 has been in an environment like this before last year, whereas a young team like 2G is now experiencing this for the first time as favorites coming from the upper bracket. So let's see if they settle in. I mean, the nerves are definitely showing early, but they'll settle in eventually.
Round. But now they get better than that. They win the bonus round, and this puts 2G back into a thrifty round.
Like, they're better than what they're showing right now.
But this time, a little bit more potency than the classics we saw in round 2. You've got
Smoke top right mid, starving of info. Cam is holding the elbow. That's also starved of info.
Kind of similar to what they were doing.
The Cypher's feeling the pressure right now.
But playing with a little bit more, I would
breaking
say,
the trip 3, 2.
The choke point rather than trying to get into B-main. Silence by himself.
What?
Are we kidding? What a play from Silence. That now puts the numbers in favor of 2G, who can very much
that was really nice. He didn't even get hit, man.
Shift, we're going to have another one of those scenarios because this gives me PTSD
he played
from
that
the
perfect.
upper bracket too. When Silence was alone on the B side and still
That's
manages
crazy,
to get
bro.
a 4K with the Sheriff to allow 2G to get a thrifty and continue on and
That's
win the
still
map.
3-0, trying to get proactive.
But
I like that.
now, at least,
they don't look very aware.
The rest of the team,
I don't know why. Oh no.
A little bit sloppy. Silence finds himself.
How did Net get a kill on him?
Starting off high. Now it's the scout to the 4v2. Silence able to upgrade into a Vandal. Makes good use of it. Not going to have a chance for the A's because Pricey and the rest.
Bro, that's a poor round. I mean, I guess, nah, I can't say that's a poor round. Nah. They did get kind of timey there. They got two-shotted. Like, I think everything they did was okay. The opener is what killed them. But that's like one of those things where I'd be like, I think we had the right idea. We just got horrible timing.
So hyper-focused on watching towards the gate, which makes sense because Net already grabbed that space towards the shot.
I think Net could have salvaged the round, though. I honestly do think the round was winnable at that point. God damn it, I still haven't tweeted, bro.
Again, this is 3 rounds in a row that was won here by M80.
Bro, what is up with my Twitter feed? I literally cannot show Twitter on my stream right now.
It's much healthier going into the next round.
Something weird happened to my algo literally yesterday on stream. I don't know what happened. Like the strangest shit is in it.
Now you get an eco to follow up. Fault lines cutting across this early action over towards A-main. Ends in a 1-for-1 exchange.
Big fight.
Oh.
No, dude. Zap is popping off. He's standing up. God damn it. Look at me. He ain't even moving. He's definitely standing up. The breach went off ult too.
And that's a flash of miscommunication coming out from M80, similar to how it started against our opponents yesterday when they were actually trying to move up. I mean, you look at the util, everything was being pushed here towards this right side to not allow a crossfire being set up here by Zap and Luis. So yes, they maintain and contain the one on the right, but they
check my
swing
likes.
one by one on the left.
No, I don't think it's my likes. Could it be that literally Jennifer left the house? Like, is my algorithm affected by Jennifer being in the house, and now that she's gone, it changed? Like, my algo is weird right now. Like, real weird. I don't know what happened. Like, it's fucking sus as fuck.
Yeah, think about
and I've only been
Silence
on
is not
stream and
playing
working.
this round, so he had the cyber traps down and the angle being held. That's enough to
Twitter
say,
is fucking
nope,
weird,
you can't come
dude.
this way, go find somewhere else to play. B-main's not an option anymore. Spike made sure of that. And with, again, the one
I
way
hate
being
these
thrown over
fucking
towards A,
algorithms, by the
the only
way.
option that M80 really have right now would be to play through this smoke or see if they can make some movement happen over towards market where there's a double stack of defense. So 2G have done a very nice job in the first 30 seconds controlling the map.
Yeah, even Owl drone at the minute mark, seeing that there's no mid pressure, so it's going to be on the extremities where you contain when you contest. So you see now they double up on the elbow.
Honestly, it's
side,
probably from all the
watching
weird shit
left
I've been
side, and
bookmarking
they
to show you
have
guys.
burst towards B, but that single piece of agent of one who's setting up that fake,
That's literally.
across and a 5-player hit is perfect.
Yeah, Little Buggy is going to be blown off the map right here by the Rolling Thunder. The follow-up from Spike and Pricey is perfect. And that pushes now all of a sudden M80 back in towards B main. The shots are just not landing right now for M80. Now, granted, again, it's not a great buy, so you can't be too critical of it. But regardless of the fact, 2G have put together a black.
Bro, guys, what's going on? The last couple rounds, like, they have really woken up, and M80 now look a little bit shocked. Like, they're not ready to play. Now it looks like they're in the form that I expected them, you know? And, yeah. And, like, now it's just like, hey, oh, yeah, M80 isn't that good on Sunset. So we actually need them to play fucking amazing. Now that 2G is showing up, like now they need to play an amazing game on Sunset to win, just like they did yesterday. That game yesterday was fucking the best game I've seen M80 play on Sunset. That was amazing.
On the other side, keep your eye on Koala Noob and the Dimensional Drift. These are rounds that
the pistol,
M80 are usually just
they need to reel it back in. I feel like they let their foot off the gas for a second here.
Set up defensively, knowing that this is going to be a continual problem for them on the day.
It felt easy for them.
And this was an opportunity for M80 to snowball a lot of these ultimates with those 3 rounds.
Smoke top right mid again. Starting info cam, making sure no one's peeking, making sure no one's re-clearing to get this info.
This is where 2G has to be ready for it, because you know
TP to cut that space with the ult. Target stun is great. Boom. You're what? No. Let's go, Ned.
I think he knows it. That fault line comes across. The dimensional drift just popped, and he knows that he's gonna have to take a fight pretty quickly. And he almost follows up in his Xander. What a 1v3 situation. Spike can be reclaimed. Teleporting further away from this defense is Xander, and he's gonna get a reset on the 1v2.
But Xander in the clutch.
7-4 right now. He's having a good game, chat.
But he has no utility to work with. It has to come down to positioning.
He has no idea if they're elbow.
At least now, you know that for Pricey and Silence, they also don't have any type of util, no recon available either to try to sniff him out. And now he's in prime position here on the outside.
First shots are decent. Pricey over the top. Xander, he had a look at it. But Pricey.
You want to know what it looked like happened right there, chat? This happens to me sometimes, because honestly, I feel like I'm just like Xander sometimes when I play. I'm just kidding, but it looked like he didn't expect him to peek left side box, so his wrist like got in a weird situation, and then he couldn't adjust. It looked like he couldn't adjust back, like a micro adjustment.
On that short side, immediately after though, as Luis wins that fight, look how quick they came down towards the short. Spike slid down, making sure that he could capitalize on those kills, because everybody lagging behind the dimensional drift, will be trying to focus on taking down Luis. So a nice little push and pull, and this definitely has to be the first.
I'm some kind of hybrid between like Tens, LeBron, Xander, Ronaldo, Messi. I'm like a blend of all these people.
All of a sudden, I want to kind of harken back to a point that has been brought up a couple of different times throughout this event. M80, when they're at full purchase, are losing more than they're winning. It's less than 50% win rate.
It's like
I'm playing full versus full rounds versus their
I was made in a lab with all their DNA.
Really was a linchpin against them when they were playing 2-game in their first round of the upper bracket.
Yeah, only the bad qualities though. I got no
final. And now, without things like the dimensional drift at the ready, you're going to have to go up against things
I still haven't sent the live tweet, bro.
Things like the overdrive, where you're just playing with those full rifles. That's got to be where M80 are better today.
It's like when the essay is doing like an hour and it's 11.
Much improved since
I don't have a word written down on my paper right now.
Definitely, and now with once again some heavy pressure happening towards this B side. Already M80 will start working as a group up towards middle. It's been the same type of condition on that side. As soon as the one-way smoke and the relays and the stuns come through, M80 pivots towards the top, and now it's greeted by Luis.
Wow. What a perfect time to use that ang, man. Holy shit.
And that was one of those challenges that kind of felt a little lazy. Like, you know, Luis is up there. At worst, he dropped below it, but we're just going to just double swing it and do it together instead of trying to flash out of the nature. And to make matters worse, Spike has found a component.
Yeah, don't let that. Ned is on fire right now.
Chance for him to possibly even
come on
here. To reset what will be now just a 1v3.
Only thing keeping the econ in check, actually.
Here for M80 and Net, the trip will get spotted.
No shot, man. What the fuck? You think you're odd job from GoldenEye? Oh, sup, bitch?
He knows his timings. He knows that Silence should be close. Just as and that's all he needs. Scopes in, finds the shot, and it's 5 rounds in a row for 2G. Initially, it all starts with Silence. The last couple of times, it's been Luis, though. And wow, this defense for 2G is really showing
NT low guy,
and
NT low guy.
Mentioning that flash at the top or whatnot, I think it's still understandable here for M80 that they didn't do it, because they didn't go for any smokes on the left or on the right side, because it wasn't really that contested in terms of aggressive positioning or aggressive peeking coming out of 2G. They turtle up towards quad, they turtle up towards the staircase, so there's an opportunity that they could actually, once again for M80, group
And
up
the
in the
rounds
right
haven't
moment
really
where they
been
could
close
potentially
for a while.
trade a 2 versus 1
And we've
open up
passed
the
the
map a
ult
little bit
cycle,
more.
which is
But
rough.
this time around, Luis understands
We're
they
like
weren't playing
on the
with these
second
flashes,
ult
so he
cycle.
plays on the top of quad. He breaks the crosshair plays because nobody's going to look up there, and he gets
They
the
haven't
surprise
even- oh
element.
my God.
The element of surprise, rather, to get 3 kills in a round.
Well, this time it's M80 looking to get a bit aggressive. Silence deals with the decoy. Paranoia not going to get sidestepped. Surprise, he has to come through to see if he can find any more
Ooh,
information.
nice
The
break.
Trapwires have been
Nice
deleted.
break. He was gonna die.
Homegrown didn't really find too
Wow.
much. Spikes, though, cleans it
Of
to
course.
the back on the rotation.
I mean, that looked
Open up
balanced,
with a good
right?
attempt from Net to get behind the play, but he gets completely shut down. M80 trying to hold aggressively.
Yeah,
Decent
fucking.
detain, starts
Why don't
to
you
come
just
through. His
stand
2G
still
have to
for a
hit bit of
second,
pause.
child?
Overdrive still in play.
No! No! No!
He slides back and forth. I mean, what? He is gliding.
What
breaking
the-
ankles, putting him on skates, and Spikes cleans up.
Dude!
You know,
Bro. Can the laser figures at least have like a smaller timer or something? Like, or when you get detained, you lose them? Can we have some kind of weakness? Because it feels like we're playing fucking Superman. It feels like literally Superman is running around the other team right now.
alive, you can't really try to push in. There's also support utility coming.
Like any Neon that dies, it feels like it's like when Superman pretends like he's straining. You know, like, bro, you're literally moving Earth. You're not going to strain to stop the train. Okay? Like, the train is nothing to you. You're just pretending for the cinematic effect of the whole thing. That's what it's like when Neon dies. It's crazy. Like, the Asian is so busted. Is what I've learned from watching Ascension. I didn't feel this way,
kind of delineating where is our problem, because at certain points we can't get the spike down. At
God,
other
tier
points,
2
our
Neons
bullet points just
are
getting broken.
incredible.
So really making this a pretty convoluted
It's like
mess
everyone's
at the moment in
Concon.
2G's defense. And this is going to be a first look for M80 to try to threaten market early in the round.
If anything here, Shift.
Ooh, they used the
M80,
timing
they have to
from
make
the...
it into this
Look, they
segment
both
with
got
at
past
least,
the
like,
trip, but the
3 or
trip's
4
still
players
up, chat.
left alive. They're losing a lot of these players
Oh,
at
God.
the very beginning. Look at
Guys,
this.
they're not
Wow.
fooled.
Get taken down.
I don't think it worked.
Great utility once again. Being
Guys,
utilized by,
the trick
you know,
didn't work.
Fault line off Aldrone,
the
Hunter's
trick worked.
Fury, a
Wait.
trip that activates everything.
Wait a
Great way
second.
for them to play towards the extremities here.
Why
for
are
2G.
they
I was
pushing
about to say
through,
for 2G,
dude?
this is great in terms of
Why are
isolating
these
market
guys the
and being able to,
luckiest
like you mentioned, get
motherfuckers
around the back. The
ever?
problem with this was M80
They
used this as a bit
double
of a
push
fake.
through B main
The spike will get
walking?
planted. You have a
Really?
rolling thunder to help support this. Neural
So, like,
Fence
Koala
also
can't
at the
even
ready,
hear
and
it?
keep in mind,
Bro.
Koala is
No one's
way
top
behind
mid.
this play.
Of
Problem
course
is
they're not
Xander
top
just
mid.
peeks out
Why
in
would
the
they be top
open,
mid?
doesn't find anything off the flank. Now you got to spend the Dizzy to try to get something going here, and they luckily
Nice.
do. Right as the rolling thunder was essentially avoided by the majority of this defense. Zap trying to hold over towards main. He gets one. Waldude now trying to help over the
Oh,
top. He
nice.
finds the second over towards Zap
Holy
with the flash.
fuck.
Connects, and now it's just down to silence. Mosh Pit kills a little bit of time, which is really coming
one,
here
yeah,
for Silence.
peek
He
him.
has to get this to
Good,
halfway. He'll be allowed to,
timing.
but Koala Dude will peek, find the E11 M80, find a way back on the board.
And you see how much of that strategy relied around and trying to keep Net alive too. With him dying and no trip watching that flank, they had to commit Xander to fall back and watch a little bit more aggressively towards that spawn. And as soon as he realized it was a 2 versus 1 on that
Uber
flank,
tweeted and
you're now
said that
expending your rolling
he had
thunder, going
another
into watching
thing
the
that he had to
backstab
do
instead of
today.
using it towards sight where their opponents could be flooding in. That potentially could have really nullified that late lurk where you mentioned Koala Noob was on a run here to try to make that happen. We were so far behind, but thankfully because they got those trades towards
Yo,
the end,
Nine,
because of the hero plays that came out towards
I did
those
grow
two
up
players in the back
skateboarding,
line
but
on the
actually
side, they
that's
gave a
just
chance here for Koala
that's
Noob
just the
to
Moist Mogul logo.
gain that
But I
time
did
back
grow
in his
up
favor
with
and
all
win
of those
that.
things, and I
Yeah.
did grow up skateboarding. Yeah.
Now round 11, you see 2G
snowboarding,
they continue
too.
to try to contest different extremities, but so far so good for M80. They have
The second I started
with that
gaming a lot, though, I stopped that because I broke my arms and wrist a lot as a kid, and I couldn't risk it.
Brazilian sides to win.
Truthfully.
Good sight here. In terms
Yeah,
of
risk
the
that shit at this point.
And then immediately utilize and try to isolate. Again, Quality loves to stick for these. Ball line
My
comes
God,
out.
great
That's
play.
good flash to follow behind.
Holy
Silence
fuck.
will
Dude, the
get
target
one.
stuns with
Right down,
Yoruel
taken
are so
by M80.
good,
Spike planted
especially
in
in
the
that
same breath. The
hallway.
retake for 2G is going to be through market.
And this time, no real ults to follow up here to help out in the dimensional drift. Just trying to waste the time to give a chance here for Net to come through.
I didn't
Not
grow
to
up
go
in
for a
California.
flash and a solo play, so it ends up being very good.
I only
trades on
moved
the
here
side
when I
of
met
M80.
Jennifer.
I think the other part about this for 2G, if you could pull the Thrash out, that would be great in terms of trying to get the round 12 advantage, and there's the Thrash.
Yep.
Spikes also finds an elimination. Fault line's gonna cut across. Spikes looking to get aggressive with a flash that's right there to counteract it is perfect. Luis trying to get this thing to halfway. Hell, nicely. He's gonna hold it for more!
Zap, what? 1 HP, man. Man, Zap is having so much impact, dude. How is this guy? Dude, this lady's wearing fucking heels out there.
And a rolling thunder
What a
available for
champ.
round number 12, but all of that couldn't have happened with the space.
What are those? They're not called
that Spike
heels.
was
They're
able
called
to
something
get towards
else.
that B main.
But whatever.
With the relay Bolton coming through and keeping those players at bay, you saw that BCJ, despite him getting that kill, he was rushed to throw his molly to get that kill down onto Spike. So it actually did not land at the right spot here to deny that defuse out from Luis and gave a chance here for Zaps once again.
It's just snap on legend. There we go. There we go, Liza. No, no.
Play, but you're on a bit of a save. Luis once
1
again
HP again, man.
Come
on.
Sit down.
Dude, that hit him
2G
too.
Looking perfect on a lot of this defense. After the first 3 rounds go awry, they're in a prime position to take 8 of 9.
And it wasn't a little bit of a save here. It's basically buying whatever you can in the last round of the half. Basically calling out bankruptcy, going all the way down to 0 in the buy-in, once again trying to take control of Elbow. And Luis survives at 1 HP. How many times this game has he survived
Great
with
timing.
little
Oh
HP
my
in these
God.
fights?
Wow. And that
Chat, remember how I like criticized them on Pistol for like a lack of mid-round aggression, being static, feeling like they were stuck in a play? Like probably not a lot of microcoms going around, not a lot of teamwork. By the end of that half, you could see like every round had proactivity. Every round they were settled in and taking fights and like had bait setups, and they were like prodding into choke points, into bait setups. Like they started really, you could blatantly see when they settled into the game. Like they completely changed their approach to the fights.
Go back at it again. They were
Holy
really
shit.
doing a
They're
great
playing
job
real well.
manipulating around the map and
My God.
going from creating some early pressure, keeping their opponents at the top where they were.
EU, doesn't it feel like the Yoru comp has to play a perfect fucking game to beat this Neon comp? Like, I'm not saying, like, you know, if you have the best Yoru, like, you're not going to win 90% of your scrims, because most of those Neons are going to play are dog shit. But these Neons we see here, when you see, like, an S-tier Neon, and you see, like, an S-tier Yoru on Sunset, and they're 1v1 duelists, I don't know, man. I feel like the Yoru needs miracles to win. Like, fucking a lot of shit needs to be going the Yoru team's way. That's what happened yesterday, and that's what would need to happen today. Like, they would have needed Pistol and, like, a clutch that half. They still ended up with 4. They need this Pistol. Like, they just need a lot of shit going their way. That's just where we are in the meta.
Yeah.
In the upper bracket, so far when we watch them play this, that hasn't necessarily been the first instance of the case. Yeah, that still happens, but it comes a little bit more calculated.
Like, they probably win 90% of their scrims doing the shit they do. It looks insane. It looks incredible. Like, it's very well drilled. It's choreographed. It's punchy. It's deceiving because the Yoru's, like, all over the place. And it's hard to stop. But the Neon just, like, can really cut the distance and fuck all this up. Like, in so many ways. And that's what I've come to realize.
This time around, as the tournament progresses, a lot of these Neon comps now added a little bit more of stop and go, a little bit of mid-rounding.
I don't know how, like, an S-tier raise would play out here. I'm so interested. I would love to see it. We haven't seen it in this tournament.
Frenzy out in the fights again, just as that entry. Luis to follow. Xander tries to step up with his ball on the cross. That's not going to work out. Trades favor that of 2G's offense, and they're trying to double play the player deep towards backside Bola. Nismo, new angle now.
Or Bald Goat.
And he's able to take down one, make life a little bit easier, and you've got a full HP quality still to play with here, so no reason to do anything too crazy. But
Damn,
Silas
bro.
steps through the aftershock, finds himself a trade onto Nismo. Sheriff out for Koala needs to just hit one more shot on the Zap. Counters the flash. There's the peek and Zap.
How is this guy fucking destroying them like this? How is he doing this? This guy is fucking destroying them on Breach. He is having a life map. This is the worst case scenario. Like the IGL, the fucking life of the team, the experienced guy, the only one that's probably confident here today is having a fucking life game. Are you fucking kidding me?
Almost looks like they were looking for individual 1v1s towards the end after the aftershock. And you saw that Zap never peeked out. And Nismo lost his 1v1. And it allows 2G to win the pistol here.
Like this is like an incredible scenario for 2G. That was unlikely, but like an amazing win condition is playing out for them.
Against each other. Again, you're looking at a map number 5. That's fine.
Wow.
Dude, stop it! Put a leash on him! Are you joking? He's just solo peeking B main off of the spy cam that sees nothing and coming away with 2? Unbelievable. Net, opportunity versus Louise. Shots are just not there. And 2G are gonna run away with the round unless Koala Noob can step up and hit a couple of one taps.
Yeah.
Let's hear shit. Basically, M80 playing against All Knight's Tinch off, where he's just putting alone with a pistol and gets all the openers that's needed. Yeah, that's way too bad. Unfortunately, therefore a pistol gonna get so much value on that B site. And 2G's running away with his first map.
And that's the thing, you know, just to put it into full-on visual evidence.
What happened? What happened? We were at 3-0. It felt so good. What the fuck happened? Remember when it was 3-0? What?
Doing neon things and getting away with it. So a clean round leads to a full bonus essentially here for 2G. Early damage.
I think they adjusted the stun to counter that. Other teams, Koala was able to like able to move right. Either that or he was late on the push. I didn't pay attention.
Thrown right by Silence that looks up towards middle. It allows the fault line to actually get the hit onto Koala Noob and not allow M80 to get that surprise value here that Koala Noob we were praising him for.
Whoa! He honestly could have
damaged. Gives a lot of space now for 2G to work with. And there's only a solo player inside the site. Thankfully, there's a camera to start to set things up. To put to put Xander in a position inside the smoke where he's pretty much in a one and done.
Yeah, and the thing about this is they're gonna wait.
I don't think Yoru's ass shoots well. I just think neons like this are a hard counter.
Over towards mid. Net likely will be affected by this. And it's back to see Spike dashing up, and Xander steps up, tries to break the timing, doesn't fully work out. Zap caught. That's good news for Net. Turns this to a 3v2.
Must win round for M80 chat.
Still, the battle rages on towards the backside of the site. Trace back and forth. Prize is able to find himself too. Now for the 1v3, does not expect Net, who will save the round for M80 and avoid a 2G bonus coming through.
2 big kills there by Net. Winning that 1 versus 1 against Zap was a great start. You just
does it feel good?
The fault line that was just replenished here on the side of the attack that could have been.
No. What's it like? It's like that Dimitri Martin joke when you're like, you're so dehydrated, like all you want is water, and like I don't know, you drown to death. It's like at first you're like, oh man, the water tastes good. Like you come,
and thankfully
we're drowning right now, chat. It's over. That was just one. That was one moment where it felt good. Trust me, it's not gonna feel good in about 1 second. Yeah, we're still drowning. We just, oh no.
1v1 versus Koala Noob and wins it by a bullet. So now
I don't see any signs of life out here right now.
Already hit on the precipice of B. BCJ Nismo trying to hold.
They are working us. Oh my god.
But 2G clean up M80 flawlessly. Now a chance for the plant, and it's just down to Xander with the judge.
Just makes you think, is there something that they've learned here from this matchup? This is deja vu. Into the silent camera, looking at the top of B main, that spots Koala Noob, that gets the sneak behind for the backstab. Instead, you mentioned it was what, a judge in the hands of Koala Noob. He's not in a position to play long range. Yes, he avoids the camera, but he still has to be peeked out a little bit more.
I'm not gonna lie, this is okay. Like, this is okay, chat. But they can't lose Icebox today. Like, they can't fall 0-2 again. They can't do that. Please don't do that to me again.
Towards elbow. So that whole idea, I think, is just M80 are trying to control B main early and saying, hey, you have to go A now. And nope. Silence just steps up, takes a 1v1. So It's just, it's a good idea from M80. Try to do something a little bit more creative and, you know, just try to force maybe some of that early contest that we were talking about. But it just doesn't work because...
I'm going to get my hat, dude. Yesterday when I put my hat on, I think M80 won. I didn't start my stream with it, right? Because I took the call.
So it's just really good.
I'm trying to think of all the I didn't do any rituals. I didn't do anything. I gotta fucking go. I gotta
here from Colin at that spot towards B-main. So despite not having a judge or a Vandal, whatever gun that he has, this is still something that Silence knows of. That's been a 1v1 at that very spot. And it just seems that maybe Qualu felt that confidence that we'll go through that ring once again, and I'm going to be able to win that best out of 3, at least in the amount of times that we could potentially contest this B main. But it's Silence at the top, on point, once again. Been good at the shots here with the Sheriffs in that thrifty round that they had earlier on, and continues to be a force to be reckoned with, for 2G side. M80 still have yet to find an answer now.
How about this? Silence is going to go to an outlaw, knowing that M80 are on a limited buy. And he's just going to try to play this thing over towards B main, maybe even take it out towards that A link if this eventually becomes an A hit. And it's going to hit hard. He's got enough to obviously afford a full weapon, but this is a bold call and just trying to play a counter to knowing M80 are on a limited purchase.
Still very interesting here, Shift, because they threw that smoke at the very beginning where you mentioned Silence with the Outlaw, and he stayed in range to know that Qualu to move forward, that they have contested the orb, and that he has the ult. And maybe because of these one-way smokes, they're like, oh, well, we picked up an orb, they're contesting it out with the smokes, they're probably going to hit towards the A site. So the call, the audible call now for 2G is to re-hit the B main.
It's going to take time, though. These smokes are, they're persistent, and they are annoying. Silence is going to wait for this to dissipate. It's going to take a while, though. Aldrone will see if there could be a tag first. Doesn't really see too much.
They have fucking Sova ult right now.
Spike going to get replaced. No tags there.
And Neon ult.
Oh
my god, dude. We're actually cooked, Chad. I think this team's too good to beat, actually. I think you're right. I think I'm looking forward to Icebox. It'll be fun.
Gets on the clock. 2G trying to make a play through market. First element is good. Now it's on to M80. Can you hold from inside the site? And Xander's save.
I don't believe in it. See, I don't believe in it. It only works when I actually somewhat believe in it, but I don't believe in it right now, truthfully. It's not going to work.
Because they have a lower buy, but this should not be easy for BCJ. And net, although BCJ does get that pick on the zap.
And there you have a Thrash. Problem is, you can pick up weapons, you can't pick up armor. And Silence, well, for a second, thought he's going to do it all himself. High-low setup here for Net to deal with.
No. Prize and Louise, these guys are too good.
Change this. There's just nothing he can do to clear this angle besides swinging it. Trying to get something through the wall. Not going to happen. 2G trusts the setup, and it turns into now map point.
Again, the patience displayed by 2G.
God, dude, this Neon is a problem on Sunset, man. Like, it's a problem. Like, I don't know. I don't know how M80 did it yesterday. I have no idea how they beat Dante on map 3. I feel like, you know, it's just one of those things where, like, they need clutches. They need a lot of shit going their way. And yesterday, that shit went their way. Xander had a game.
Fights to get an opener, a second kill on top of that, and now there's still money left here for M80.
Overdrive Bucky. Spike is going to get deep.
Dude, like, look at this shit, bro. Look at this. This guy is like,
and all of a sudden, 2G's out here saying, what was that Twitter poll? You guys had M80 at like 80+%? Hurt my...
Bro, this guy literally just took B solo with a dart and literally killed almost all of M80 and took a breach ult.
Was there and boom. Nobody there to greet them.
I honestly just kind of want to, like, exit the game right now because I know it's over. But I know people in chat wouldn't like that.
They still get the openers, but they rotate over towards the A side, outplaying M80 on the defense.
Oh, dude, I'm so annoyed at this fucking Neon shit.
Everything is just turning up in favor of 2G. Nismo, last one left. Guardian, able to get the first, but nothing more. 2G make a statement in map number 1, kicking off this grand finals with some heat.
Sorry, 2G, I was unfamiliar with your game. Maybe it's the 2 game that I have to start learning instead. For them to...
I'm going to knock Vincent out next time I see him on God.
where M80 already looked shaky at the very beginning, at least in their matches against All yesterday. Something they could have learned here going into this series now. 2G just stick to their plan. The maps that they're strong on, the maps that they know that they can fight with, and they start off on Sunset again, where you, again, this breaks a little bit the momentum here and the
Don't
mental
say
here
that,
for
Zero.
M80,
Stop
because you
saying
walk
that.
into this game into a series where you know how they're going to
red
play the Sunset
blazer?
match, yet you still lose it in a one-sided battle there against 2G. I'm looking forward for the rest of the series now, Chip.
Should be good, because I think the other part about that is 2G winning.
I feel like these guys are literally going to take illegal sports bets after this is over. Don't they look like they're going to be doing some shady shit like that? They're going to take illegal sports bets. What do you think they're? You think they're selling drugs? What do you think these guys are doing after? Oh, hey, Vance. What's up, man? I was just talking about you. What's going on, bro? What's up, man? What's up, man? I was just saying, you're doing a great job out there. You look great. I love some of the stuff you were saying about 2G. It's super good. Can't wait to see you next time, bud. That's insane. Are you trying to incite violence in my chat? I'm gonna fucking ban you. I would never. And Van Sealy knows that. Can one of the mods make the VODs private? Van Sealy knows I'd never do that. Vance, you know that, right? Actually, can you just delete the VOD? Yeah, but like I was saying. So let's take a look at the stats real quick on a completely different topic. Oh. Fuck, dude. That felt awful, bro. This is literally the opposite of what yesterday felt like as a whole. It was like the exact opposite feeling. Wait, and it actually is, because Koala had a horrible game for the first time in a long time. This is bad news. This is bad news. I just hope, like, I know mentally Koala's like not going to choke. I just hope he's getting enough sleep and like taking care of himself so that way he feels normal, you know? Because we are now on, he played 18th, 19th, 20th, 20th. He's played 4 days in a row. And that is very draining for a player. And he's saying, like, when they lost, they're having these, like, fucking 7-hour talks. So, like, he's playing back-to-back-to-back-back days while he's saying they're having 7-hour talks, like, after they lose. Like, this is a very draining time frame. I just hope, like, they can lock in. That's one thing I'm worried about. And I actually have no idea how Zap has 11 kills right now on this scoreboard. How is that possible? Do his kills only come in 2 4Ks and a 3K? Is that actually how his 11 kills came? Wait, someone do the math. There's no fucking way. There's no fucking way. This guy ended the game with 11 kills? What? He literally just won 3 rounds and was like, okay, I'm done for the game. What? He literally won 3 rounds and then unplugged his keyboard. That's crazy. That's so much impact with every fucking kill. What the hell, dude? I can't even believe it. It's like the perfect 11 kills. Bro. It's so annoying to root for a team in Valorant and just feel like the Valorant gods are against you with shit like that. It's like, you can't even win with stuff like that. This guy gets 11 kills and they're all on like 4 and 3K. That's crazy. That's crazy, actually. Oh. What's October 7th? Pepe laugh, he doesn't know? Wait, what's October 7th?
Yesterday's sunset was where
What is
M80
it?
started their comeback to make their way into the grand finals, and today might just be the first nail in the coffin as 2G dismantled them on the first map here in the grand finals. Going to sunset, it was an opportunity for M80 to show us what they've learned from that last series, but this was a 2G that, Jen, the confidence, the shots, right from the get-go, M80 tried to set a pace. 2G were having none of that. It was all playing on their terms.
Yeah, I thought in this rematch that this was going to be a closer sunset. Just a reminder that it was 13-8 the first time that they faced off in playoffs, and now it's 13-5. 2G, just get better. We know they have
October 7th. October 7th. My DMs. Come to me. Come to me, VCT players. Please. October 7th. My DMs. Please. Some of you will make it over. Some of you. Some of you. Fuck. That's a crazy clip.
You're talking about the clutcher kicked. I mean, 2G was definitely kicking them around from multiple different angles as well. These 2G members, the amount of times they were allowed to get these 2-3 Ks and just the individual pop-off performances was fantastic. This is a team that didn't need warm-up. They didn't need to, you know, kind of get used to the grand finals.
Yeah,
it is a team that was really
I
showing
agree.
Wyatt that they're ready for this
There's
series.
no way. There's no way that I didn't actually. How did I not send this live tweet out? How did I not? This is just stupid, bro. The whole day is just chalked, actually. What the fuck am I doing?
Everyone else was contributing too. It literally looks like yesterday. The only difference was that at the very beginning, I'm
so checked out after that match. It's just like yesterday. It's all too familiar. It's all too familiar, bro. God damn, man. This fucking tournament has done a number on my mental state. It's really eye-opening. If my therapist ever sees this footage, I'm cooked.
We can do what they did yesterday, but this time on map 2 and not wait until map 3.
It's just funny to see 2G take a page out of M80's book to play further back. I mean, look how many blinds that M80 had with the Omen, Yoru, Gecko, Breach. Like, you kind of want to sit back and play for retakes. And 2G just knew how to play their composition. And I wonder if the Neon continues to be the M80 kryptonite, because that's what...
Jessica, what's up? Let me, hold up. Here we go, right?
Oh, yeah. I ain't gonna lie, I'm getting cooked. Same thing.
Same thing as yesterday. It's the fucking same thing. Same thing as we saw yesterday. And honestly, I would be down if it was the same exact thing. If it went the same exact way, I'm okay with that. But if it... What is happening in this broadcast?
The players on site are collapsed upon. If Net just got the one kill there and retained that position with the Vandal, even though it was 3 versus 4, M80 are going to win out that situation. Silence wins that round with the 6 Sheriff shots and completely flips the game on its head. Like I was saying before, M80 just converted the bonus.
By the way, chat,
CJ had already gotten access to the thrash,
stats for the overall tournament right here.
Just that round prior to
Silence.
the and so just
this
from
kid.
there, disaster.
Crazy.
Silence was taking over the game, and then once you're on attack and Spike is heating up on Neon, GG.
Yeah, and it's tough too. I mean, we highlighted at the top of the show that Silence was a duelist who also is on other roles, as we got to see the Cypher on this map that could absolutely pop off and change the series. And now looking at the map 2 series with the Icebox, remind you all some of the other things
Koala's
that we
first
highlighted
skills
from
are that
2G
high?
was
I
Silence,
had no
the
idea.
aggression from the get-go, and how he was able to pick M80 apart. M80, Jen, this has been a map that for a long time has been quite strong in 2G. It did not look like that up against them, and this is the
Dude, Zap is
opportunity
having
now
such
for
a
them
good
to
tournament.
flip that script, try and take it here, but we'll have to see if that 7-hour chat they had after that loss will have any results on this.
Yeah, M80 are dumping every hour they can into fixing perfect.
Rule: only one import per team? Are you serious? That's crazy, because I just found this fucking NA talent that's, you know what, he's 17. His name is Like, and he plays Neon really well. I also know this guy, he actually, I think he's from Ohio. His name is Mante, I think is how it's pronounced, actually. Mante, M-A-N. Yeah, they're Neon mains. I found them, actually. They both from Ohio. They're 17. They don't speak perfect English because they're from like a smaller city in Ohio. You wouldn't know it. They have like it's actually crazy. It's a Brazilian city within Ohio. You guys probably haven't heard of it. But yeah, there's a big Brazilian community in this small city. And that's where I found Like and Monte. They're Neon mains. And so we won't have more than one import. That's not a problem for us because our players are from Ohio.
For them, but it's a must-win in my mind when we're looking at the rest of the pool in this series. It's not going to get any easier. They have Bind at the very end, which they permaban. Hey, Icebox is a must-win for them in my mind, and it's a map where they certainly can win. We saw Nismo yesterday just
you have to drop one of these
crushed.
I actually didn't know that I'm not gonna lie, I didn't know that the VCT teams could only have one import. That is not a rule I was aware of. I thought they could have like two. That's interesting that it's only one. So that means that like Talon, like I guess Gov and Ban, are they imports? How does that work? Do they have like dual citizenship or something? Ah, yes, Korean citizenship. Wow, dude. That means he probably never gave it up, right? Because I'm pretty sure if you give up like your Korean citizenship, like say you wanted to be like an American citizen, I think you have to give up your Korean citizenship, right? Can you have that as a Korean though? You can't be dual. Yeah. Or you can. You guys are saying both. Yeah, Korea doesn't accept it. I say this because my therapist, who I used to see in the States, moved back to Korea. She was originally Korean. She moved to the States to live here. I saw her. Her husband got relocated back to Korea, and she has to go through all these hoops to get her Korean citizenship back. Like, she can't. And like, apparently, like, if you're not a Korean citizen living in Korea, it is very tough. Like, it's hard to get a lot of shit done. It's very hard. But yeah, I guess he probably didn't give it up. That's the only reason why I was curious about it, truthfully. It's just because I have some insight into that particular country. I'm not some kind of expert in this shit, I swear.
Only one smoke. They only play with the Viper. They don't have the double smoke with the Omen the way that M80 do. It's going to be about using the Sova from Zap.
She told me about like how hard it was without like whatever it would be called, like a Korean social security number or whatever. Like, you can't, it's rough. Like, you can get like healthcare, I'm pretty sure. There's certain utilities and things like that are difficult to get. There's like all kind of weird hoops you have to go through.
And how 2G can strike early and strike fast.
So that's why I was
mean,
curious.
you're talking about Zap, and Zap was somebody Wyatt at the beginning of the day was highlighted.
But
and
yeah,
Zap also
if
had
Ban
a great
kept it,
series
then
last
that makes
map as
sense
well.
because
Some
then
of these
Gov would be
skills,
the import.
phenomenal.
One
So if we're looking
import.
for that impact, he's already proven on the day he is showing up. He just has to carry that through
Team in
now to
Sweden.
Icebox.
Yeah, definitely.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Looks like everyone, it's just like yesterday with All Knights, everybody's showing up so far. M80, nothing really to write home about individually. Nismo on this map, though, is the one map in the M80 pool where he is unleashed.
This is the biggest jinx ever by
Wyatt.
Wyatt.
A little bit how
Why is he doing this to
strong
us?
of an individual fragging player he is because he's not on
Wyatt
that
does
hard
love
flex
Brazil,
playing Ray's kind
bro.
of classic
Wait.
role in Valorant. He's just locked in
Wait.
on Breach. Aside from this map, where he plays the KO and plays sometimes for others throwing pop flashes. They have a
Nah,
lot
dude.
of little plays where Koala Noob, for instance, will teleport across to back yellow when they're
crazy.
executing on B. He'll pop flash for Koala. There are moments where he sets up, but there are a lot of moments where he's playing the KO intentionally, very selfishly, to put himself in position to get kills, flashing past their Viper wall, past the dark covers that their Omen Koala Noob will be putting down, and taking fights himself. You have to be looking for him to step up and start driving their team to some round wins.
I'm glad you brought up the KO because this is something new for 2G. Only the last 3 matches have they really used the KO and even a jet. Previously, they kind of 2G adapted a similar comp to M80 of not playing a duelist and playing heavy initiators, and now they don't play the Gecko at all. So a lot of important information comes out of that Sova, but also anti.
I'm digging up lore here. This goes back actually. Wyatt River, Brazil. 2 rivers, 2 game. 2 rivers meeting, 2 game. Wyatt River. What the fuck is going on, chat?
Out how rough of a start the series was yesterday due to Dante's hands on that Neon.
It's
It
all
was a Neon
connected.
that
I can't
later
figure it
on
out,
in the series
but it's
that
all
we
connected.
did see the individual members of
Pepe
M80
Sylvia.
come up and stop, showcasing that these
I'll
aggressive
figure it.
duelists that do have the firepower to back up that talk, they do have the individual skill to be taking them down. Koala Noobs had down their duels a couple of times. And we can see maybe the same here on Icebox. And I think we absolutely need that. We need to be able to see kind of these different members of M80 go toe-to-toe with Silence here. And I think that's going to be key. Because I think if Silence is consistently allowed to be getting these first bloods, consistently winning out on these duels, Wyatt's going to look rough.
Definitely. And that is one of the very obvious fundamental differences with 2G, their roster, as opposed to All Knights, who M80 defeated yesterday. There is clearly a difference with All Knights when Dante Deus is not playing Neon. His other duelists do not look as good as his Neon, and when he wasn't on Neon, Koala Noob took over the server. However, with 2G, they have 2 players that can round out playing all of the duelists in God mode. Spike will play the Neon, and when the Jet and the Raze are needed, Silence will play in God mode. Totally different story than what M80 had to deal with All Knights yesterday. There's just a totally... It's a different echelon of firepower on this team. They're more well-rounded. The players have more flexibility with their agent pools.
And for M80, it's weird because they've admitted they just forget how to play the game. They go on autopilot. They make stupid mistakes. You kind of pointed out some of it in your clip that you pulled earlier. And at what point does M80 get online? Because yesterday it was map 3. If it was a best of 3, they wouldn't be here. So is it going to take an M80 O2 backs against the wall for them to kind of wake up and smell the coffee? Or is it going to be a sweep in 2G's favor? Because that was a dominant showing from 2G's side to improve that much on Sunset. But Icebox is M80's arena, and we'll see how this boils down.
We're talking about the grand finals of Ascension. Winner moving on into partnership. See them in VCT Americas next year. You're talking about those mistakes.
Nice. Still
Those
in
little
turn yet?
mistakes that
Let's
have
go.
plagued
You're
them.
back.
And they need to be cleaned up right about now. You've made it through the groups. You've made it through playoffs. There is absolutely no second chances. And with Icebox ahead, and how badly of a beating they took last time from 2G. It is an opportunity to showcase that you have that ability to be able to learn from those mistakes, to be able to adapt, overcome, be able to close this out, and try and push this best of 5 to the absolute limit. And 2G have shown us through this upper bracket that they are not a foe to be messing around with. If you make that little mistake, you're not going to have the opportunity to really be able to try and fix it in that moment, Wyatt. They are so good at that instant punish, and that's dangerous for this M80 that haven't woken up yet on today.
Definitely. I think the map pool is really of the utmost importance here, and I really do think that Icebox is a must-win for M80. It is the only map in the pool that I look at.
There's only one way to beat Zap.
Give them the edge. They have historically been fantastic on this map. 2Game has been, a bit more inconsistent. They beat M80 last time, but they've lost it to their Brazilian rivals Galores a number of times in the past. So I have to favor M80 here on this map if they're going to be in good form. But if they're going to be in that same poor form, lose their pick here, they have to win Abyss, which 2Game are sick on, Haven, which 2Game are sick on, and Bind, which they permaban. So this is a must-win to me. And maybe they'll make me eat my words and do the same crazy comeback yesterday.
I mean, getting into the Blacklight Agent Select at this point, there's not necessarily many surprises. What we have to see is who's going to be showing up on the day. You have set the stakes for Icebox, that momentum in the uncertainty of the map pool going on forward. M80, this is where we need to see that turnaround. The map that they were so dominant on, feared on throughout the season, and 2Game showing they do not have that fear. They're willing to go toe-to-toe with you. This Star Jet, everyone else able to step up at any capability. M80, it's time to show.
Oh, dude, you got to go to the bar
and
then.
If not 2G,
get to the bar right now.
We're going to be up 2 in these series. It's time to head on over to Icebox for map number 2 and head on back to our casters.
It was doubles yesterday, make it triples today.
Yeah, thank you,
singles yesterday, make it
Vasily,
triples
I think we need
today.
to take a moment here and actually do a little bit of damage to Wyatt's ego. I know
Don't
at the beginning of the
drive
show
home,
he was saying he hates to see duelist head-to-head stats. Well, the good news is there's not a second one to go up against, but the problem is the whole talking point relies upon what Silence could do. He was a first blood machine, an off-kill machine. He was everywhere when they played this matchup last time around.
Yeah, he got so many opportunities, even Bladestorms and Ops, to get behind M80's positioning, especially in these pulse plan scenarios. And when he was playing the defensive side, it really threw M80.
It's just a lot of work, dude. It's a lot of work, and it's totally different ways of thinking about the game, right? It's the same game, but the approaches are totally different between defense and attack, and so oftentimes, it's nice that they have, I guess, the ego to allow something like that amongst their team, right? Because oftentimes, people like IGLs wouldn't allow that, like their ego wouldn't allow it. Honestly, I don't know if I would have allowed that shit. That would have felt weird.
Working the macro around M80 was so nice. Remember the piss around too when 2Game was starting off on the defensive side. They basically read how
It typically is when people aren't really IGLs. They're kind of just taking on the duty. They're probably excellent mid-rounders. They just know the work necessary. They're experienced players usually. Whoa. Oh.
And just to make sure that they can smother M80.
No cap?
Silence being the spearhead at the front here to get these openings.
Who's winning? Oh, M80.
Are starting the pistol round on their attack side, and M80 has forward to greet them.
Not sure if the observer is throwing some subliminal messaging, but Net is the one player who's trying to ascend twice.
Nice.
So how about an opportunity here as the defense will step forward beyond the overall rope platform, and that'll be enough for a very clean 3-for-1 exchange, Net being part of the picture.
Yeah, just Orb already stacked up in that spot. Red.
Bot coming back.
Now 2 players trying to swing.
Looks like my
what an
co-commentator
ang.
Vansili may have disconnected from our
Beautiful.
call here. So
I'm back now. Yeah,
looks like
somehow
he's back
everything
now.
froze.
Okay.
Gotta love that. Gotta love that.
Well, I promise you.
I don't know,
promise you this,
man.
friends,
Opening
that,
pistol doesn't
breakdown
feel
is
even.
perfect.
I don't even
Off the
feel
list.
anything right now because of the
thank
last
you.
map.
We'll be back into this here in a
Like,
moment. We'll let fans have.
I'm
this
pretty
spark
sure
note moment here
there's
as soon as this fades away. As
no
Luis will be in a
dopamine that
pretty impossible
my brain got
situation,
from this
1v4,
pistol
but
so far.
Has been able to
None.
salvage at least something out of this round with the spike plant. Maybe a chance to play.
I might have
off
actually
the wall for
lost
some
dopamine
isolation.
from this
Screen will
pistol.
drop. He sees 2 contestants forward
What?
towards yellow. Excuse me, and no, the snake bite may have made things a bit of a mess. Nismo has to step off. As
Yeah,
soon
that
as he
snake
gets
bite's
to halfway,
300
and
credits,
M80
by
will
the
take
way.
pistol.
Yeah, and you see that backing off is like, wait, I'm not getting hit by this. So, and they're actually just trying to decide who they want to give the ult points to as soon as possible, because now Xander gets 2 kills, would be able to get some sort of defuse, but it's Nismo that's going to pick it up after all, because yesterday as well against All Knights, Nismo was able to get 3 null command right into the first half, and he was activated on that map. And the KO null command added so much value here on how they wanted to take the attack side on their A side takes. So this could be a potential good idea here for Nismo to activate these on the defensive side with the flood retakes that they could do here on the side of M80.
Yeah, and that's the big key, right? We kind of talked about this a little bit on Sunset. not just,
Unironically,
of
I
course, the
literally
previous
had
map,
a
but also their
conversation
previous
yesterday
matchup. But the same thing exists here when you have no duelist.
in an
The whole
interview
idea
about
is get your utility
deferring
to find effectiveness,
as an in-game
run
leader
through it, find
and like
success.
things that have
And
happened to me
now
when
all of a
that
sudden,
has
M80 are gonna
happened, and
still
I've seen
keep
that
the
happen like
aggression
that.
pedal down,
And I feel like that's where that
making sure
combo
two
went.
teams
That was
don't even
weird.
get a chance to execute. So
why
it's
I got
looking for
quiet.
first contact here for M80 early in this defense, for hopefully just an angle-based first blood, and then you make this retake if you have to do it that much easier because you've got the numbers.
Yeah, just a simple thing there that you had to bring into your game.
It like
chat,
took
just
me out of
make
my
sure
troll
that
mode for a
somebody's gonna break
second.
that
I was
dark.
thinking.
That was big there for Quality to get the opener. Now for M80 to flood back in the A site.
Yeah, and that's another thing to keep an eye on as well. You know, we kind of talked about this when we were casting over this matchup the last time around. Silence getting over towards
nice.
the top side of A Rafters was an issue.
Why have we been here before? I don't even feel good, dude. We've literally been in this exact spot. This is crazy.
No one dives through us, so that way, again, we have got a more successful attempt at retaking. Again, this is early, friends. It's just a pistol and an anti-eco round, but if those mentalities stay strong and true to the rest of this half, that would be a brilliant adjustment in my mind for M80 dealing with a thing that really thwarted them when they played 2G a couple days
I mean,
ago.
the IGL rule is
100%.
whatever
You
you
can
make
definitely
it, right? Like, it's whatever you are. Like, the guy that's calling the shots in the game, right? Like, it could be as easy as, like, some teams, the IGL literally calls a shot in spawn. Some teams, literally, it's...
Focus back towards the A side, and now
I don't
a
want to
little
miss
bit
this
of a change of
pistol.
pace
Or
for
the
Tucci as
sub
well. He
bonus.
ended up going for a recon dart. It's a knife just to make sure that it could be potentially unbreakable, and you scan how many players are close.
Yeah,
and
it's
the only
like-
spot Koala Noob.
It's one of those things
Bro.
of just, you know, do your homework before you jump into
Some
the fray. And that is an
CS,
outdrone on one side, and
IGL,
I found
like
the other.
FNS, who
Now
can
you have the
mid-round through
opportunity
any
to still
scenario
possibly
is
use things like this
totally
recon
different
dart
than a
for
non-CS
example.
IGL.
Up top, goes completely
Wait a
unchecked,
minute.
able to take
3 on
but
3.
he does not get away. It's an even trade, and then the numbers for 2G will allow them on for a plan.
And again, another one of those
An
moments where you're
IGL that's
bringing in
gonna
your bonus
stay
round
after
on M80,
prac
so
and
you
work with the
respect these
coach
one-and-done
and, like, bring
positions where,
ideas
again,
and-
the beginning of the round, the knife actually hit Koala Noob. That should have been something that they checked here on the left
Actually,
side. but
active,
he
that's
stayed tucked
very
in towards
different
The pipes. It's hard for them to get the
than
angle,
one that's just
and then he
calling
gets a beautiful
shots, you know,
2K
like-
and a chance here for M80 to take this site back, because Spike is actually very low on HP.
Oh, the Bosch doesn't get fully into the corner. Sam is still holding strong, and whoa,
Wow,
find
dude.
all three.
This guy wins all the important rounds for them. Are you fucking joking me? This guy's doing it again? You kidding me?
Stop the bonus of M80.
Yeah, you can see how that one molly that missed, everybody was still focused to fight towards the front, because like nobody's going to swing on the back of dice. So that one piece of utility that was missed here from M80 became a huge round for Zap, who continues to be ultra vocal in these multi-rounds that he's getting here so far in this series, because he hasn't been active in all of the rounds because all of these kills are stolen by Luis or by Silence. But when he needs to step up, man, he's getting multi-kills after multi-kills this series so far.
And this is something that we had seen from M80 a lot on their Icebox in their region of North America during Challengers. You double stack, with Xander playing off of Koala Noob.
When this
Opposite
round
hand,
looks like
you
it's
had the early
finished, I'll
knife
tell
as
you
well.
guys something
So
that
able to at least
might
communicate that there were a
shed
couple
some
members
light and
playing
like
over
the
towards it, but
questions.
here we go. Here's a different look for 2G. Little pop flash through
Holy
the poison
fuck.
cloud. Nisbo's still decent
Flash.
for
I
one.
can't believe he
Koala
got
Noob
one.
misses his opener.
Hit
But the
this, hit
trade
this, hit
from
this, hit
Xander is
this.
decent. Follow-up flash comes through. That's just to create space, and Spikes will be left here kind of hoping he finds timing because he's stuck with the spike at the moment.
Has to come down
Dude,
to this
why
fight
would we
towards
get taken
A-main.
off that?
If Prizey could open things up, and I love at least that M80
The fight was
closing
blatantly
that
gonna
gap
happen.
because Spike is stuck there. They wanted to at least activate on that side.
Bro.
He even loses his fight towards the A side. And
Am I getting trolled?
Of M80. A nice little play towards the end for BCG for the last kill, but overall, it almost looked like from the setup that
It was like it was the opposite day.
You saw that net was being set up all the way towards the back, so if you watch,
That's actually
into the
classic
players
Prius,
are
bro. That's actually
working up.
classic.
The turret's going to guarantee if they're actually committed past that. There's an alarm bot watching middle, so for M80, actually they had two spots for a weak side where Nismo got killed and also where they were weak side on A because they wanted to play the Thrash retake. So it was still a great start for M80.
So like, think of it like this, Shot. A great leader every single day. God damn it, dude. We keep getting these early scrappy fights, so I can't really rant.
2G cannot take advantage of.
No, exactly the case. And I do have to agree with you. I think 2G trying to play through tube instead of through either B or A main and the base of that Thrash is actually pretty, I think, key towards being able to get yourself a potentially.
They are one off a
deep
lot of ults right now,
This time, though,
Chop.
knives are exchanged early. Opening shot from Koala Noob misses. Follow-up is decent, but Zap is
Zap
there
has
with
ult now.
Hunter's Fury now they're ready for Zap. BCJ stuck right in front of
Fuck,
Spike
dude.
Sight. Fragment about to fade away. BCJ
Fuck.
left with
He
the
has
quick man in
ult,
the
but he's
trap.
stuck. Oh no, he gave us
Now,
fault.
obviously be able to use it, but
3-on-3.
as silence will drop, now the round becomes a little bit more plausible for M80 to put together, especially
Holy
with
fuck,
Spike
thank
on the
you.
ground. Long range angles.
No,
coming through.
no.
Zap,
This guy
a little more
again?
Magic for you. Swaps over after the double from the Guardian. Now has the Vandal. He's collected the spike. He sees that up top, and Zap will pull a 1v3 Blacklight.
I don't get it.
Not like that.
Dude.
Another multi-kill.
Their fucking IGL is torching us in all of the key rounds. Like all of the early key rounds, he is getting. I don't even know how to describe it. Like, it's not even impact. It's just he's just straight up winning the round single-handedly. Like, he's just winning them single-handedly.
It had to come down to All
It's
Mice
fucking
beating
crazy.
TSM for them to get second breath into the playoffs, and now he has all
That's
the
crazy,
confidence
dude.
to step up once again
Come
and be
on,
as
M80.
loud as he
Win
can
this
be
round.
because he is
Please
making this happen
reset
for
them.
2G.
Please.
Oh boy.
This is.
How does that quote go?
This
Special
round
teams,
is for
special
all the
plays,
early
special
eco.
players.
Double. Oh
And
my
that may be
god.
the difference maker today.
Fucking
Nisbo,
run.
first blood good. Backs off. Koala Noob is going to be left to stay deep. The knife is in a good spot.
Holy
Koala
fuck,
Noob
let's
is gonna
go.
line up a couple. Okay, paranoid to follow. They know Zap is nearby. And surely
Surprise,
he doesn't pull
motherfucker.
this one off. Although I won't rule him out of the picture considering what
Koala
he's done so
up in
far
the
today.
trees, eating the
And as
eucalyptus.
an IGL, you have the
Fucking
game sense, right? So
fragging.
there's a
Holy
possibility here
fuck.
that you could have and contest some sort of opening. Because look at him
Actually,
walk
yeah,
back
he
towards
wins
middle.
these.
There's
On
actually
God,
10
he
players
wins
watching
these.
it, but very passively for net. First
Somehow.
contact, it is going to be Xander. And then you can actually swing right away after. And the recon art gives a tell here that Zap was contested a little bit further back, and that push moves forward towards the belt.
This
That's
guy
how you
is
isolate
literally.
fights. And finally here, Xander
Fucking
closes
him.
in.
Yeah, not bad at all. And I love that M80 just don't cower after the play comes through. Again, we talked about some of the things that they may be trying to do here.
Yeah, he's just gnawing on the eucalyptus. It's literally poison to him. And he just happens to see some enemies down there. Oh, fuck.
Open a wall, throw all your flashes, dive on in. That did not work particularly well versus 2Game because they were playing so far aggressive that that utility was just
Oh,
being
fuck. Wow,
countered
actually
by
kill these
the
guys.
dynamic positions they were holding. So this time around, they're trying to stay aggressive. Contest them
Daily.
in 30 seconds. At worst, you're dealing with
Stop.
what? Like 3v3 situations.
Don't make me
If
seem
you
like I
just
go
want
on
the plan
daily
to come
koala
through,
rants.
that's still fine
Please.
because you hold the advantage in terms of
Oh,
retake
God.
utility. So I love the mentality shift here from M80. Let's see how long 2 games still get spoiled by this.
But with that said, it is indeed that time of day because whenever I play this, the win happens.
Join the lobby. Oh my god.
So sometimes it's
Oh my god, he's happy.
sometimes towards A main.
Happy with the thing! Oh my god! No!
Maybe you're seeing.
I'm not the
Why are you laughing?
M80 pushing a little bit too much, and they get punished out of that, right? So,
My
lack of
God,
discipline is what I'm
dude.
trying to look for here. So that
It blows
that
my
might
mind
work
every
in that
time.
sense. But with this timeout now,
Every time it blows my mind that Kesnit brings that kind of energy into a fucking scrim. I have never seen a player bring that kind of energy into a scrim. Bruh. What did this guy do? I just am imagining Kesnit going to the bathroom and doing a fucking line of cocaine and then just be like, let's fucking go into this M80 scrim, boys. Like, bro, who is like that before a scrim?
There's a lot of potency.
That's
still
crazy.
off the ultimates that
That's
they can
crazy.
Use, pending that they do find a way to get the plan.
Guys, that's the equivalent of you going into
this
your
is an
fucking job
important
at like fucking
timeout to
4
call because you
o'clock
may
and
start
doing that.
investing
Like, that
these
is
bolts
insane
around
energy.
The hero
Like,
rifle around the blade storm here.
what is
That
this guy
early
on?
zone, and now the nice spots 3.
Good for the first. Follow paranoia though. Decent quality. Yep, that will be enough
Holy
to put
fuck.
them in the blender. And
Let's go.
nowhere to go for 2G. So they tried to get aggressive down B, but that's the problem. I think in particular when you try to fight up against this M80 squad that's so keen at playing those long angles from yellow through green.
nah, dude. Asuna ain't the same. One day I came in trying to troll, and because I know Asuna gets there early with who the fuck would get there? Who the fuck was always there? It was like Asuna. Derek would always come down because he's sleeping. He lived in the fucking the boot camp house. But I played this Drake song. He just fucking Bert stared me. He literally just. It was like the Bert stare gif. Oh, what a play this is.
Oh, quality.
my God.
We take
Decent
those.
timing.
We definitely
Gets
take those.
aggressive, goes 1 for 1. Importantly,
Killing
that
tournament
silence,
leader
that is down.
in every
So their
category.
ability to get deep on towards site has now been limited pretty dramatically. The other side of that, though, is that's your only smoke player if you're M80. So they're likely going to have to play off of some pretty raw contact here, you'd think. And they're going to try to maybe pop flash something over through mid. Poison Cloud is up. They're going to push through this. Timing, not going to work out. Bryce is going to get the read and stay safe.
Prize,
Yeah,
holy
double flash
fuck,
too, and that's
he's
gonna
so
pull the pivot,
close.
especially with a knife being thrown towards yellow. B side is now out in the open for 2G to take. But this is going to be an exchange of ults here. Null commands are going to come in from both sides. Eventually, when that ends, there's a pit that should come up from Luis, which would activate the Thrash, which would activate the Hunter's Fury. We'll see what happens now.
Yeah, the Null command actually pushes him back pretty convincingly. So a Viper's Pit is kind of out of the picture now for Luis. Maybe there's one encounter here for the defense to try to play it off. Retake, Luis stepping forward. What in the heavens? He just
What in
steps
the
right
heavens?
past Yellow. The Hunter's Fury maybe allows him some isolation. Takes a
006. 007! He did it!
It's business hours for BCJ and the wingman. The defuse comes through at M80. Continue to put together some score.
And that slight pause gives a chance here for M80 to recollect how they can win this war of attrition between the old.
Here goes the VOD, but fuck it. Oh my god, no! No!
Which would then cancel the Thrash. But then that allows for you to
Dude.
get out if you actually want to bring it to your side for M80, if it gets to that moment where you're not able to win that aggressive.
Sorry, guys. The energy on the M80 side was getting too crazy. We have to take a break. We have to take a tech pause. It's getting out of hand. They're too happy. They're too happy. They have too much momentum. We need to take a break. It's been like this, so yeah. We're just stretching out the shoulder blades. I really don't know what we're doing, actually. I don't know what we're doing. But I'm sure it's something to do with winning.
And a heck of a start. Exactly what the
What is
doctor
that? I
ordered,
don't
I'll
know.
tell you that much in terms of prescribing the remedy.
They're looking good out
for
there.
all the faults that happened.
Bro thinks
in
he's
map number
Icebox.
1.
It's a
I
gift.
hate to say it, but it was a pretty embarrassing feat as 2G was just all over it. So this tech pause maybe slows down the momentum in the game, but M80 is trying to stir up whatever they can out of the local crowd in Monterey.
Stirring the pot at least on
Surely
the
this
defensive
is gonna
side
give me
is actually
something.
something that M80 is doing quite well.
Fuck,
so
I thought
far.
for sure I was going to get
And how-
something. I thought for sure I was going to get a hit with this one. But Dude, when they showed Happy, it reminded me of like baseball when they cut to the coaches and they're like spitting sunflower seeds and they're like looking into the crowd and shit. Like they're just not even looking at the game. They're just like spitting. They're just like not. Happy is like so just. He does not. He's like, bro, just give me the fucking map 4 or 5. Like I already know we're going there. Like whatever.
Right? He had the crosshair placement. You just had to win your duel. But that's just a high risk, high reward play there by Quality that ends up being a key factor because it goes
so
into that duelist
ridiculous.
versus duelist matchup that Quality won playing as an Omen this time around. And makes it a lot harder here for 2G to really create that space. Because remember, White was mentioning at the desk. One thing that Spike was doing very well here on this side of 2G is pop flashing through the.
Chat, I literally watched a fucking 30-minute video about brain rot today, and I was like, oh, fuck. I'm cooked.
It's so hard to deal with in the long run.
Oh, big time. And, you know, the other part about that last round is
I'm like, I'm cooked.
Null commands that get
The shit I'm fucking looking at for chat, I'm fucking cooked.
Literally thinking,
I feel like I'm creating brain rot.
Trade out things over towards
I feel like
avoid the play through mid. Maybe there's a chance.
I was like, yo, am I guilty? Am I guilty as charged? Like, what? I literally was watching it and I was like, oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. They got.
Interesting, I think, just to see how to
like fucking throwing gifs and shit on the screen.
So to what they faced
literally creating the brain rot.
Multiple issues for this 2-game offense.
Fucking drawing, putting gifs on the screen.
Are we going to get pushed?
Doing a soundboard.
Yeah. Usually,
I am the brain rot. I'm the fucking brain rot. Me. Holy fuck.
Of what we have in terms of executable utility, especially in the face of M80's resilient defensive presence with this comp. How do
you know what made me actually watch it? Truthfully, chat, my daughter is in kindergarten. And I just asked her, like, a couple days ago. I was just curious, you know, like, you know, is anyone picking on you? Like, how's it going? Like, just, well, when I get her in, like, casual combos and I know she's going to open up, it's hard. But you can get these moments. And she told me that a kid in her class got in trouble for saying skibbity toilet. And I was like, oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. In kindergarten. Is that crazy? Is she cooked? Are we cooked? It's over, right? It's over. If that's happening in kindergarten, it's over. I couldn't believe it. I was like, wait, really? And she's like, yeah. And I'm like, yeah, that's a bad word. You should never say that. And she's like, I know, the teacher said. The teacher was very upset. And I was like, oh. No, I would never say, oh, fucking hurt my dog. No, I would never say that. No. Our kids get very little screen time. Like, who I am on stream is not who I am with my kids. And that's why my kids don't even really come on stream all that much. I don't really like showing them on stream. It's also why they're like Insta's private and stuff like that. Yeah. But I couldn't believe that. That was crazy. I think society's cooked.
Hype up the crowd and being in this position where, again, this is such an important game for M80 that if they lose this one against 2G, that's another year of work that goes down the drain to not be able to ascend here in the partnership. And that is going to sting a lot more. Usually, this is going to give a lot of pressure right now for a team like M80, especially when
Riz is also abandoned. There's no Riz in school anymore. That's crazy.
Last year, they actually won their first map, 13-11, and then ended up losing, 1-3 over the guard that ascended the guard into partnership. This time around, they're already starting at the losing end, yet they're still staying calm and cool because they know.
Spawning in with brain rot does seem like pretty good tech, actually. Yeah, it's like instead of trying to update like brain rot into me, I'm trying to update like an iPhone 2 with like brain rot software, and there's incompatibilities. But if you spawn with brain rot, it's like you're coming out as like an iPhone 20. And so like you're compatible with the brain rot. I'm pretty sure that's actually the way to do it, probably. Please don't take me as serious.
Please. That we made through to this
Please don't
moment,
take me as
not
serious,
thanks to
anyone.
us, but thanks to other people.
No one
So
take
let's
me
just
seriously.
Make sure it doesn't go to waste. And so far they haven't wasted that opportunity in the first map of this series. This time around, I still think that
Sometimes when I say shit so deadpan, I'm like, oh fuck. I feel like someone in
to
chat's will
decide if it's like, oh crap, we're running out of ideas, because they have been, again, pressuring the A side a lot more at the very beginning, and now only just starting to prod towards B. But
seriously though, chat, I am what brain rot creates. I'm like, I'm the first package of brain rot created by esports, probably. Fucking started gaming like nonstop when I was like 13, when my dad got relocated. Literally, I would play CS before high school and after high school and get no sleep. I was like molded by the internet. I was raised by the internet. I've been here for a long time.
But yeah, defensively, the
I think I'm the first.
He wasn't miss it. 7, I think, or 8 kills that he.
I'm the first. I guess I would have the first rotten brain would be the term, since it's fully rotten, right? By this point,
you're on a bit of a limited buy here, so you go down 7-2. That's not the end
honestly,
of the world,
it's not so bad on the other side. It's the middle part that sucks. You guys should come to my side where it's fully rotten.
M80 will have to deal with, because once again, we're getting aggressive.
Get
this time it's down
solved.
Middle.
Get
and
solved.
Ismo will find one through 2.
Y'all need another tech, I think.
Leaving the Viper's pit.
Take another tech pause, please.
To deal with the rest of the hit coming over towards A.
I was just about to say, how did Luis sneak through all of that? But now the pit comes out aggressively on the defensive side for M80. They're wrapping from behind, but there's still players there from M80, so that's going to stop any type of surprises or shenanigans coming out until this happens, though.
Silence, little parkour on top of 410. Able to put together an elimination. The Killjoy will be able to detain, though, off of the lockdown. No follow-up going to be here for M80, but I think most importantly, they hold the site, and of course, with that, now they hold advantage.
It is a sketchy scenario, chat. And the reason why it's a sketchy scenario is because this Omen will have to hold flank. But I'm glad he's being very proactive with it. This Viper has to stay in the pit. The Spike's on the outside of the pit. And someone has to hold the other side of the pit. So it's like a very odd scenario they're stuck in right now, where someone could get killed in the side.
They've expended 2 ults
Big
on the
kill.
defensive side to try to win this round.
That makes this way.
What the fuck are we
doing? Okay.
Till Zap, yeah, okay. Not this
Zap's
time.
still alive. Hold on a second.
Not this time.
Not this time. But you're right. I mean, again, it's, you know, in terms of the weaponry, the economy is not going to be hampered too much. Just simply due to the fact that, again, everyone was over about 3-4K. But like you mentioned, the ultimates that are spent definitely open the door a touch.
Wait,
in
attack
terms of 2G
pause?
coming back in
Out
this
of
next
that
buy
tech?
round, and they will talk about it.
I think during the text, by the way, the coach can't talk to the players. So honestly, he might have heard some shit in the tech where he was like, they're kind of cooking, but honestly, I need to take a attack to like get everything in line. This is a good spot for them to take attack. I'm curious what they're going to change, though. Like, the one-ways seem to be fucking them up a little bit at B. I think they're going to probably try to go towards B, and he's going to cook up some anti-push protocol for the M80 push. That's where I think this is going right now. I think they're taking it back to B. But I'm trying to pull it up right now. Something that M80 has done a lot is this like mid-round push where this blind will like cut through and they'll like early one-way this shit. They have the Gecko like I think playing right here with a blind or some shit. It is a very powerful push. And then they have someone hiding in this corner as well. Let's see if they have some like counter push protocol into B. This is some kind of trap play that M80 is doing.
But what does M80 have in store for us over towards B?
It's a bait setup.
A double stack up
bait
inside the
setup.
cubby. Dark cover to block part of this angle. The only question will be, does 2G even bother with this play through green? And they're going to use an owl drone instead. So these players at cubby will have to get rid of their presence, at least for now.
Yeah, and it gets shot quite early too, where the Aldro didn't give a chance to look into the cubby. So right now for M80, they reinsert Kuala in that spot. But with the knife that only spotted BCJ in the very beginning, that is the call now for 2G to maybe think that M80 are playing a little bit more anchored up towards the B side.
Yeah. There's also the ability here, if M80 do give up on this presence through green, yeah, they can use it from the shadows, and they see it. Whoa. That's an important setup in terms of knowing that the hit is on the way. Lockdown will be spent first. 2G will use this to plant. Viper's Pit, you would assume, would come afterwards.
I like the smoke coming in late.
Some
the flood will come in real fast.
Nano Swarm doing a
little bit
of chip damage.
Little Omen blind cutting across the site from screens. There it is. What the fuck, bro? God damn it, man.
Chef's kiss. Koala trying to work his way on the backside of the pit. Him and Koala do.
That's a good play, though.
Flashes.
Like, low-key, that's a really good play.
Available. Pardon me? Does he get a more? He's
oh,
looking for it.
Shit. 2-on-2.
Doable. Luis, back of the side, not going to get seen, and 2G will take the round.
Dude, Zap just, like, saves them, man. This guy never ints. He's always, like, doing his job, and he's having massive impact.
Those moments where M80 wanted to continue to dictate the pace, where they don't want to give a chance here for 2G to set up as soon as the spike gets planted. No utilities coming through. I feel like even for the defensive retake, they just wanted to drop inside the pit all the way back towards Dice and fight back against 2G.
Big round for M80.
That puts a wrench in the plans for
They can't let this end 7-5.
And that timeout,
it'll feel so bad.
Becomes a nice conversion.
Well, I guess they have money to buy next anyway, but
two of their ults for that one too, and now BCJ
just securing an 8-4 would be massive
side for M80.
It's a deeper knife thrown this time for 2G.
Here they come by.
They do scout out
their
2
B
players.
hit.
Most importantly, with the operator in hand, 2G are stepping away from it. Whether they know he's got the op or not is outside of the picture. Defensive knife. That's going to reveal just about everything.
Kind of glad I didn't get up there.
So that's enough for Nismo to say, I need some help here, boys. And more importantly, not only is he going to get some
Omen
good
smoke
help,
right side
he's
yellow.
Get a little bit of a lurk through Net, who may be able to hear a cross rotation back to A.
It's a good position for Net. You can hear a lot from here.
For Net not to overextend though, because he dies. That's a full ace.
Bro, this guy, all the important kills. Fuck.
Look at the instant pivot now for 2G. All of M80 were focused here to just fight back towards the B main. You needed that player to just stay alive and just to watch the cross back towards A. Now, yes, despite them booking it towards the A side, there's still only one player, but it's still Nismo.
Yeah,
he's been on fire at this point before.
Really good from this knife to reveal 3. There's a moment of concern because of the delayed nature of this hit, that there may be a reroute back to B. Franklin's also very well placed. Nismo almost combines the damage out of the rifle.
Such good awareness when the knife scans 3.
Deal with the lurk of Zap in the first place. Nismo goes 1 for 1. BCJ has the thrash on the field. That's going to detain. On the hunt is Xander. Finds his third in the round.
Oh, God. 26 HP. We have an op, though. Oh, no.
He's going to be able to get this down.
Surely someone's coming HP. Please. Nice.
Doesn't make a difference. Koala Noob sees the spike down, spams him through the boxes.
Ball is 15 and 7 shot.
And that round was saved by Nismo from beginning to the end. The first knife going towards B main, it actually does hit Luis. It nullifies the wall. They can't pull it up. It allows Nismo and Koala Noob to set up a defensive line. Another smoke being thrown towards yellow. And then when Net dies, Nismo gets a second knife that detains 3 players, or not detains, but disables 3 players where they can't use util on
I don't know. I feel like I'm in like a
gives them
perpetual
chance
state of fear in
for
these
M80 to come
late
back and
rounds
fight.
right now after first
Especially
round.
when those 3 guys are hit by the knife, you're starting to feel like you have to activate towards middle. It gives a chance there for Xander to win his 1v1 at that spot. For Koala to close it in. M80 now in the lead by 5. And 2G, last round here of the half. These has 2 ults and rifles, a couple of rifles to work with, and they want to go quick towards this B main.
Aldro trying to scout things out.
It's a push.
Looking to possibly break the timing. 9th round, and they're going to reset. Silence simply gets 2. Updrafting away. Quality's in trouble. Oh, the aim is scattering on both sides, but Spike will save the day. Again, this is a bit of an eco here from 2G, and they're finding extreme value. Just down to Xander.
Spike planted.
It's a 1v4. He's got himself a very tricky spot, and he's stuck in a corner. There's just no way he gets a go at this.
He's going to have to. It's the last round. And I think 2G knows here that Xander, to what he's done to...
I'm pretty sure what I said was probably true. I think their counter to the push is to scale up very aggressively early with the jet up top. I think that kind of breaks the M80 push, how fast they are. They're almost like ahead of the util. They're so forward. Like, they're willing to aggress ahead of the retake when they do their B clear. They're super fast paced. No one really takes B like that.
Some patterns and trends at the end of the half towards their favor, and being able to salvage 4 is not the worst news in the world. I think it would be a little bit of miss in terms of if you said, hey, 8-4 on your offensive half, are you okay with that?
They just watched the VODs.
You know, maybe they would have liked more overall, especially considering how they played it the last time around. But considering how the half went, being able to still scrape together
that coach
4
probably
is important,
giga
and now
prepped.
we can kind of reset the energy going into the second half.
I don't know if Silence is able to get 2 openers of the
Go
Blade
to
Storm
order
was
at
getting
Panda
gooped
Express.
too.
I did like half and half, like chow mein and white rice actually. Orange chicken, Beijing beef. Yeah.
To be used pretty much on the openers, and that change.
But I haven't had
coming out from
Panda
2G,
Express in a long time.
I guess kind of surprised M80 here. And again, those tactical timeouts coming out on the defense, or
you're kind of making
was
me
on
want to
the
go
attack
to
side. Sorry for 2G, was just to try to salvage a couple of these rounds on the attack. They have nothing left outside of.
I said
this
like half chow mein, half white rice.
Seems to be fully taken advantage of now by FaithZor.
Yeah, absolutely the case. Well, looking at
I couldn't go
just
last
how
night.
this map has fared.
The
for
girls
both
had already
these
had dinner.
squads as we swapped the sides. Offensively, that was the favored side, really for both squads.
When's Brazilian barbecue? If this series ends early, it could be tonight. It just depends when the series ends. If not, tomorrow. I will post proof. I'm a man of my word. I'm just going to go in, take a picture, not pay, walk out.
The explosive start from Silence. So now you've got to try to find a way to receive all this.
I'm kidding. They're going to get to eat it.
So a lot of things kind of on the table.
I'm kidding.
Both teams have shown good success. So it all kicks off with this pistol, which have been 50-50 to this point. See if that stays the case.
I just love that M80 in his pistol still wants to brute force the B main. Knowing that last time around, again, we talked about the KO Pop Flash fighting against the util being utilized by M80.
I'll post proof tomorrow.
VCT throwing a dizzy.
Promise.
And this time they're just walking through.
Look at this nano sword.
I can't believe I bet that. I can't believe it happened.
Keep this angle for Luis.
So fucking ridiculous.
Nice, so it can't be activated.
So ridiculous.
Nets going to find the initial trade, and Ryan takes a ton of damage.
4 on 4.
Poison stream. So that'll be a spike plant. 4v4, and
Same no molly anymore. And net with Sheriff. They're going to take these long range fights. I kind of like this in the post. Although they're fighting triple ghost Sheriff.
Yeah, at least on
so
2G's end, they have util.
they're willing to take these fights.
Silence with the Sheriff. Shot darts, that's
All right,
going to
3 on 3.
Follow up though after the night fades.
Oh,
Now
we need
it's
that
down
one.
to
Fuck.
10 if you can hit your shots. M80 in the
God damn
trouble
it,
here.
dude.
But a flank from Koala. Newbie gets red, and Zap will put it out of the picture as a 4v4 post plant. And it will only be a 3-for-1 exchange at the end. Good stuff here from 2G.
It's all good.
The ballsiness from
It's all
M80 to
good.
just walk contact at the very beginning, and as soon as they're about to cross the line where maybe somebody could be watching towards the default, they throw the knife towards yellow, and that was perfect because it actually did hit the cage at the same time on the defensive side, which didn't give him a chance here to activate.
It's so insane how well Zap is playing right now. That's like terrifying. I'm not gonna lie, like this guy's playing really well.
But it becomes a beautiful retake.
This is the best series we've seen
coming out from M80 just because they were getting.
That's the scariest part. Like, if the other players
and it just caught off,
really settle in,
when your duels at that
I think M80 are kind of fucked if
it's
he's gonna play
2G
like
that White
this.
mentioned before. Plethora of agents they can play, and they have great firepower under their belt.
Snakebite just gonna get ran through. Lots of decay. Wingman denied from finding a plant though. So now M80 are a bit stuck right off the backside of 410. And Luis is just so
Who uses this orb?
aggressive.
Ew, who uses that orb? Tell me, who uses that orb?
Absolute domination. He's not done yet. Oh, maybe he is. Nisbo puts him out of commission plus an
Put him
extra.
down.
So decent here in terms of being able to limit the strength of the bonus coming up next.
No
But
one is the answer.
this
No
feels
one
like it's
uses
gonna
that
be well
orb.
without reach, and 2G will bring this to
What
within
is it?
2.
We'll take that, right? Just
Bro, this
licking
guy's
your wounds,
cooking.
12 HP remaining, get 2 kills. Just trying to move it through for a plant, but that's how it's nice.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen a Viper throw that orb.
Right by the
Like,
orb, Snakebite at the
that's
bottom.
so like.
M80 was trying to
I probably saw that
all
in
of them
like
were being
fucking
decayed and
beta,
vulnerable
like
at the same time.
2020.
They had almost no HP
I don't even
to work with.
remember. That seems
And
like
that
some
just
shit
makes
that
it
like
much more difficult.
a team
They're
did in
waiting for
2020.
The decay and the vulnerability to come back and just staring at the walls, trying to find the timing to say, hey, let's try to hit this at a certain time.
And the way he
But
used
Luis
it was
finds his own
like
timing from
using
there.
2024
Doesn't allow
knowledge
M80 to go that
for the
setup
mid-round
beforehand.
push.
So this is a great
Fuck.
pistol anti-ego conversion for 2G.
It's like he took a 2020 setup and inserted 2024 knowledge.
I'm pretty sure there was at least a Guardian going into that one.
There was, yeah.
Where I would give it to Silence so he could watch it here at the
That worked
at the
really
long
well.
range.
Yeah, they had a Guardian and a Bulldog, and that's what they'll
Dude,
bring
prize
forward.
is
There's a
2 and
Spectre in the
11.
mix, but that will not be collected instead. It's
Oh, wait,
gonna
that was the guy we
Silence on the
007'd.
Marshall. Okay.
Good enough.
Full rifles plus Guardian on the other
Oh
side.
shit.
I love
Normally
this.
they throw
Luis
Dizzy
gets
here
revealed.
and they
That knife
jump
doesn't
out.
necessarily mean he's playing forward. They know, of course, that there's going to be some sort of a stack, and that might be enough for M80 to say, let's not get crossed up by something strange. Defensive
Okay.
knife clears. That should be enough
That
for
knife
2G to commit,
makes them
saying,
run
either
up.
we push forward or we get out of here. One of the two.
Because now they know they got to beat the rotate. Banger, and then one more banger over Gen. 3, 2.
Oh,
Okay,
wins
I'm
the
not
opener. Dizzy keeps the angle free and clear for Net to take the dub. Little bro able to get the plant off, no worries. And the post plant setup will be largely right on top of the site. 1v1 here on the backside of the play could be critical if 2G were to open up another angle of approach, but Net is watching it, and Net for a second wouldn't have a chance to lose it. This is the first 2 shots, connects on the third, and then Koala Dismo from the front have no worries securing a black light.
That made me feel real good. A flawless bonus like that feels great. I think they saved for the jet off though. I'm pretty sure. I love you more. The fuck. I'm pretty sure they saved for the jet off. A bunch of people had like sheriffs and stuff.
Second round.
Let's see.
Back into the gun round that was invested here by M80, which is great because we talked about value that 2G were going to bring here with a Guardian, a Marshall, and a Bulldog. Yet going into how they executed towards the site, there was no opportunities here for 2G to really stop that flood to happen because most of that plan was trying to deny B main. And that one knife, as you mentioned, didn't really give you Luis's position of where he was positioned.
No pun
but it
intended.
gave numbers and
Having a
realized that there were
quiet
3 players
game.
there. They didn't
Maybe
want
it
any of
was
that smoke
intended.
there for M80.
Oh, this is the first look at silence on the operator. It was a key tool for 2G to use on their defensive side last they played M80 on this map. He's looking to get aggressive.
I love the layers of this default.
He says,
they have so many different looks. They have the wingman look that we just saw with the knife. They have the Dizzy look up close. They have a KO flash look as well.
Silence backs up with Dismo. Whoa! I mean, whoa! Blows him out of the water. Should be a free plant. And 2G need to decide how they want to try to approach this.
That was a rare, especially when he's an all command. He pulses when he's going to be coming, yet still gets that win against Silence. That's a huge kill to start.
And here we go. Now the retake on the way.
I love that.
From kitchen side through mid.
No command going first for the res.
Sentry turret over towards mid. That's going to keep Net a bit more interested. Flash out of the dark cover. Going to get pushed off. And 2G, if they don't commit here or find a pick, they may have to back off.
Damn, Xander.
And, well, there's not going to be a choice. Now it's just down to Zap, who will prefer to at least try to find a way to save this Vandal, but there is possible threat. Net on the corner. Timing doesn't work out for the peak, and Zap will get out of there.
For now, he's still heading towards the ramp, and Net just went for the peak, and yeah, it seems that it might be a moment there that Zap will be able to save his weapon after all, but
This
that
is
opener
a
was
very,
everything to kick things off there.
very
courtesy of
rare
Dismo. Once again, activated
quiet
very
jet
early
game for
into
Silence.
an all command on the
Like,
attack side. And again,
this guy has
reiterating how
been
much value he's
fucking
gone on the attack
destroying
side
this
for
tournament
Dismo
when he
as
picks
is
Jet.
KO.
I'm telling you, like,
Usually you want to give
if
it
he
to
comes to
Koala
light,
and
this
being
is the
one that's
stats
gonna
for the
open things up,
tournament.
but he's
Like,
playing an
this
open,
guy
so a lot of
is
that
for real.
responsibility is going to have to be on Nismo
He
pushing
is
forward
goated.
here with the team. And
So,
also leveraging
let me
this
see, last 30
composition maybe as
days,
to
his
why
Jet,
you're playing this
287
Because you
ACS.
have the wingman that's going to be
Like,
moving
this guy
into
is
to go for the
legit
plant.
as
A lot of
fuck.
the focus is going to go down to that.
He can
So
come to
he's
life
gonna be
at
the tip of
any
the spear,
second.
opening things up and creating that space so
here
that
we go,
M80 could
Vance.
fight.
Aggressive setup coming over for the defense. It's just on pistol upgrades. And the kick through the Raptors works out. Ooh, almost a chance for a trade, but Spike is able to stay alive, if only just barely. Luis holding one corner, the hero rifle in Zap's hands. Still watching for a cross down through the ropes, and he does see Koala but cannot connect for a secondary elimination.
mic is loud
so
right
M80
now?
will back off and try to restructure this 4v5.
One of those moments where the one-way smoke being thrown in the attack kind of bites them for M80 because that was just to prevent a push coming out from
said always
the
so
short
loud.
side, or because they know that 2G's on the lower buy. Yet You saw Spike move in confidently towards jail, gets that opener, and gives a chance here for 2G with the numbers advantage.
Recon dart out for the defense. Sandra goes high.
Nice Dizzy.
Oh, the Dizzy gets missed. Luis is stuck in the corner. Zap does well. Spike, we know what he can do with his pistol in hand. He's able to turn this into another at low HP.
Damn, I didn't think Net turned that.
Can't do anything more. Just down to Prize and Silence on their way over with just Sheriffs. 2v2.
Wait.
A lot of low health pulls though. Net in particular, just about a shot away. The drop down doesn't work out. Silence. What's the call? 2 smokes. Updraft at the ready. Tries to go into the corner. Net immediately below him.
I like this scenario.
Silence doesn't know if there's been some sort of a backup, so he'll re-clear the backside of the site. That gives away his position. The re-wrap. Trying to see if he can catch a corner. The stack up for M80. Works out at M80.
Well played by M80. Well played.
Beautiful round there by Net to kick things off too and save that round for M80 because Spike was looking dangerous with that Sheriff just around the 410.
They played that really well because initially, before he ever jumped out, they were in a scenario where if he jumped out and killed one of them, the other one could have swung and got the kill. But that changed. And when that changed, they grouped and they pushed together. Like immediately. There was an immediate calm to like group up at that moment. And whoever made that calm, that was very important.
Playing as his Jet could really win.
It tells me they're like really locked in right now.
He went for a different type of path.
Yesterday they didn't have that on maps like 1 and 2.
This is quick now on the defensive side.
Yeah. Doom tried for something cheeky to get.
Yeah, that was so missing yesterday, by the way.
Gets read perfectly. Silence holding the other angle, making sure there's no follow-up. Aldrun will clear the space, at least most of it. Doesn't fully get in to check the last 2 players for M80 that are holding. And instead, Net is going to go on a bit of a hero mission. Got to play an island towards
not
B.
right now.
Shot misses.
Damn.
Net opened the door. And, okay, is there maybe an opportunity for Net to take another 1v1 here? Knife is out. Prize in the corner.
All right, nose killjoy's close.
Reveals that Net's here, and a couple of shots will push him back off the angle.
2 and 14. I'm low-key kind of rooting for Prize to get a kill
that moment because he was running with his knife
and then
but it was
live, but M80 wins the round,
and also forced utility come out for the KJ. He tried to go for a hero play, didn't work
That
out,
is insane.
and
that is great protection by Nismo.
And that's the call to don't pull out your pit yet. We have a Thrash on top of that. Don't deny visibility. But again, just to get back to what Net was doing, he forced out that utility off the jump peak. Pricey didn't have anything left, rather, to hold that push. And then a null command just forced the hand of 2G to play a little bit more passively.
Yep.
And for even Pricey to swing out because he was going to get detained no matter what if he was going to stay within that range. So he tried to go for the hero play to drop that spike and give a chance here for Zap and
Silence
to win.
Too. I mean, Zap had the ability to possibly counter with the 100 Fury, but
Silence hasn't hit a shot in the set.
Down before that lockdown becomes an effect.
He's not getting great shots though. That's the thing. Like M80 really aren't giving him many good shots.
Yep, that'll be it. Silence will hold on to the operator, but do or die time now.
But throughout the tournament, he's caught really good timings. He's been really fluid. His game sense with like when to push and how to push, being at the right site, has pretty much always been on
You have to
point.
think on the fly pretty much too as the ITL.
This is one of the few games where that's been missing.
Were already used in the first half just to try to get your 4 rounds in the first half. So now you're looking at from the UI, you're like, oh crap, they do have 2 more ults to work with. What do we have on our side? Thankfully, we still have that Hunter's Fury that from that previous round from Zap. Activating is also Spike and Luis. They start things off with
the standard pit on B, alarm bot left side holding it, because you could always lurk up on the Viper. So the alarm bot makes it so that way no one can lurk the wall.
Converge a little bit more into a defensive hold towards middle between Pricey and Zap.
Yeah. Well, maybe they want to just walk in and challenge this
What's he doing, bro? What is he doing?
Luis backs out, gets the integrity back to full, and M80 are still maybe considering. We'll spam over towards the backside of yellow, seeing if maybe that would connect, but doesn't work out. And now with 60 seconds on the clock, M80 are going to take the reference to A.
Stop.
Yeah, I think it's a good call here for M80 because if we tried to go for a Thrash, there's still that Hunter's Fury that could cancel it. So let's go for a pop towards the A side. Net's been inserted towards pipes.
He doesn't reveal anything. Silence will have to play a hidden hope type situation, but instead backs away. Knives are exchanged. The offensive one will connect more than the defensive one will.
Yeah, on these lurks, bro.
Still holds this corner.
Oh my God, he is
say,
cooking.
come back my direction. But if he gets caught, if Prize sees this,
That might be the end of the round. Omen's also going to
Oh,
teleport deep.
prize.
Flash on
We
out.
got a
Prize
prize
is
for you, all
completely
right, bud.
isolated.
We got a prize for
Now,
you.
all of a sudden means that Luis is a bit isolated. Offensively,
Oh, fuck,
VCT
that not
going to
hit
get
him.
the plant off. Hunter's Fury trying to come through. It's chaos. Everything's being spent here. What could possibly be the last
Holy shit,
round
nice
of this
shot.
map.
4-on-4, KO down. Could be res.
No
way, bro. No way, this guy again.
Down with the shock dart.
4-on-2.
Has to be held.
Fucking
Just
joke.
barely beats the time. Luis trying to find some spam.
So
Connects.
where?
Now it's just down to Xander, who doubles up with the shorty. Finds himself a 1v2. Inside of his Viper.
He has a
with the Vandal.
molly still, bro.
One snake bite
With the
remaining.
spike down.
There it goes.
Oh my.
Zap,
Oh, it missed.
Buy it. Maybe not fully.
No.
Shorty's back again.
No.
Zap still holding. And Xander, does he check it in time? No, he doesn't. We got more Icebox.
Just missed as well so that we could actually stick onto that spike for Zap. But my God, did that get chaotic. So much of that util
So
heavily
close.
pushed and used towards
Bro, if that
M80's, like,
molly
just trying to take
hit,
down
he
that
wins
jet,
that.
Just to try to take down Silence.
God,
And
he
that
had
could have been a paranoia
he had
from
such a good
Gold, and
idea.
That could have been super important for that refight back towards Orange. It turned out, yes, they still got the kill off the Silence, but it still activated that null command on the defensive side that then became
Yo,
a
that
sniper
clove has been cosplayed every day, huh? That's kind of deady. I'm not gonna lie. That's true dedication.
somehow win that 2 versus 1 versus Xander, who once again could have had a historic moment to clutch another 4 versus 1. But unfortunately, one snake bite that
Maybe Val.
fell
Thank
a
you for the
little
primary.
bit too short, forced his
Shmom.
hand out, lost
Thank
that
you for the
fight to
primary
Luis,
too. Appreciate
and
it.
now we have 2G back somehow
Eco
in
Star,
this
thanks
game.
for the 4
And with
months.
this tactical pause called by M80, that's another
Ascended
opportunity
Potato,
as
thanks
well
for the
for
primary.
the coaching staff of 2G.
I think you're amongst
talk
a few
back
other
and how they can
potatoes,
bring back this
actually.
game on Icebox.
I think most importantly, it's not just the
Alex,
window
thanks for the
back
primary.
into
Dino,
another
thanks for the
possible
primary.
round, but maybe into
Cryo, thanks
possible
for the primary.
overtime
Appreciate
with
you
a
guys.
couple of massive
Yes, he-
ultimates now off the
Yeah, I
table for
did. I
M80.
did see
So,
Qual's tweet, yeah.
the timeout feels a little
I'll
bit
pull it up.
warranted
I'll pull it
for
up.
M80 talking about, okay,
One
how do
sec.
we get this done the old-fashioned way? No extra presence in a lot of these key alts. The lockdown was spent just a couple of rounds ago. The Viper's Pit down and out. Hey, you've got nothing besides the Thrash. So that's what's going to be considered. 2G, not fully
idea why
healthy on
Koala
this
isn't.
purchase. A couple of light armors. Operator still purchased.
Oh, this is
Wall
the double
Duke
TP
just
play I was talking about way
teleporting all
earlier.
over the map. And Prize will
They know, though. They
respect
know,
this. A
though.
couple of pings, you see them on
The
the,
pings are
map.
down.
mean
Yeah,
that
he
the
knows.
defense are aware that this
He
could
definitely
possibly be a
knows.
play. Luis catches one piece of
Holy
time in the
fuck.
1v1, though. Doesn't
Mosh
go
got
his
a
way.
kill.
Good damage from BCJ.
Not even the
Mosh
exploding
pit
part of
turns it in
Mosh.
favor of
Omega
M80 for
wall.
the first.
And Prize, he's now pinched, so he has to give up the site. He has no choice. Just all of that TP coming out from Quality, who just thinned out the defensive side where they could focus a 3 versus 1 against Luis.
Yeah.
A great execution to start. Now let's see if M80 could hold the pulse point once again.
And you have to hit this from multiple points if you're 2G, due to the fact
Rare
that the Thrash has been
instance
recollected.
of the Pokemon Mosh
Silence,
doing
also
anything.
with an operator, not going to feel good trying to retake with this, so he'll track his top 2.
No one's home.
Just
They're
make
all
sure no
playing
one's
long.
still
Love
lingering
to
inside
see
the
it.
site, but M80 are happy to play this through yellow
Thrash
and
still
green.
on BCJ.
Offensive
Also
wall
love to
goes
see
back
it.
up. Flash comes through.
Love to see
They
that
got guard
blind.
behind it. Sander is in the back line, but only gets
We
one.
love it.
Claude who follows up
2-on-4.
4v2 situation. Silence still on the operator. BCJ throws the Thrash back out again. It's Dismo putting it over the finish line. A 13-7 response, a significant one as M80 tie up our series at 1.
Not given a chance here for 2G to come back from a tactical pause to reassess how they could play the defensive side. It was basically pedal to the metal for M80 on executing on another B-side split, and now they tied up the game
Dude, we are
in
so
this
bad.
series 1-1. They've activated and woken up very early in this series as well for M80, and now we're into a treat. A possibility now with how these maps are going in favors of those that pick their maps.
Yes.
We're looking at Sunset 1 here by 2G, Icebox 1 by M80. There is a possibility to see bind
Fuck,
that's
bro.
never been played before here by M80 this year.
That
That's
would
it.
be
That's the
feisty
one.
to say the least. The Desk talked about it. Coming out of the upper bracket, you get the benefit of the veto process. But the response from M80
Holy.
is significant, and now we reset this into a flat-out best
Wow.
of 3 with a really interesting map coming
A
up. We'll tease you, like,
317?
marinate on that, set things to break, and come back with the Desk right after this.
Bruh. The 317. You just know, on God, by the end of that game, What? Where is M80 going? Oh, we're definitely going B. We are definitely going B.
Who's it gonna be?
Who's it gonna be?
Who's it gonna be?
Okay, what?
Who's it
M80.
gonna be?
Xander calling the strats. Prize.
Oh yeah, it is my bitch.
Remember, the ball must travel 10 yards.
Xander calling strats.
It's loose. Mud Dogs football.
Fucking, we take what we can get, though. I'm not gonna lie. I'm down. I'm down. I'm not above this. I am not above this. But seriously, though, wow. They were really abusing Prize at the end. I felt like he was scared to take the fights. I mean, we saw in that last round, like, he didn't even want to take the fights in that last round. 36 damage a round. That's a super off performance. Like, I don't normally draw attention to, like, bad performances like this. But that is a particularly bad performance. Like, wow. I am shocked. Yeah, I would doubt he has many of those. That shit was gross. But now we go to Abyss. And even though Silence played pretty poorly here, let me see when actually... Did they play a lot of Icebox this tournament? Let me check. Ooh, they actually previously beat them. Oh, fuck. I forgot about that. Okay, that was so big then. Fucking hell, that was big. Wow. Okay, that's a huge dub for M80 right there, chat, early on in this series. Because now they get to breathe till the end of the series. Like, they get to... Oh, fucking hell, Bind is in it. We got to win the next two. We got to win the next two. Oh, my God, my palms just got insta-sweaty. Holy fuck. I didn't realize Bind was map 5. Oh, God. This needs to be 1 and 4. This can't go Bind. Bind is M80's perma. Dude. This cannot go Bind. They are cooked if this goes Bind. What is 2 game? Why did 2 game let that go to map 5? Dude, whatever 2 game does is going to be better than whatever. I mean, look at this. They had amazing halves here. Like 9-3, 10-2, 8-4, 8-4, 12-0. Like, these guys can play Bind. They're winning every single attack half. They can play the map. Fuck. Meanwhile, M80 chat, in case you're wondering, they played Bind once ever as an org, and it was last year. Oh my God, it was in the grand finals when they had to play it, huh? Oh my God. Why are these guys allergic to Bind? It's literally the same scenario all over again. Why is it happening again? There's no way. Fuck, dude. Okay, what I was gonna say before I went on this rant is I'm pretty sure in all of these games on this map, this guy has just been tearing up. Like, Silence has been having really good games on this map. So, yeah, dude, holy shit. That's a pretty good one. Dear God. Okay, that one's also quite fucking good, wouldn't you say, chat? Holy shit, dude. Oh my God, dude. Help me. We're fucking cooked, dude. Holy shit. Did you guys just see what we just went, what I just fucking looked through? I didn't even know what was going to happen. I didn't even know what I was about to see. Look at him on all of these scoreboards. Here. Here. Fucking here. And dude, this guy owns this map. Holy shit. I hope M80 looked into this.
Even after that, feels like a 50-50. So for me, this was a must-win. This is the one where I favor them. And if that was stolen away from them, yeah, I think the series might have been over.
Yeah, I mean, M80 paved the way on defense first off. Just very solid strats on the B side. They had the double controller and they played off of it. Mainly when 2G was trying to cross Xander's
Gunter did the
Viper
prep?
wall.
Bro, Gunter did the prep, chat. Gunter at fucking 3 a.m. last night, looking at all the Abyss VODs, fucking writing the notes for the morning for Happy to look at. What a real one. What a fucking real one. Probably literally what happened. Probably literally 4 a.m. This dude's grinding the VODs because he's just, you know, he just has to get the info to Happy. It's probably his job.
Rolling on the B
Please
side.
save us now, Gunter. Please.
These number deficits
This is the Gunter game.
Up and not synchronizing all the way. And
it's about hard
maybe
anti.
that was 2G trying to create
Hard
that
anti
chaos
on one
that they're
player.
known for to break up that M80 team play, but it didn't work out.
I just want to say the fact that Zap on his 7-13 loss is getting that amount of kills. I mean, Zap was someone we highlighted a lot going into this overall series about needing to have that hype for the team, being able to kind of carry them on through and stepping up.
Yeah, that's what I mean. There's enough footage to anti him. That's what I mean.
Someone to keep an eye out on for the
And
next
with that kind
series,
of,
someone who brought the hype in.
like with that kind of consistency across all their games, it's like, yeah, we might not beat them if we do this. But let's see what happens if we take out the piece that's by far the most impactful, by far the most consistent, and they have enough footage to do that. So yeah, yeah, very well could do it.
Definitely, I had never seen a team so mentally
the tech pause was in the highlights
as I did with M80 yesterday at the end of their second map. I called it out in the cast a bunch of times because BCJ was yelling at his teammates to yell and get excited for
that
winning
so
a
happy
clutch.
and,
They
like,
were just so down
right
in
there.
the dumps, but that's not the case here today. Map 2, they're in it mentally, and Net played really well.
Just kidding.
He had a couple of
he looks
those
like
rounds
the
on
photographer's
attack
like
half,
smile and
crucial
looks
kills that allowed M80 to close out the game. So, you know, credit to him on kind of two fronts for what he was doing for the team on that map.
And especially the role of the Sentinels, the KJs, especially on Icebox, to create that kind of alternate angle of pressure and that kind of mental game through the mid side. And if that was open for Net, that's how he would find those key kills. So big shout out to Net. And ever since he got brought onto this roster, continues to bring that stability.
I mean, yeah, Net, we talked so much about this redemption story for M80. For Net, there is a different redemption story. Having ascended last year, trying to hit back to that same glory this time around with the squad. 1-1 in the series, and now we're going to be going to Abyss for the next
We've
map.
had some stompy map ones, right? Both. I mean, you would expect this in best of fives because teams like front load the best of five with, like, you know, they're looking across the entire map pool and seeing where they have the biggest edge. So that would be the first two maps. Now we're going to kind of like settle down in map 3 and 4. Map 5 though, dude. A permaban is rough. I don't know why 2G didn't exploit the permaban. I think that really surprised M80. If I had to guess, M80 probably put quite a bit of work last night into their bind, but even that amount of work is like meaningless. It is very hard to beat a team that actually plays a map when you don't play it.
Yeah, they were amazing. But also, you could say, well, they had the momentum on their side. They had so much confidence against an All Knights that had firmly lost all of their momentum in that series. Koala Noob having a life game. So, look, I don't know what to really think about M80's Abyss, other than they had one showing. It was excellent. Is that the level they're always going to be on? Is that just a flash in the pan? We literally don't know. We've only seen them play it once. We do know that 2Game are really good on Abyss, and we do know that every time they play it, Silence is just showing out on Gen. So that's my expectation from them. M80 are really the variable here.
Yeah, and also
you're
that
worried about
2G
Haven?
are
they running the Neon comp? I can't even remember what 2G was running on Haven. What are they running there? I kind of looked past Haven because I mean, M80 is very fucking good on Haven, dude. Oh, yeah, they slapped M80 on Haven last time, huh? Right here. No? No, that wasn't them. Who the fuck beat them on Haven? Oh, wait. They perma-banned. Bro. Holy shit. But they're going to probably be running a Neon comp. Why would they have Haven in if they're not super confident on it, though? They're very confident on it to leave it in a best of 5 where they have 2 bans. But why? That's insane. What are they cooking? Why on earth would they do that with 2 bans? What the fuck are these guys doing? Oh, yeah, it's because they're going to run a Neon comp and they think they're playing the Killjoy. Pray for Net to play Cypher. That's all we need. We just need trips. These guys think that they can just Neon run by every Killjoy setup, just like how the other team did. I guarantee you. That's the only reason why they would do this. They're like, oh my god, our comp is going to shit on them. We're going to run the same comp. They can't stop it.
Comp is very strong on this map, and for
all they got to
M80,
do is just
I'm looking
Net
at them to be shutting down
to
Silence
Cypher on
again.
Haven,
That's going to
and
be
they'll
key.
win.
Silence entries are
Can we get
really
Preds?
good on
Absolutely
this map. One
not.
of the better jets that I've seen at finding entries.
Oh wait,
on
it's
this
up.
map,
It's up already.
period. So that's going to be important. And I was also, I will say, impressed yesterday that M80 were making a lot of mid-game adjustments against All Knights on defense that were really working out. They were picking the right spots to anchor and the other right spots to play for retake. But can they do it again? That is the question, and I really don't know.
We'll have to see. And an Abyss that's still pretty new versus a 2 game that has this on lock. This is going to be for advantage in the series. Time to head to Abyss and back over to your casters.
Flex maps always provide drama, especially in a best of 5 series. So I expect with this map being a little less rehearsed overall in terms of official competitive play for M80, and maybe not the most convincing map that 2 game have in their pool, should provide for a very interesting matchup as we head down to the deep depths of Abyss with 2G.
Oh, are they doing the push that the team did against them yesterday? They're going to steal the pistol, I think.
Maybe they don't look
no?
the best in terms of record as a team.
The pop flash through, the jet pushing.
White mentioned, it's Silence on this jet.
Is that what they're doing?
Top notch, and all of those wins or losses always dropping over 20 every single one of these games, and also most of them happening on the defensive side too. He popped off on the attack against All Knights the last time they played against each other.
I'm a huge fan, by the way, of yoinking pistols and stuff like that late in tournaments.
Attack with a hit towards this A site, where M80 were looking for mid control in the very beginning, and this will be a bloodbath in the post play.
That does well, just kind of hides up on top of the rafters. Fragment will dissuade that. He gets down to 23 HP, but the tag of the spy cam being covered for a moment is good. Post plant set up now. Here comes the redraft from M80.
Well played round so far by Net. Good smoke on Spike.
Makes this position good for 1.
All right, they're going to bunce at us.
Paranoia in hand. Drops that as soon as the flash comes through. Immediately on the hop with VCJ. 2G now trying to play back forward, trying to spam it out. They will. Price is able to find 3 in the round. Louise will find the final, and they only lose Silence where 2G take the pistol.
That was kind of immediate there when they played the post plant on the outside for 2G. And you mentioned Net somehow was still able to get a kill because that fragment missed when they threw it towards the heaven. And when the smoke dissipates, they probably think that the site's open because, or at least that spot's open because of that fragment. And Net scores a free kill. On top of that, had information from the camera.
I don't really speak Portuguese, but I know for a fact what they're all saying is, I didn't see my guy either. I'm just shooting the smoke. Yeah, me either. We're insane, dude.
And on the outside, just
pretty
play
sure
the
it was
span
something
like
like
it's a
that.
B-side sunset, and you win the round.
Wow. I can't believe he adjusted.
Quick contest.
It looked like he got caught off guard. Holy
Put
shit,
together a little
dude.
bit of a classic firing range over towards A, and Net will explore the bottom of the map. So clean start here for 2G. They're going to have a very significant bonus as well. I mean, look at the weapons on hand here. You've got Vandals, Guardians, Bulldogs. This is going to be hefty, to say the least.
That is so bad from Net, man. He's disrespecting the game. For him to not even try to get a for a kill and just drop to his death. Yeah. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
I'm not kidding.
With the memes,
Unacceptable.
but I think it was just a nice little surprise that M80 was trying to do, just to flood through the owl drone that tries to clear it very early, and you're hoping to break crosshair placement. You were jumping across, but they had 4 players waiting for them right there for 2G, just ADSing, getting all these kills. A quick round that ended up there, in 2G going for mid control. But there's only Xander winning behind, and with that smoke and no trips, watching the jump up or the walk up aggressively from the defensive side of Net, using both of them towards the A side, which could be a good call though, because we have a mid to A split.
Yeah, Paranoia also comes through the nick in time.
Oh,
no. A chance to hold this ground towards
Fuck, dude. BCI
goes
kind of
1
caught.
for 1, that's not bad. Front side of the site though has been opened up. Cyber Cage will
Fuck.
Net, and a
Big
good
kill, big kill,
spot
big
to
kill.
deal with the play up high, and even gets
Oh my god, insane, dude. Net has had some killer rounds. Holy shit, dude. That first kill was hard.
Oh my god, that was a nice hole towards the end there from Net in the back of the site. And man,
That guy up top tossed him a nice jiggle.
That split towards Andy. Thought that they had full max.
But Net realized it was just prize, and this is a huge Cypher diff.
Evans too. It also doesn't allow any flashes to come out or any dashes to come out from a pop flash from the top of the smokes. So it really didn't give a chance for 2G to have the cleanest takes and aggression to fight all around the A site. And 2G, or M80 rather,
Guys literally had like an insane round, like literally the round
with their
before.
gun round.
He's already, yeah, he's 3-1 right now.
High.
That was his first
heavy
stack.
stack for Net's utility, front side at A, helping this spy cam, which he often plays, just as kind of a response to when they see smokes or anything else from the offense coming through.
Let's see when this lurk gets activated.
We'll see one on the cross.
Key thing here. Does this ping?
Also in.
Nice. Oh my god. Why don't you hold that for me real quick? Silence. No. Sup, bitch?
No chance. You have to try to contest this top position as much as you possibly can at tower. And as he drops, it is just going to be down to Pricey and Spike, who also have to fight that high ground battle. Not comfortable at all. Pricey has dropped the neural theft, so he does know that there's some sort of a stack behind the site, but the spy cam is still active. That will tag him, and Pricey will have to try to fight this 1v3 the hard way.
Yeah, and Spike out in the open too, and he has to jump up on top of the boxes trying to pick it up. At this point, you're going to have to count your losses and just save with 35 seconds left. I mean, you don't have too much economy to work with in the next round. You lose this run here, you're at 2,400 at least. So it'll give a chance for a lot of these players to buy into a half-life price. He could save this weapon, but he doesn't. So M80 now ties up the game. And that was also.
Thank God he didn't.
What's up, bitch? I like to think there was at least a pop flash from the recon dart that BCJ kind of threw there on the top of heaven. Something that G2 did very.
Like Ash on this, dude. The 5-star Astra? Hell yeah. Even the 4-star Astra I fucked with. Like the wall is insane. The global abilities incredible, right? I also think Omen is really, really good. I also think Harbor is really. I think like a lot of the controllers have immense value on this map. There's some like that are weak, right? Like Clove, Brim.
2G onto a half buy.
But you could probably even see a world where they use a second control. What a kill. Oh my god, that was crazy by VCJ.
Thanks to another tag coming out.
Holy shit.
That will go down successfully. Defense rotating over, neural theft at the ready from M80. They've already spent it. Owl drone to follow. Any taggers? Maybe gets one. Doesn't seem to. It's a weird dash out for Kovalin. He just kind of dashes beyond the smoke, and 2G line up the shots. Now it's down to a 2v3 situation. Weapon recovery hasn't fully happened though for 2G, so they're still fighting off Stinger, Guardian, and a Sheriff. But Prize, whoa, lots of damage, and rings the bell of Xander, who still wins the fight. Tries to get the defuse out. Knows he's got at least one player for 2G deep. Xander spams out one angle just down to Zap, and Xander will find that with the classic. It's just all battles through smoke, and M80 find the edge going up 3-2.
Oh my god.
So low in HP as well. After the end, the spams almost came through, and somehow Xander can see through smoke.
No
in just
way.
Those last 2 kills. And yeah, I had a question mark at the same time. Just as
Look
far
at
as
the
using
shot
your ship.
and the
When you
cut
tried to
finish.
play the retake from M80, that dash that came across, and I looked back at the
We
UI.
are the
Nismo
bun
still had
setters.
2
We are
flashes
bun setting
available,
from the
so they were
other
missing a
side.
little bit of communication into trying to get the best value of the dash and trying to
Dude.
fight back. But they
How the fuck did Xander just do that? I don't even understand.
not allowing 2G to win a thrifty and take the
He
lead
fucking
now in this
classic
third
that
map.
guy in the
They have an
head.
operator in hand for Kuala who, like the Des
What
mentioned,
the hell?
went crazy. Had a career map when they played this versus All Knights. They had a 75% win rate on defense. They won 9 of them. So
Yeah, Z, the challenge, this challenger system, you can't. They're not giving the individual
Yeah,
replays. They're just showing what we've already seen.
Pushed out and they were going to respect the power
Like
weapon on the field.
they only have access
Exactly.
to like
This is where
what
it's
we've
gonna get
already seen,
dangerous for 2G on the attack.
which
Kuala
sucks. But
showing such
yeah.
great defensive
Just
half
letting you
against
know.
All Knights the last time on this map. The first time that M80 shows this map, this tournament, this year. And it's Kuala Noob hiding inside smoke,
Annoying
stomping
cam,
here and there,
bro.
dashing away. And 2G already realizing that they want to move towards the B side, hit with an ult command.
Oh, good spam. Little firing range for 2G right over towards the front side at B. Fragment also deals a little bit of damage to Xander with spikes to
sloppy
follow
with
up
that
on
one.
his own. Now it's down
Maybe
to
could have asked
numbers.
Nismo for a flash
Fury
right there.
called out for the defense. Zap still
A
watching the top
Nismo flash
corner.
from heaven
Not
would have
quite able
gone
to take
insane
down
right
the
there,
player
by the
at
way.
B. But
30
the
seconds
reset
left.
off of where the spike gets planted comes through a little bit deeper. M80 use that as a chance and now make a move over through the middle of the map on this rotation through Link. Zap holding one corner.
Run through.
Flash out. Spikes doesn't see anything on his check. M80 running out of time. Need to find a way to try to
Yeah,
break down
this
this
is-
post line, especially
this is
considering it's still
tough.
3v4. But the first shots, they
2-on-2.
will at least give 2G a little bit more space to run with. Follow-up is decent. Rise still watching into one corner, then Luis inside the site. Makes a little bit of magic happen in his own right. Driving towards one side, trying to work around it as Nismo, but not going to happen. And 2G put together the response and ties at 3.
And ended up being a good take for 2G towards the end.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why they don't have like the Americas or like the official VCT replay system, because they're on LAN and have access to all the SSDs. Obviously, they're on a network. I would think they would be able to pull it off, but I don't know. Maybe it's like Riot isn't actually doing production. Maybe it's like actually Knights doing production or whoever the tier 2 organizer is, and they just don't know the tech.
All the way towards the back. Pricey
Probably the
has
case,
his
actually,
Cypher
huh?
for a plant for him towards the
Maybe?
danger.
I don't know. I have
Now
no
they
clue.
tied the game 3-3, and now one comes out early. That's going to spot Xander, and he's going to be forced to reposition because he just got tagged.
Now it's knives and a stinger for silence. Xander, the only defender here, likely just going to forfeit the site. No chance to really hang on to this. Defensively, no ultimates that could be used in response to this forward pressure. So again, trying to clear out, especially this catwalk play from silence, is going to be difficult to do. Timing through the dark cover, not great. Shoulder is going to be seen, and that's enough for silence to throw out the knives, find the reset. Paranoia over towards Link.
Really good
No
movement by
contest
him.
yet. Fragment to delay. Long flank though from Kuala Huge 1v1 for Zap. He looks away from it. Can Kuala make good on the play? No.
dude.
Zap gets the read, and now M80 will have to back away and save.
Both people
the
just
extra
died
just
without even seeing
tap
their
on
player.
that side. He was just waiting for the 3 players to set up here to start flooding towards the front B side so he could get that fight. And that one single sidestep gave a perfect line for Zap to get the kill. I mean, look at those 2 kills that just happened.
Wow.
Xander's around
Good
the
high
corner,
low to
and
save,
then
but
you see
man,
that
nice shot.
Silence was able to move in front of the smoke on the other side of heaven and just spots his opponent where his opponent can't see him. Free kill there. Then a free kill from Zap. And now potentially free kills here on to Net. Oh, I think he's
Wait, he got him. The attacker got him. I just saw it
here
right
on the
there.
stage shot through the monitors where Net was not able to save his weapon. So that's just unlucky there from M80 with how they positioned themselves and just waited for the rotate to happen for the rest of the team, and they just got caught off guard.
Yeah, absolutely. It almost even felt like there was a world where it's just a blind counter. I mean,
Wait, that's
you're
a
trying to play
close-up
for
of a
retake
Jet
over
face.
towards the site that ends up getting hit. Knives are in the play. You don't have anything to kind of retake. And as soon as silence gets deep towards the backside of the site, he's just so hard to displace, especially when the knives are in. So tough scenes overall, but M80 will talk about it as they will move into this next round, likely in a bit of a financial predicament. 2-game.
Yep.
Looking
I'm
pretty
gonna
solid.
see
I think
what
in terms
2-game
of,
have
I would
been
say their
averaging in
success
these
on
games.
executing has been solid to this point, but more importantly, when they do have numbers, they're taking good advantage of it by really dominating these sites by taking not just a good safe post play, but also keeping a couple.
So 2-game has played this map 4 times, chat, and they're about 50-50 on the halves, just letting you know. They win 54% of their defensive rounds, 45% of their attack rounds. So M80 is technically behind right now if you look historically for 2G. But I don't know. I'm not sure what we're going to get out of M80 next half. I feel like yesterday they were much better on attack. When we were watching them.
It's easy to
I liked watching
ramp as well
their attack. I just felt like Koala just dominated the map.
Going to be the case. It's going to be a Hue rifle for Koala Noob. So
Like,
that if he dies,
they need Koala to pop off like yesterday.
Try to leverage that with their numbers.
All drone going to be used first here for 2G, clearing out a lot of space up through top
Koala
mid.
op would go wild right now. Yeah, I agree.
Little high-low setup here, and it just really comes down to can 2G bait M80 to checking this. Not going to happen. Net's too smart for that, especially as the trusted solo defender.
We've been seeing this a lot. This is like a pseudo 1-3-1, right? Imagine this cam being a player. This player is controlling A main, making sure no one pushes. This player is making sure no one pushes B. It allows them to do a 4-1 while having control of A.
I mean, you're just trying to everything from the camera from Prizey set towards the A main just contained all of M80 all along, where they were just waiting for that pop flash to happen when Koala Noob would get first contact into A. But as everything stays quiet towards middle, towards the A main, towards even B, they have no information towards the B side because they were so focused towards middle. But you know that they're going to play turtled up somewhere. They go for the gamble to read towards the B side to catch Net off guard, and it becomes an easier plant there for 2G to
Very
potentially
difficult retake
save
right
this
now.
into a flawless.
Yeah. Silence can get read over.
Like even to get a single kill.
Good
Okay.
VCJ, good team shots coming through with Koala Noob.
Oh,
And
shit.
wait a second. This is
They
still
cut the
doable.
distance
You can hit
somehow.
one more shot, especially on the Spike, who is really
3 on
caught with
3.
both directions at once. Flashes one side, caught with the
2 on
nade out.
2.
Doesn't really connect, but Luis around the back will likely put this a bit more out of contest, and that is indeed the case. So good proactive re-wrap by Luis. Decent hold in the first place by Spike, and M80, who made it interesting, just could not quite find the kills that matter at the end.
And the most important thing too is that Zap didn't have to use his Hunter's Fury either, as they were losing. He was losing teammates in the process of the retake of M80 against them. So he's able to save this into the next round. If not, it would have been a nice little W here for M80 on top of the damage that they've done to win and force out that ultimate on the side of the IGL of 2G. And he was playing it. I mean, you saw he had the line. He was watching that cross towards that ramp. And this is what we're talking about here. The Owl drone coming out quite early to try to get some deeper
trip
pings,
for the
actually.
updraft jet.
Droning from an interesting spot, but it still works out.
God, the counter play, the updraft dash right. That's insane with the Omen blind. Good job by Net right now to find these gaps.
That's going to get called in. The rotation's on the way. Koala could be a part of this retake since he's got
Net's
diamond
playing this so
available,
well.
so he just has the
3 on
operator
3.
for now. And yeah,
Nice
he
shot.
planted. Whoa, Koala Noob hit the shot at range. Spike though planted.
Hit him.
Nice. Tagging
1 on
the
2.
first place. Prize down to this 84 HP for the 1v2. Fragment gonna force him out into the action. Where
Great
Disco was
round
waiting
there
with
by
open
M80.
arms
That was
with
a
little
real
bit
good round.
extra. 4-5 the count. M80 keeping us tight.
Because the hit was fire. Like that hit was real good. The Omen blind right side sight. Updraft dash onto the right box. That was a great call. Holy fuck.
Important because that activated the neural theft for him to get information on where the position.
I'm not certain about it, but I would guess that there was KO flashes going like high left on the site, like during that whole thing. So that way anyone that's on the left side site that's looking towards the jet is blind as fuck. Like they're behind the jet.
And on the anchoring of Net once more. Before towards the side,
I honestly didn't even see it at all, but I just guessed that that's probably what they drew out. That would be a really hard hit to stop.
Shut down the B side aggressively, but for
Huge
Net
props
to
to
just
Net.
try to contain as much as he could, so that the rest could start working here on continuous mid control and A side with the soft.
That's a little jiggle from Nismo. That's going to be seen. Null command is out. They know he's in this corner. There's the dash through, but Koala Noob hits an impressive opening shot.
Fight here, big fight here. It's all timing.
Dead to rights.
Oh god.
Not the case though. Spikes
Get fucked. Oh my god.
Breaking through vents.
Holy shit, Xander's insane.
5v4. And a shot for Koala Noob.
God.
Hits onto Spikes. Put out a
Koala's
commission
on
again.
one. Oh, good dash. The info dash.
Shots from Silence are decent. Luis in a little bit of trouble.
Oh my God. He
Maybe
Gira
he can
Os
follow
Boston.
up. The damage
Welcome
was
to
good.
Americas.
Don't get baited in to try to stop the recovery, though. On towards Nismo. Because here comes that from behind, and he'll finish off the round. A critical one. As M80 is tied up with 2 to play and a half.
And that's the mistake here that 2G trying to flip the map like All Knights did, and you run into Kuala Noob's crosshair with the operator. Yes, you had a couple of bodies to try to go for some sort of a swing and an instant trade, but that angle is held so tightly by Kuala Noob that he could just watch that angle confidently. And if he misses, it doesn't matter. Dashes away or at least holds the line for the rest of M80 to come back here for the retake. But once again, net activating on the late flank. Well, sorry, activating this time for the first time on a late flank, but still, the story remains that he's been a pivotal part of M80's defensive line so far to keep this team
back-to-back
close
for
to the
net.
storyline in Abyss.
Yeah. Interesting
Dude, the
moments
jersey
now with attack pause from 2G.
actually
We'll
feeding
have to discuss
propaganda
how they
to
wanna
these
finish off
children.
this
That's
half.
crazy.
Money is not, I would think, be very great now all of a sudden. After a couple of rounds, we're starting to be kind of traded back and forth. That loss likely puts them into a weird spot. So do you try to limit the amount you spend here to get a full purchase for 12? Try to end this thing 6-6? Because that's the math in terms of how you would figure the probabilities would go if you do decide to go down that path. And I think that, you know, 6-6, if you're looking at 2G, after what M80 showed us defensively yesterday, you got to be sitting here saying, that's great. I mean, we'll take that.
Exactly. And again, just to reiterate, the look of 2G on the defensive side too, with Silence on the defensive side, has dropped most of his kills in these 20 bombs against his opponents on the defensive side. So I think this is going to be very similar.
I mean, he can get like locked up before he even turns 18.
And see that
so you never even know. You never know
into its first overtime of the series with how good both of these teams are currently displaying a good defensive line.
Yeah. Well, coming
Maybe
back
they're
into
getting
it,
too high.
2Game are able to actually full purchase here. So you get this one. But what happens next? Well, you're likely going to have at least Silence on knives if you lose this round. So this is an important one here. Not a lot of ultimates for either side. Hunter Series nearby.
Timing push. Okay, they 3-2-1 that knife. All right, here we go.
Avoiding the knife too, so they could pop flash a surprise.
Well, the flash
oh, for the dart. Oh my God, Silence dodged it though.
But it's just the fact that
fuck up out of here. Get off that box.
Decent damage into Silence, but the defense has to back off and just play a more reserved setup.
Yeah, I mean, that was thrown from the defensive side. It was a line for M80 to
he got up on top of that box, we were cooked.
And just go for sprays through the smoke when their opponents are blind and just trying to avoid shots. So it only manages to do pop damage and now less defensive utility to hold the hit. So 2G is just going to walk into it.
They are contacting this nicely right now.
A couple of spam shots coming out of BCJ. He'll give you reveal.
Woo!
Down. Silence doesn't make
oh my God, dude.
Sends one back.
Oh, fuck. The way BCJ has been winning these fights against these star players is something, man.
Have to play reserve. That's the only issue. Kuala Noob going to exchange weapons. BCJ now holding the op. And now it's on to the retake. Kuala Noob first one.
He's really sitting on a lot of these star players. I don't know. It's like the craziest shit, man. He's destroying them.
Kuala Noob gives us the first offer. Doesn't work out.
One setting.
Oh.
What's up, bitch? Oh no, we've lost, dude. It looked so good for a second. Fuck this map. Fuck this. Fuck this. Oh. Oh.
I saw the vision there too with the
bro, dude. The observer fucking actually jebaited me so hard. Literally, the observer fucked me so hard mentally right there. It literally showed me something that wasn't even real. It was like showing me like fucking fake shit. Like that was actual fake news in the middle of a fucking... That was crazy. Gave me hope when there was none.
Did get some pings all top of that to try to get some shots.
They literally gave me hope.
But at the end of the day here, it becomes a round.
But there was no hope.
There
was never hope.
Yes, good for 2G, but also maintained.
But I was so
good for M80.
optimistic for a second.
Fighting chance of the op.
Yeah, Silence with knives, of course. Kuala Noob, operator in play. And just a double line defensive setup. BCJ and that making it look like old school England musketry right here. One line crouches, one line stands. Let's make a difference. Silence gets both. Whoa, plus the deep play by Louise. Cleans out another on rotation, making this extremely difficult for M80, who are left with Nismo and Koala. And, well, they may not even get a chance. Silence Doesn't quite lock down the knives. Paranoia comes through, and Nismo is going to do his balancing act on the outside of the map.
And that's why you're enjoying having an Omen in your composition too. These from the shadows, where it probably won't get hurt from any position that's been held on the defensive side. It allows for you to pinch so well.
Enemy remaining.
No shot.
Yeah, no risks taken here. Nismo 1v4, not going to get around
Good
the
shot.
corner. And at one point, I'm sitting here thinking 2G are going to be happy with a 6-6. They're probably thrilled to pull off the last two in 7-5 fashion.
They're pretty happy about the
And this,
7-5.
on top of that, with how well 2G's been playing, I mean, if they get a pistol round, that's going to continue that momentum for them to close things out. But M80 has been having some good.
I mean, 5-7 is decent, but they're behind. They're like, I think M80 is technically behind in the game right now, but it's like not by a lot. So, yeah. I mean, both teams, let's see. M80's, oh, wow. You guys aren't going to want to see this. So the one time M80 played it, they were actually more defensive sided, but they did win the majority of their attack rounds. 9-3'd them on defense. Meanwhile, if you look at like 2G statistics, you can see like they played them out 4 times. It's about 50-50, but they win the majority of their rounds actually on defense. It's about even though. Like, see the rounds on deep, they're pretty fucking consistent on defense, no? And any of those totals, if my math checks out, any of those halves, they win. I mean, fuck. Doesn't feel too good.
They've been really clean. And I think again,
But you know what, chat? This is like when you're at the roulette table and you see it land on red 4 times in a row. Statistically, it's more likely to land on black the next time, right? That's what I heard. Someone told me.
Groups, matches, and then all of a sudden it starts to slow down. You have to match up versus an M80 squad on upper bracket finals round 1, and wouldn't you know it, they out game plan them. So I mean, it's just the progress
They can't
this team
land
has
on.
shown has been unbelievable.
No,
And they
there's
hold
no
a
such
small
thing as the
edge
game.
when that knuckle
No,
is
you guys are
on the
wrong.
sides and the pistol in the second half.
Statistically, the odds, no, that doesn't work out that way. Fuck, dude. The goat necklace is something.
Sheriff in the mix here for Silence. Don't rule him out from being able to connect with that. Ghosts largely offered from the rest of the teams. And M80's offense will play a little distraction with Nat feeling things out at mids.
Okay,
Supplying
lurk
some
smoke mid.
Support is Xander.
Cam.
But
They just have
one
their
way
cam
over
holding
towards
mid,
A will
so
keep M80
honestly,
away
that
from
kind of
finding
affects
any
them, and you
early
can see the
entryway.
pings.
So things
Like, they've
will now have
lost
to
heaven
move back
control.
over, and this is going to go right into the waiting
This is a
arms
really big
of
win in the
Silence.
early round for M80.
How many can he find? Was
Sova's pulled
miraculous
way
in
off.
some ways with this weapon.
They have
to
no
remove the
info on
sunset
this ledge.
flash. There's the swing. Paranoia. Knife is out. Silence can't get away. Follow up. Even better. M80 find the first eliminations, and it's off to the races. Smoke cover isn't going to provide too much. Zap almost had an angle, but Koala Noob equal to the task.
It's just a
And that's now
pistol
gonna be
shot.
a
Chill
5v2
out.
post plant.
I can't say anything.
And there's just no way.
Man, that
Ghost
felt
Sheriff
good.
here still in hand for 2G, but this deep post plant is going to be difficult to get them out of. It has to start with 1, though. Pride's going to be the first one to check. And for M80, they are going to play the post plant smoke spam out towards this outer ledge. And why not? Shock dart also in play. Louis is able to find one, but that'll be about it. Pricey doing what he can, but Xander steps forward, finds the elim, and it will be a pistol win for M80. Looking for the anti-eco.
Here we go.
Getting this thing back to level early. It's what M80's done a number of times before. Be no more critical spot than doing it
eco.
right here and getting this offense cooking.
The key is, does Silence buy like a Marshall? Is he buying like a Sheriff? And if so, that shit cannot get a kill. It cannot get a first blood. I think if you could prevent that on this map, you're pretty fine. Like, you're okay.
Too much on the offense after the defensive
Just
dominance
keep things
they
at
were able to
range.
showcase.
Try to get in the
That's
post.
Number 5 as we get
What
quick
the
action
fuck, Observer?
for 2G, trying to step aggressively through A. Knife is there, but it's late, and that's a good first blood. Zap trying to follow up, and ooh, Does at least counteract, go 4v4, smoke down, and M80 are on the way. But
They lost their
hold them at the
trip.
front door for just a little while longer.
Now, I'm forced to fall back as
Bro.
well. Just try to make
Here's the scenario right now, chat. We have no trips on the flank. We're playing backside and front side simultaneously. What are we doing right now? I'm scared. Oh my God, thank you, Koala.
Maybe not even something to say about it. Yeah.
Holy fuck. They're spread
Knows
so
exactly when
thin
the hit's
right
gonna
now.
come from. Zap up top.
Oh
So you can
my
maybe find
God.
some
It
timing.
can still fall apart.
Is low. Ahead is shown. Nismo there.
Thank God.
Surprising, not
Okay.
gonna work out. And Zap, well, he's able
Oh
to
my
tally
God,
another,
dude.
but
That was
doesn't look like
actually
much more will
super
come in. This
dangerous.
Aldrone will hold him back a little while longer. BCJ Nismo can also just wait to fire this, and the Aldrone will stare him down a little while longer. Shaw, the recon dart comes out. Should be a swing after this as soon as the next toggle's there. The flash over the top. Good prediction from Zap, but time is going to expire on the play. It's impressive, but it won't make a difference. The round count, we're going 7-7.
It's going to make a difference in terms of the economy, but for him to land that shot against Nismo tried to get a timing off the flash to swing out, and he just held his crosshair. And as soon as he got partially flashed, because it didn't look like it really went in front of his face, that flash was way too high, but it was still able to connect here on.
I'm telling you, bro, this is the life game.
Very expensive.
This is
for M80
literally
in
the
their
life
bonus
game
round,
right
and
now,
that's
bro.
what you need here for 2G side.
Like, this
When you
guy
lost the
is
pistol
stepping
and you
up
lost
big
your
time.
Eco, your gun round here is going to be much more fruitful. I mean,
shit.
look at what you have here for M80. Their hero rifle is not even to the hands of net. Of Koala Noob, it's onto net. So right now for M80 side, they are trying to focus this orb so you can get the blade storm up for Koala
And he's
Noob.
IGLing.
They tried to contest it at the very
Like,
beginning for 2G.
he's doing a
It
lot
looks like
right
they want
now.
to give it up and forfeit that position. And that could potentially be rather a winning condition now for M80.
Could be. Full armor as well for Koala Noob.
Yeah, that was a dot already.
He's going to
Yeah.
be pretty survivable,
I dot-
especially into the
dot
face
stats
of
didn't
the
roll. I
opening
trackered him.
outlaw shots,
Out of charge.
which Silence
Checked his
is kind
tracker.
of self-holding over towards B. BCJ will safely grab the orb, getting closer to the Hunter's Fury before backing down. And we're down to 60 seconds here.
That's good, Tay.
Defense still holding very aggressively.
Unsure.
Aldrin will make sure there's nothing in front
8
of A,
ball
and it will at
says
least see net. That doesn't give too much
uncertain.
influence to the 2G defense, as he's often the lurker. So question marks still stand, and Koala Noob looks to kind of lead the foray as the vanguard into A.
This is winnable.
That's the most important thing, to let himself be known and shooting with the class.
Here's what we're doing. We're Omen blinding heaven, qual up drop dash, boom, 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 and now we're gonna glide out, boom, boom. KO flash for me.
Koala Noob, he can wait for his teammates to get a little bit further forward and possibly
anything?
hit the
KO flash
long
gone.
ramp,
Fuck.
which he's currently doing. 2G stuck on site at the moment. BCJ good for one around the back. Here comes the
No.
flank, and Koala Noob may have missed his window. 2v2 though.
2v2.
Weapons collected. Xander's able to put himself onto a Vandal. Spike will also go down.
The trips in.
Silence still has an outlaw, and the route he's taking will be absent of any rifles. Xander holding
What an
headshot
ang.
lineup is perfect.
Oh,
Silence trying to
bro.
follow up, but no, sir.
You can't even
Xander
communicate that. I
for
go,
two.
yo, Silence. He's on site on the box. Not the one on the bottom, but the one. No, not that one. The one in the middle. Yeah. Bro, you can't calm that shit.
So that Xander could just fully focus on watching AE heaven.
Fucking-
So yes, you mentioned that 2 versus 2 looked still
Fucking
doable for 2G.
ain't no
Because
one
you're trying
calming
to
that
retake
spot
with an
right there.
outlaw, you kind of wanted to have that swing to happen at the same time, but there was a little bit of a miscomm, it seems like here, where you were still too scared of a swing coming out from
What's the
A
correct
main,
call out for
and
any of those
Xander's able
boxes?
to isolate
Probably
2
Xander.
easy 1v1s, breaking the econ of 2G. So everything gets reset here for M80 to
Who's
their
Xander?
advantage, where they could snowball the economy on their side here in the second half.
Luis trying for a pixel peek with the Sheriff. Instead, catches the brute force of the M80 attack. Down to just a bullet worth of health, essentially, against all these Vandals. And M80 will just take the orb.
Who's
and
the
get out of
IGL of
Now you got
M80?
no
On
command
attack,
through
it's
BCJ
Xander.
over
On
towards
defense,
B.
it's Net.
2 off of a Hunter's Fury. The early ultimate stack could really help M80 gain some momentum here in this second half.
Net's staying with the group too, so
I'm
not
not
looking for
trolling.
any late lurks.
I'm
He's
actually
just
not
watching
trolling
the
about
camera
that.
for a late push, but
That's
wants to
actually-
be with the rest of the team. and
that's
fight back
actually
towards the
true,
B
no
main,
fake
where
news.
It's perfect. 11-3 versus 1. Best thing Spikes could do is line up a couple of these Sheriff shots
Good
again.
knife. Doesn't hit anyone though. They paused the hit.
Well, shots for Koala Noob, trying to catch the defense on the way out. Don't fully connect. Spike down to half HP. M80 will get the plant. And keep your eye on Luis.
Spike planted.
Long wrap out of him with the Sheriff. And trap wire in his
Good
way.
prod. I like that.
Evaluates the situation.
Makes
towards the
them
backside of it,
hesitate.
says not
Makes them
interested,
slow
doesn't
down.
be giving away any
Reposition.
weapons,
Take
especially
things out the
post-op
opposite
setup looking as good
entrance.
as it does. And yeah,
I like
Luis is
that.
going to need some noise to happen from the front first before he can make this play from behind.
M80's playing really well.
Same breath. Sanders hitting a bit of a pinch as well over towards the backside of this. So M80 have all their bases covered.
2v3.
Still works.
Starting to run out of numbers though. Is
Nice.
the problem.
Let's
Koala
fucking
noob,
go,
yes, sir.
Koala.
Luis, last one
Has
left.
2 smokes.
Timing of this flank has
Oh,
been
no
missed.
TP.
Dark cover is down, but he's gonna have to try to stick something, and the shorty says not today.
What's up,
Koala
bitch?
noob on 4 for the round.
And you saw here from at least the minimap that he had a TP to cross the first trip that was placed behind here by Net, but he didn't have the second one. And I thought, yes, you were mentioning here that they had to make some noise towards the front, but I would have wished him to just throw the blind ult before they actually activated towards Tetris, because that probably would have blinded a couple of players and make the kills a little bit easier for them to fly.
That was an amazing round by M80. Like, they did a lot of things incredibly well.
Because that probably would have blinded a couple of players. And
what I'm referring to is, you'll see this quite often when teams like take site. They can get the site like this, right? But say the other team plays like fully back. First of all, the site hit's very good. Like, the knife clearly gets all of it. The dart's in the top left. The blind cuts to the right side. It's all super nice. Like, you love to see it. But this second layer play right here, post plant, is so nice because it actually completely fucks up the pace of the other team's default, or I'm sorry, retake, and it makes them reconsider. Like, they were going to retake through heaven pretty heavy right there, but they actually adjusted it and went out opposite side just to play it safe. They went to like their second retake. Like, things like that are very important to play like proddy and make people like waste time and use util. At this level, those microcomms for those plays, even when they, no pun intended, they net nothing, they're still very valuable for like using util, drawing clock timeout.
Back into the operator for Silence. Hunter's Fury, Neural Theft at the ready. The same can be said though for BCJ and Net. The only addition is the Null Command for Nismo, which is ready to go.
Null Command is actually getting ready to get grouped up with everybody pretty much if they want to go
Early
for
cam,
this
super deep for the
mid-to-A
push.
split.
Dart for the push as well.
gonna be
Fast
fairly
A
quick.
split.
It's
Yeah,
actually
well,
just around the corner.
what a fucking dash, bro.
The updrafting quality. Spike. Little play off the ropes. Avoids the Hunter's Fury and finds.
Wait, that was a double tag, I think.
Dropping on forward. Neural Theft is going to be called into the mix, and M80 through the Null Command still being effective. Will work their way deep into sight and Net make sure there's no wrap back over through vents. Surprise last one lapped
what
in.
a
Well, he's
fucking
stuck. Yeah, there's
strat.
just nowhere he goes from here.
What a
Even if the value of
strat.
the Hunter's Fury at the beginning with the 2 first pulses didn't get anything, it was Net's Neural Theft that actually allowed for us to get information on that lineup.
That
in the
was
back of
a
the A
fucking
site and get
powerful
value here for
shot.
Volume to get the entry. This continues to be a nice display of executions coming out from M80, but overall, to look back into even before starting this game, we were talking a lot about how Silence has been very good on this map as a Jet against all of his.
I mean, we don't. So I'm gonna let this play out right here. Prize will. Oh, he's gonna get flanked by Net. Okay. We usually see strats set up in like defaults, right? But in order to do something like this, this area or this area has to be very powerful, right? Probably both of them. Otherwise, it's just gonna get stalled out. And the power here is a super early cam to stop for pushes, a super early dart, a smoke to stop all vision. So right now there's certain no one's pushing. They have the smoke ready for door in case they get like timing peaked anywhere. And then over here, they're just going to drone clear it out probably with like a KO ult, which is also very powerful. A drone is like an extra person they're using to clear that shit. Like, that is a super good
the operator
strat.
has not hit like it had.
And they're fucking
Couple of
Sova
rounds previously,
ulting.
couple maps previously
Like, there's
when
just
you
nowhere
see
for them to go.
GG finds success in this map. It's just they've avoided the operator so darn well. So
Massive round by
another part of,
M80.
again, the utility usage on these executes for M80 has been solid to this point. Hunter's Fury now out for the defense, feeling the threat, but
Shit.
Nismo opens the door with the
Oh my
first.
God.
Zap does push off one, finds the elimination.
Holy fuck,
Quality
what a
still
spot.
gets planted into a sneaky
Oh.
spot, but a beautiful shot from Luis.
I thought for sure he
now
was
means
gonna-
the rifle could get collected, and we'll go 3v3.
At least we'll have a plant, and it's for a spam plant. But on a good side here for 2G, you still have full utility on both Spike and Luis, and Smokes too. This
Yes.
would be hard for M80 to hold.
They do have an owl drone, though, in case things do get mixy. Paranoia is out.
Holy, that double swing is money.
The one collecting onto Luis. Nat taking damage. Fragment, wait, over the back.
This guy's flashes from that spot have won rounds. In the early tournament, this guy won like 3 rounds like this, I think. I complimented his underhand flashes. They're so good.
Coming out with fire from yesterday to today. He looks so quiet in the first 2 maps versus All Knights. And
casting Vencilia and I hold shift, I think.
2 maps of the series, pulling through from M80 and now continuing to push forward as he stands up right now for the Blacklight replay. And he deserves it so far. This would be the 2nd time that Net would ascend into partnership. And
bro, it really does feel like when M80 goes on runs, the tech pauses happen.
Great value to any team, and wants to prove to G2
it actually
it was
does.
a mistake for G2 to drop him, to give that role
Oh,
over
we're back.
in the Sentinel role, and that he wants to come back in full force under this M80 banner and to potentially create more ruckus into partnership.
Their games are fucking full of tech pauses. That's why it feels that way.
His lurking has been really potent here in the offensive half to this point. He's already on to his ways again, just kind of working the B side of the map by himself, but the rest of his teammates are lurking down
Maybe it's their fucking fault. Maybe it's their gear.
Deep smoke.
Let's just blame them
maybe
for
a
it.
little bit further. And that means the defense has to respect this. You've got Spike on one side, the Owl Drone cutting through on the other, and they only see Xander. So Koala can stay here if he so chooses to. Just comes down to will he draw the line in the sand right here on the corner box.
He might knife this. He might knife this in like 4 seconds.
That, just him dashing in, or sorry, not dashing, being inserted all the way back towards top middle for Koala Noob. There's 3 players that are watching that spot. They're so weak here on the B side, although walking right into this crossfire setup, making switch here. Oh, and they missed the ping. They missed the recon, so Silence has to dash away.
You really got to hit those.
40 seconds left. Net has only just kind of
They rotated an extra one to A. M80 now about to hit B. 2 deep trips though. Those are kill trips, shot. We gotta be careful about those. Those are fucking hella deep trips.
Here to say, come on in if you want to. We'll just keep playing for retake. Tools on the table. Null command at the ready. Neural set at the ready. Wallenoob has knives if things get mixy. Plant will come through successfully.
Okay, that's on the flank.
Luis trying to scout things out, will play around the back of this, and he gets the first, trying to teleport away, finds a little bit of an extra lease on life. And
where the fuck are you going, sir?
Teleport for teleport. Now from the front, Spikes gets the retake on the way.
God.
Shots from Zap.
Damn, Zap.
2G, find a clean retake, survive with 3, and get us back to within the same number.
And I was just about to mention where, yes, come into the site and plant because we'll play the retake, but they haven't been always the cleanest one there for 2G. And it came down to a lot of vaults that had to be used here, at least from the shadows, or at least a neural theft to get the information on the last few players remaining, and the null command on top of that to just engage, initiate, and retake and defuse the spike towards the end. That is a lot that was expended on the side of the 2G camp when they're in behind by
Zap
3
is
and
playing
M80
so
only
goddamn
needs 2
well.
rounds to close out this map. And you're looking at it, what do you really have to try to cycle ults in the next couple of rounds? Not too much outside of this Blade Storm.
Please win this round, M80. I don't want them to. If they lose this and have to sweat econ late game,
dealing with some heavy pockets at the moment.
I'm losing my mind at that point. I don't trust it.
Wallenoob as well. Other side, you've got Zap, Luis.
Okay, this like deep omen smoke mid. I think they're like I think they're planting the seed for a mid aggression later. This round they used it to like draw attention to mid while they push A. Later they're going to use it as an actual mid
That would have been a spike too if they actually
this
got
is
the
like
kill there onto Nismo, so thank God he survives without a lick of damage, and yes, pushing now into this B site as Prizey falls.
Luis through the cyber traps, now into the dark cover. He's still on the site. They know he's here somewhere. The knife is able to at least reveal.
Where are you going, sir? Do you need a roadmap?
Play. No Trojan horse here. So now it's just the 2v4. Operator has been collected by Koala Noob. That is an issue. And again, remember, the credits are not great for 2G right now.
Nope.
So maybe Silence gives this a look, and yeah, that'll be all he does. Backing away, they're going to try to play for OT.
They'll have enough credits. They should have about like what, 2G?
at the beginning of this round, but wasn't too sure if it's Koala or Silence. So yeah, Koala to activate in the rest of the site here with the team towards the B site. So there is still some fighting chance now for 2G going into the next round, saving these two weapons.
Well, it's a round loss.
Here again.
It's a round loss. It's about their money bonus, about 2G. What the fuck? What? Why is that dies of cringe? You guys are what? What do you mean? Killed what? Oh, there was a pun. Oh, I didn't even know. I'm sorry, guys.
Once again, Silence on a defensive round.
I didn't know.
You mentioned
Sorry.
it, Shift. They needed to get the op early on the defensive side for him to get
that's
the most
cringe.
out
I would
of how he's
never.
been
No,
playing
not me.
This map of Abyss here for 2G, and they've done such a good job to crutch that and not give a chance here for 2G to activate with an op. So very well played for M80 so far to keep.
Why was Homer Simpson so
the side of their opponents?
What was
I don't even know if
that?
Silence has tallied a single op kill.
Yeah.
And whoa, hold on a second. How about this? Op will be carried into the next round. Nismo's going to hold it. So that's a little bit of a flex pickup as 2G will set up very aggressively in towards B main. Luis, the player holding on to double stack box. Spike, the one trying to play contact for him. The knife does not reveal anything, and that will call onto the A defense to stay a little
I feel like
more
we're going
alert,
back to
knowing there's no
BCJ,
immediate threat
chat.
towards B. Orb collected for BCJ. One away from the Hunter's Fury now, I believe.
That too.
Oh, that wasn't.
Who grabbed
Yeah.
that?
That wasn't
it's
BCJ.
still
BCJ's
two
way
away
over
right
by
here,
B.
so that said, I still find it interesting that
We're going
we
back
still
B.
kept the Vandal for Silence, not go for the Blade Storm, so players are actually weak in terms of
Oh, I
armor for
love
one of the
that.
for the
I
players actually.
love that out of
Instead of
us.
having the most chances on your side to go for full shields on one end because you
Oh
are.
my god. And we're
facing
leaving the chat
against-
up. We're leaving the chat up, but we're going B. Imagine. Imagine being down 12-8 and seeing this. Oh, the sights. Oh god, there's one person here.
Oh boy. Yeah,
Yep.
that's what I was
Hey, somehow we're connected.
Run him down.
Oh my goodness, they spam him out!
No, 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 no.
Spike's all set. That's the goal command to get the site, and now it's just down to 5.
It's a masterclass. Oh my god. It's a masterclass, bro.
Can Silence provide a spark? First
It's
night
a-
goes
Oh my god.
Get out of his way. Trade is out, but the numbers are still so good for M80.
Holy. This round was gorgeous.
Just down to Zap. He's been revealed. And it's one of those good luck, have fun moments. M80 gonna take a 2-1 series count advantage as Koala Dude puts the nail in the coffin.
Oh, that was absolute cinema. Oh my god, that was
But
gorgeous.
still a great fight so far for 2G.
Oh,
Remember,
fuck.
they are also a team
That's
that
worthy of
has
this
never
one.
played a BO5, but
That's
they
worthy
are
of this
able to
one.
keep
Wait, this actually made me
against
sad, though.
M80, but
Wait.
for a team on
Take it
that
away.
side that emerges victorious, a team that has never really shown
Wait,
their abyss
I'm
before
conflicted.
this year and pulls out a pretty standard comp, they're still playing it to perfection, right? It comes down to a composition
Oh,
that's
fuck.
known from how
Dude. Fuck.
you just hitting your shots and winning your fights.
Life comes at you fast,
M80
chat.
did
Life
just
comes
that.
at you real fast.
And now things get interesting.
These guys are definitely doing
Themselves
sketchy shit in the
up
parking lot.
series, and with our final 2 maps
I swear to
possibly
God.
still to come, we have kind of a weird situation where 2G hasn't
They're
played
selling
one of
illegal
them,
products in
and
the
they
parking lot
haven't
after
played
this.
the other. So a bit of mystery
Look at 'em.
as we head into map number 4, and I'm sure our desk is going to be speculating like crazy. Don't go far. We may have one more map of Ascension before we send another team to VCT.
These guys are taking
We'll be back
illegal
to talk about it
bets.
on the backside of the break.
Those guys are running an underground poker tournament where they're taking cuts. That's what they're doing. Man, Philly has a fungible base is insane. That's an insane thing to say, chat. Bro, that last round though, chat, that was one of the better moments of my entire day. I'm not gonna lie. That probably was, yeah, that's probably gonna be the best moment right there. That was a good one. That was a good one. That fucking shot was sick, dude. They were cooking. They were really cooking that round. Like the way they took their time, they took A main, they went out, they walked, they broke the trip, they planted the jet, they go back, they get the KO ult. They're so poppy with it. They leave that guy behind the box, kind of assume he's there. Holy, that was insane. That was an incredible strat. Holy. Nismo, 6 and 13. Doesn't fucking matter. Doesn't matter. Oh shit, dude. They gotta win here on Haven. They have to win here. Chat, they gotta win here. I don't want to see their permaban. I do not want to see it. Look, all time, 0-1. The only time this team has ever played this map is the last time they had to play the map in a best of 5 when they didn't have double ban. It was the grand finals of Ascension. That's the only time they've ever played Bind, other than potentially map 5. If that isn't PTSD, I don't know what is. Like, I do not want to see Bind. Like, I actually do not want to see it. I don't want to see it. I'm not even trolling. Like, this is one of the only best of 5s I've ever watched where I'm not rooting for 5 maps. I don't want it. And in 4. Gatekeeper of Ascension. Drake back to back. That is true. They did have you, the GOAT. Oh, dude, they're definitely pulling out the Neon Tech, chat. So, you know how I keep saying that M80 haven't played Bind? Well, 2Game had 2 bans this series, and these guys have never played Haven. Like, that is very odd. That is very odd behavior out of them. To have 2 bans and not ban Haven is super strange behavior out of them. It makes me think that they have a cringe comp. I don't... Why on earth would they do this? Like, this is crazy to do this with double ban in the grand finals. This is insane. The key thing is, does net go Cypher, right? Like, you're right. You're right. Like, the only thing that, honestly, anyone that's rooting for M80 should be rooting for right now is, please, God, do not run the default comp against the Neon. Please, God. Anything. Please. It's not looking likely. Remember how I was saying earlier? This is literally like seeing 1,000 reds in a row. The next one is 100% black. This has to go Cypher. Like, statistically speaking, this would never happen. So, like, the next one almost has to be Cypher. Please, God, play a Cypher. Please, M80, please. Please, dude. I know they're the problem is that M80's Haven historically is so insane. It's 16 and 4. So, like, they're well within their right to just be stubborn and just be like, we're not changing. Like, honestly, I would probably do that in their shoes. Like, low-key, if I was on the team, but as an observer, I'm begging you to please go fucking Cypher. I'm begging you. But they're not going to do it. But I'm begging.
Above them, play vertically. So there was just so many angles of attack that made it too much to handle.
They're not going to do it. There's no way they would do it in one day prac. I'm like not even trolling, not trying to jinx. I truly don't believe they'll play Cypher.
Close quarter sites.
Net can make that switch and be super viable, yeah.
How Abyss is going to go down, and for 2G, I'm sure that's a devastating blow in this series as well. This is a 2G that was able to start the series off hot, but looking at some of the shots, looking at the confidence, and an M80 that was not leaving any stone unturned there, even like that spam kill through the box right at the end. A little bit of a tough way to be finding their footing for a series that otherwise started off quite strong here, Wyatt.
Yeah, definitely. Before getting into this, I was talking about not really knowing where to place M80's Abyss because we only had seen it one time, and it was excellent. Quality was going crazy. Is that always going to be what they're doing on Abyss? Evidently. This looks like one of their best maps. They've just never played it until the past 2 days, but that's a pretty good time to reveal that the new map that you've never played before is actually seemingly one of the best in your pool because they've just beaten 2 of the top 3 teams on it now, back to back. That is just so sick from them. Every first kill they had, they capitalized
I got some bad news. I can't find any games where Net played Cypher on Haven. I don't think it's happening.
Impressed by Net's Cypher play here. Xander had his moments as well, but obviously, you could see the MVP. That man stole the show.
Yeah, and Zap carries that performance also from Icebox of being an MVP there. This is the guy where you...
I think we're about to see a Neon run through a bunch of Killjoy util again, and we just got to pray we win the fights. I'm not going to lie. I think that's what's about to happen. Their Haven is very good. The problem is that they're playing a busted agent. Shoot.
With what M80 was delivering on the other end. We highlighted Net from that past map. Net also a standout performance in this one, but someone who we wanted to talk about a little bit more, we highlighted it before we got into the map. Whatever Jet was going to show up was probably going to steal the show. And from Koala Noob, well, it's going to be him to steal the title. It's getting the win, and also, I mean, coming out here, Koala Noob again and again. I feel like we had the frag package yesterday.
Now I'm a huge...
And Jen, we're going right back to that.
And the casters pointed it out. Of just, we don't see
I found a replay of M80
your regular duelist, but
in Mexico against all these teams.
To reach that peak today, going
3 adults versus 100 kids.
Him look silent.
This is M80 out there right now, chat. This is M80 in Mexico.
Entry guy needs to be active and mobile and confident.
On the way to VCT.
We didn't see at the start of the series yesterday, but now that his
M80 versus the kids.
This is the same good-looking Abyss from M80.
This is so insane, dude. 100 kids.
And with that now, it's going to be M80 that are up
what
2
the fuck,
maps
dude?
in this series.
These guys are wild how they can keep the ball away from so many
and
people.
We talked about some of the implications of
just headbutt it right in.
We never got into the intricacies of this map number 4. Even we talked about this buy-in that we haven't seen on the opposing end. Well, Haven, we have not seen it from 2G since this has been in the pool for them. They have first banned it 5 times.
That's what it's like, dude. I'm not gonna lie, but then, bro, when we go to Haven and we see this Neon against our default comp, it's literally gonna be like watching like fucking Wilt Chamberlain put up the 100-point game. It's gonna look like a bunch of shit that's not fair. Like, this guy is 3 feet taller, he can jump way higher. Like, of course he's gonna put up a 100-point game. Like, it's just not fair.
With Spike,
Wilt Chamberlain was just the GOAT back then.
I mean,
he was
frankly,
playing
if you're wanting
fucking
to win right now,
duds,
I would
you know?
kind of hope that they're going to have Spike play Neon and get Silence over on the Cypher because his Jet is just not up to scratch right now. Heading into this series, interestingly enough, Silence and Koala Noob were the 2 highest rated Jets in the tournament.
Ooh, last time I wore a suit?
#1 with 257 ACS, and Koala Noob is #2 with 256. Literally 1 ACS point off. But today, it doesn't feel like a contest at all.
I went to a wedding in like early quarantine.
Better.
I used to like dress up for tournaments as broadcast talent, but obviously Riot is
the solution to
like more like streetwear and stuff like that. So I have them. I just don't
really
wear them.
With is Neon because they M80 have only one non-Neon map so far. So it's like 2G, could they bring back out the Neon, really give M80 a run for their money, match that fire with fire, the aggro with aggro, maybe get M80 to settle a bit, because now that you're on a 3-site map, you're going to have a defense from M80 or just from both sides that are going to be stretched more thin. So that's where this Neon can really run things over. So I hope to see the 2G Neon.
Especially, too, the only loss that M80 have had on Haven for Ascension so far was yesterday. to this Neon that was running around zapping them in the beehive.
It did look casual. No.
Going into today, knowing that there was a very proficient Neon user server, that would be great.
So in CS, it would be like our shit. But in like these Riot Games events, like it's like you have a stylist. You can bring your own stuff, but typically they like to like approve it because they're trying to get a style and like an aesthetic feel. CS is a little different, where when I was broadcast talent in CS, the way that we approached it was like in group stage we would dress down. We would dress down to the game, right? Like if it was like a qualifier, it would be very casual. Even how we would talk would be casual. Everything about the broadcast would be like casual. But then like as you would elevate into like say like playoffs of champs, we might be wearing like button-up shirts, and then like, you know, by finals you're wearing like a full suit. So that's how like CS dealt with shit. But yeah, I don't know. It's just a totally different style, right? Like I kind of like this Riot style that's not that, because you're fucking like, who the fuck wears suits these days, man? Like, especially the people watching esports.
2G can also just react to M80 and just punish what M80's strat book is, because M80 have shown those faults on Haven yesterday, despite it being map 1 and them, quote, forgetting how to play the game. Is this not going to be the same Haven out of M80? At least I hope so, or we're going to be in for a long day. But this is a chance for 2G to fire back when their cards are not revealed. We don't know how practiced they are.
Not the players.
They floated the map for a reason.
They certainly did, but from 2G, they started turning heads and having people talk about them from the prep, how they are able to counter in the first place. Some of the prep done beforehand, some, of course, the calling from Zap in the servers. Zap has been showing up today when you're looking at the kills department. The rest of the team, I feel like after that first map, we haven't gotten to see that same unbridled confidence that we've known to love and see from this team. And I think that's a confidence we need to go back to for this Haven. They were able to so aggressively in the past take these first peaks, win them out. Let's see that version of the team as we head into the Blacklight Agent Select. Is it the Jet or is it going to be the Neon? The duelist choice is going to be huge in this.
Oh, they're running the Fnatic comp.
It's crazy.
Okay, and no one expected that.
Let's go.
Never mind.
Okay.
Wow.
Well,
Did
yeah,
not see this
I'm going to go
happening.
ahead and say that
Wow.
I didn't expect that. Anyone here?
I don't think anyone expected this.
They're bringing in the Fnatic comp out of nowhere. I mean, listen, I'm not mad at trying to get Silence and Spike to just go run around and shoot everybody.
Fuck,
I'm gonna be honest, that's a curveball for me. That's definitely a curveball for M80.
I'm scared because I guarantee you this is catching M80 off guard. I'm confident because this young team is putting their entire year on this comp. So this could go very bad for them, but also it could go very bad for M80. Like, this could really blindside them. They could have talked all that time about how to stop a Neon, and they probably did, and then they see this shit.
Even time back for Vansilius and Shift to take you through.
Couldn't have said it better ourselves there, Des. I think in particular why it really kind of starts the conversation in the right spot. Silence and Spike have not been the same that we've seen them over the course of the last couple of days. Now you're running double duelists.
Oh my
There's
God.
no more excuses. You gotta show up here when it matters most.
You definitely got to show
this
up.
comp
You're
is
showing up with a brand new comp, so this is
very
untested
insane
now
on
for
this attack
2G.
side, by the way,
They've been studying
chat.
the tape of Fnatic, and let's see if they can get anything done here with those
Pray
two
for M80 to get
as
like
to
5.
help.
That'd be
Spike
crazy.
And Silence also
Bro, 5, they're
back
cooking.
on the line where M80, if they win this map, it's over.
Clone goes
for
in the
run
garage,
for
breaks
2G.
trip, pulling
And 2G wanna
rotates.
start things off now
That
on
makes
the-
them
on the attack
pop
side,
shield,
hitting
take
the
B,
base side,
dart backside. This is
activating
very
the
drilled.
shield already. The double tap
Fuck,
to come
that's not
through,
good.
and a first blood, first Spike.
Here it gets
Going
picked,
to
gets
try to
out.
chase it down. Not going to be able to get there because the gate crash has already sent Spike all the way deep in towards his spawn again. And Pricey is just going to not allow any.
Oh, this half's going to be hard. This half's going to be very, very, very difficult.
Entrance back on in.
Zap holding from one side, Silence the other. A couple of tags are in. Xander's right click, formidable to say the least. Off the reload, able to find the elimination. But BCJ and Xander have to do this all themselves in the 2v3. BCJ trying to hold. Here comes the bodyguard from Xander, but it's only so much, and Spikes will make sure there's no
yeah,
further
Thieves ran this comp too, yeah.
And there you go, 2G with the opening pistol.
This could have been a dangerous post-plant hold for 2G because it.
I think we're about to be looking at like an 8-round half. Min after that pistol. It is so hard to stop some of the hits here. I mean, just think about what they have entering some of these sites.
They still had the power of numbers. They also still isolated.
Like, I'm not trolling at all. The attack half here is going to be wild.
And they're able to score first here for this 2-game comp.
Oh, I love this comp, yeah.
Quite an interesting one here.
This comp is super powerful.
Permaban for 2G as well. We haven't seen this all year. They've never played it in the Brazilian side. So there's no tape.
Okay, crush line for hell.
Now, hopefully, M80 has been studying the Fnatic composition too.
Yeah.
They could be ready for this. Looking to be
good break. I like that. That's the right play.
Well, there we go again. Double tap out. Decoy goes first. It's so hard to deal with this initial hit. Step on forward. Silence, able to get the reset. BCJ just outside the dark cover. Koala Noob holding with him is 2G. Not able to plant, at least not as of yet. Nismo with his shoulder. At least able to see something. Flashes out, but oh, the trigger discipline. He blabs much. Prize able to find all three with one tap. And it's a blacklight flawless for 2G.
Yeah, if anything, the grid shot was 98% accuracy because it almost got nervous there where he would miss the first shot and then sometimes like, oh crap, I'm not getting all my kills. So
yeah, you're just sitting down and seeing this. That's what I'm saying. This is like an 8-round half minimum when they won pistol. Like, dude, we're about to be white knuckling this half, chat. Like holding on, praying for 3 rounds. I promise you, it's gonna be so hard. Like this half is so difficult.
It shows how much grit this team has.
The C hits are literally unstoppable. I don't know how you stop the C hit.
It's a bonus that will feature 2 Vandals, a Guardian, 2 Specters, and Spikes is already getting aggressive. Whoa, rings the bell.
And you have to deal with shit like this too, like sniffing out your A, like the A side, like drawing rotates, and then meanwhile, like your C hit is, like I said, it's like unstoppable.
And just that, pulling the rotate. Look at all those smokes coming through.
God.
M80 are thrown for a loop. They went through all their smokes towards that side. There's no more smokes towards the front of the C site either for Xander. But
I think safe too, actually, low-key, like...
So nobody on the attack could push forward for 2G. There's an opportunity to flood retake here with the paranoia.
They're going to go for it. Flash on the counter. Good reveal as well. Holds back this M80 retake. Try to change up the angle. Xander's going to try to move over towards the plateau. Silence all right there with Zap. Just sprays down. Trades are decent. M80 trying to fight from the high ground. Have to fight this position at long. You also have a cut across the map as Prize is going to try to work his way in through Garage, and there will be no further elements of this retake for M80, and even beyond that, Xander will not be able to save a weapon. The bonus is good, and 2G looking clean through 3.
I don't want to jinx it here for 2G, but it's looking to be a very strong showing for them to push this to a map 5, because again, M80...
Yeah, the silver lining, chat, is that pretty much what EU is saying in chat right now is that since they don't play Haven, they can run up these attack rounds, right? Like their comp is so attack sided, but their next half will require them to kind of understand rotations. Although if they rack up like 10 rounds, dude, they just need a fucking fluky pistol or like, you know, like. That's what I'm saying. M80 need like, if they get 4, I would be so happy.
Getting aggressive right up through sewer, but he misses the window.
Oh.
Going to have to be pushed off, and Earl Theft going to force him back into sight where the hit is already underway. Rotating quickly is next. Sheriff in hand for him. Decoy just goes a bit awry, and well, there's just nowhere for Xander to go. Another blacklight flawless for 2G.
And this is where you're playing against the lower buys of your opponents, where you could snowball so much around the ISO. And this is such an important ult to bring now with the kill contract going into the next round, where you have a gun round available here for M80. And you're already seeing him looking at each other, trying to figure out how they can play against it. And already you have a...
Yes, this is a very important timeout. This is a very important timeout. Their money is already crazy. Like, it's going to take like 2-3 straight rounds before M80 even like puts a dent in the econ right now for a 2-game. We're about to see the ult cycle come online. Man, the ults are fucking crazy. God. You can't play... Like, how do you play C against the ISO ult? How do you play C against the Yoru ult? How do you play C against the Sova ult? All of these ults, like, almost by themselves can take certain portions of the map. Like, and then Yoru can literally be, you know, like, taking C and have a gate crash going hell A. You know, like, there's, like, infinite possibilities right now. Being up 4-0 is the key problem here for M80. Because... like, losing pistol was a huge problem because then they would have to grind out the rounds. But then losing bonus is like, man, now you also have to beat these ult rounds. Look at this. So they're just going to go C with ISO ult.
Out and then just throw their opponents into a false rotate. So
this drone sees someone.
We'll stop that pace.
Pop shield. He missed it. Oh my god, thank you.
The kill contracts. That's a great start for M80.
Oh, BCJ, Odin out. He tries to fight back. And
oh my god. Happy's a genius, bro.
And Xander follows up with some spam to the smoke. That will work out for an elimination onto Zap. So that's one way to
He showed himself close.
I feel like often when we saw this comp become popularized by Fnatic, it's just like, how do you deal with a double tap contingency down these long choke points? Yep. And unless you can find a way to do things like fault line it or paranoia, it feels like it's free entry. This time Xander just steps up, finds a kill, and shuts down the play.
If anything, the first thing was step away from the ult that prevents him from getting all these kills after, because this would have been a different story as well if he got caught by that. That's a C site open. That's contingency, as you mentioned before, that gets so much value because there was no defenders.
Damn, both these guys haven't even died yet.
Holding up towards the garage, and that's the other thing too. On the other side of the attack, though, for 2G, they never really went into any garage control for the split into the C site, so there wasn't really any big ways to really attack Xander. With him dancing out of the garage, at least there in the mid-round, Pricey gets that kill and an opportunity here for 2G to turn it around on a post plan.
They need to
not loving this right now.
Garage. Fault line will come through first, trying to get the isolation over to Luis. He's trying to get the teleport out, and Koala New out of the dark cover. That is just enough to keep Luis occupied. Man. But keep in mind, Pricey has made his way back over. Puts down the initial trap. Cyber Cage about to expire. Ismo on the corner.
No.
First one cleanly. Maybe a chance for isolation. Oh, nearly, but Koala Noob does not miss. Pops off in the player cam and M80 get on the board.
Oh, that was so close there for 2G because that back TP coming in from Luis was actually quite sick. Because most of the times the Omen TP.
They are so up against it econ-wise right now. Oh my god. If they lose this round, it is cooked. It is so... their whole econ's fucked. Alright, this is probably like the Yoru round or something we're about to see.
1 versus 3. So despite
about time we see the
having a great
Yoru.
start with how Xander was holding towards the C site, it still ended up being a very, very costly round for M80 to win. They carry over and off, but look at the rest of the buy. It's half shields, only a Guardian, and a couple of rifles.
Can I info at C?
Koala's long playing for the orb.
In front of that?
Collects it. And once more, bold.
Koala retook the line. Love that.
Okay. Saw for a moment the contingency was already thrown over towards C. So that's not part of this play. What do you use here if you're 2-game esports to crack the code on either of these?
Those are pings that they're dropping on the orb chat. They're waiting for this motherfucker to go for it. They keep pinging it because that's an attack smoke at the corner. I love this.
Nullifying the opportunity.
This fucker is not getting that orb.
Out of your recon. And literally talking about recons, it's the owl drone to try to sell a fake. You're trying to insert Pricey here after you call that, but they didn't break the owl drone. This is huge now for M80.
No shot, dude.
That's just an overheat from Xander. He thinks he's got him dead to rights. The paranoia comes through, but Pricey just holds the angle. Turns that into a free first
OBJ took the orb.
Nismo, fault line, avoided by Silence. He's able to catch him to the dark cover, plus get the reset on double tap. Luis, up and over. Not going to be able to take down Koala Noob, who tries to now have to do it himself. Operator and knives to play with. 125 collective health pool, but the spike is on A, and there's a long lurch from Zap.
Dude.
Spike planted.
Good first. And if he gets the read into Zap, maybe there's a chance, but he's just trying to hold the op in. Yep, he will just narrowly. Well,
wait, is that noise though?
just narrowly avoids Zap, but he runs right back to his direction, and 2G will get up 4 again, 5-1. Feeling it.
It still was a great attempt, though, from Xander to run it down. Yes, it looked questionable at the play, but to follow behind the Allen drone that it spots the opponents because the Allen drone didn't get shot. He blinds 2 players, but look at that. Pricey staying very close and being nearsighted, you're still able to potentially spot the tip of the barrel of Xander walking through, and you win that fight. That was huge there for the side of 2G, but
this is going to be pain. Now they deal with the ults. They're broke. God damn it.
Spot into sewers once again.
Shows gate crash
that they're
ult.
being thrown for these fakes.
Yeah. Dimensional drift contingency.
Reverse clearing C.
Just classics and a sheriff for net. Hunter's Fury, maybe, but unlikely.
That's a really good shot, actually.
Blinded. Luis will make sure of it.
One-way spawn.
And there will be a long lurk from Koala Noob. He saw the gate crash come back, but he's in a little bit of trouble getting through this trap wire. The rest of his teammates stacked up.
He hears the gate
other
crash.
side of the site. Paranoia cuts across. Recon bolt in the backside. Is there any opportunity for Koala Noob to get some isolation? Doesn't look likely.
Well, I got him.
But no, Koala Noob does make his play, but can only
risky
catch one by
ult,
surprise. Hunter's Fury gets called here. Nat is able to tally off of the neural theft that also, I think, got popped, or probably the recon that got initially hit. But Luis getting 2 has now made this round extremely expensive.
That was not a good ult by
M80,
BCJ.
and BCJ will not have a chance to further onto the defusal.
Especially when Koala Noob can get that backstab there, and that allows
That was a
that
horrible ult,
thrown
man.
by Pricey just on the body of Koala Noob, which then gives you the information and not an opportunity for Xander to really go in and defuse off the smoke that he covered himself with to try to hit that defuse. So it looked pretty good, at least to flood back in that moment, and it looked fairly decent in amount of damage that they were able to do, but it turns out to be fairly costly on the eco side of M80 when you forced out and you try to gamble play with the Hunter's Fury. That's going to hurt here on your attack side for M80 for sure.
Yeah, really, really, really badly. Yeah. Well, operators back in hands of Koala Noob. Rifles for everyone else. A couple of light armors to be considerate of. Kill contract is nearly earned for Silence. Same can be said for Zap and his Hunter's
Break
Fury.
smoke, dart short, cam.
Really
super powerful like take of A with all this util with the dart, the smoke, the cam. But it's all just like smoke and mirrors. They wall up to cross here just to get the line. Now they're double holding it. They just got ISO ult, and now they can clear all of the site at any moment. For example, if they wanted to, they could dart over here, and if anyone breaks that dart, they just ISO ult that player. They would omen blind site. They just flood it. There's like a million things you can do, right? Like, this Cypher is sitting here. If this Cypher sees anything or hears anyone rotate, the ISO could just ult.
Well, this could get
they clone this. It's running up. If there was an alarm bot here, it would get detected. This guy could get ISO ulted. Oh, wait, that is a huge kill on the ISO. Oh my god. Wait, that changes everything. Oh my god. He fucked up.
They're gonna try to go B. Oh, this is mercy. Can they actually get there in time? They're going to do one step forward. They're going to go to C.
Man, BCJ's ult would be insane right now. Oh my god.
Because he already used a Hunter's Fury on the previous round, so even if he gets a recon there, he can't deny the plant. So this is still winnable for 2G. They haven't walked out for the retake either.
The problem here for 2G is they have to be very cautious of is there going to be some sort of a flank with the heavy defensive stack towards A. Spikes the first one up. Good damage.
In a high low now. He played up and then into. Ooh. That stun was so good. Holy shit.
Now here comes the flood. Spike him with a hole for the first. Trying to lock down the site best he can. Prize deals with one. Trades back and forth. Koala Noob still landing. Zap off
shit,
of
I'm glad I didn't do that.
Trying to come back over towards the spike. Able to take down one, but nothing more. It's Koala Noob for 3. And with the spike diffused halfway, it's M80 getting their second.
And you called it a beautiful fault line coming out from Nismo because they were trying to set up a high-low right after. They avoided the first flash being thrown by Nismo as well. But then after the fault line happens, you saw already that Luis tried to jump into safety, back towards default, try to make plays in that spot, and then unfortunately falls, and it makes that lurk not work out here for Zap. He does do some econ damage at that point, but it becomes a good flood retake in the end based off the fault line thrown from Nismo. So great value once again off the utility. Yes, he maybe has not had the best in terms of fragging capabilities in these
early smoke. Insta ult heaven. Wall to get this space. This wall's very good. You can see how powerful this it is. Again though,
Not gonna lie, this
I don't think
ISO
he hit
gameplay
again.
has been less than inspiring.
Yeah, his ISO has been fucked, bro. They are using it wrong for sure. This is crazy.
Taken, but M80 are fully healthy, and they are one Nismo elimination away from having a Rolling Thunder for this retake. And Luis has shown himself, and Nismo nearly.
The
ISO also been pathetic.
They haven't cleared sewer shift, and there's double players there for M80.
Looking at it, and Net will say not so fast. Nismo now from the
Huge
front. Net working
Net.
through sewer, gets a second. Paranoia is going to
Great
land.
Paranoia.
And the fall down from Nismo doesn't really work out, actually. Silence still trying to hold from inside hell. Luis right there with him, but he catches a face full of frags.
Oh,
He's
shit.
just down to Zap, which has been enough before. Recon Bolt does not get around the corner, but it may work out. Koala still gets revealed by it. He knows he's on the edge, but
Oh my god, dude. Oh my god, I couldn't even breathe right there. Holy shit. Let's go, let's go, let's go. 3-3-3.
I was actually surprised that it got the ping there onto Kolanu, but didn't look like he was really overextending on the missed recon dart that was thrown there by Zap. That could have been a dangerous wall bang there where you could have gone lucky for Zap.
Every fucking round is huge right now. Every round is so massive. I think this might be a timeout for 2 game. Because they understand this, and winning 2 rounds in a row is like, I'm sure their money is low, and if M80 wins a third, it might be just gone. Ooh, they're rolling with it. They're rolling with it. Yeah, look at this.
Like faltering
oh
just
my
a
god,
little bit.
please win
And
this
again,
round.
their
Reach
stamina
ult.
is being tested in this BL5, and it's falling short.
Check. Koala noob.
Oh
just
my
runs
god,
it
dude.
down A-long.
Oh my god.
Oh my. And all of a sudden, 2G got to be sitting here like, what? No way.
That's a massive fucking kill on the
We're
Yoru.
in trouble.
I'm down for it because Koala Noob pushing 1 extremities for like
Open
a 1
plan.
hit done while you have
Sova
Xander
ult.
inserted towards long C and
Keep in mind the ISO Vuln with the Sova ult is 1 hit, guys, okay? So like
you're
this
putting
is
one at the
sketch as
at
fuck.
the front, getting these kills, but we'll talk about it in a bit. There's an alert from Luis. It's a 4-on-4.
Really well done. Good isolation. Luis getting aggressive. Now the Rolling Thunder trying to find the retake over from the A side of the map. Luis trying to shake off the status effects. Now takes a peek, and what a timing from Luis gets 2. Net, Koala Noob trying to make this happen. Knives are out. Has to deal with the initial trap. Hunter's Fury. It's able to get to halfway, and he sneaks away. Koala Noob almost tries to break the corner. Net with the retrigger. Not gonna work as Prize will finalize the last 2
Fuck, they're
kills.
broken. They just used the fucking breach ult. And the
This
knives.
is just going to be continuous good macro play from both of these teams. Whenever Koala Noob, if he realizes here that he took down the Euro and it was a solo play on that side, technically they had the right read where, you know, Euro TPs with the rest and be working towards the C site.
Damn, dude. The proactivity into like C-Link Garage was actually very nice by them. They did a really, really good job of like making a pretty risky play. Oh, it's a C hit again.
Towards the C side to get the plant towards B. But it's Koala Noob activating everything, and now they're
We'll just see their
2 rounds
normal
away.
like C default, right? So the comp can like cage like this to block all vision of A, smoke, gate crash to cut distance. The contingency makes it so I know it can spam. Clone going through the middle to make sure no trips get caught. Like it's just there's so little things you can do against that. And a guy has a shield.
Yeah, they say one's not enough. We'll throw both.
And if you fuck up the Yoru in such a way, the Yoru could just leave, and they could just bounce off and go somewhere else. So like, if you use too much util, they'll go away, and you can't beat them.
Is out, though. That pushes him back towards the gate crash. And keep in mind,
The
Net
double
is still
trip
in
is
position here,
ridiculous,
trying to
by the
press
way.
flank. Well, look at from the shadows play. You've got Luis now flanking the flank, so to speak. He's behind the play of the defense. Net has done well over the backside. Xander gonna get to halfway. You gotta go. You gotta find it. Xander almost gets it.
This guy, bro.
Luis does get into the
What are they doing? Why is this guy even doing
That was
this?
so close as well. I think it was like a second away from being able to get that defuse
Oh,
there.
many.
Just under the nose of 2G. We're M80 with the pressure that Net has been
Fucking
bringing. You
baby,
talked
bro.
about double trips here. where technically you should not be able to get
last.
value out of a
A4
flank.
would be massive.
He still manages to get 2
BCJ probably has ult
on top
online.
of that against 2G, but
I think he's only used that one on the eco, right? Should have a second cycle in.
Luis is able to save that round for 2G.
Wait, he already used this. Did he use a second
and
ult?
give the momentum back in favor of M80. But another opportunity with a knock. Looking back towards the A side. Still have a stack towards the C side now for M80. But 2G is trying to up the tempo. Going with the contingency. Off here, the
I don't think he
dimensional
has,
trip
but
to
he's
clear out
2-9.
the C site. And it's going to be a full execute
Only
now.
got one cycle.
Wait, there might be an opportunity for a recontester garage here for M80. Spikes has moved his way back into this position, but he has missed the crossover towards the right side of the window. Spike planted.
That's a really good mid round by them.
Lockdown out. Aldrone scouts
Oh,
this.
no,
Does
what
Spike
the-
want to try to go to deny the lockdown here? Xander's in position though.
Oh, no.
Lockdown does get destroyed, and Silence takes good effect of it. Kill contract comes through. 1v1 me, bro.
Oh, they're going to knife it. They're going to knife it.
Later.
Never mind. At least they had everything going here shift after. If Silence was going to lose that fight, there was definitely going to be a guaranteed round no matter what coming out from 2G. But the value that...
All right. I knew that half would be super fucking hard. I knew that half would be very, very, very difficult. This half will be a bit easier, I'm not going to lie. But with like 2 duelists running around, they can always like wildcard you. And the ult play combos and shit with the Sova, like Volns with Yoru ult. Imagine the combo between these 3. Like a Yoru ult running front B, sees the guy planting the spike. This guy Volns them from garage. This guy one-shots them with Sova ult. Now, you could just take that scenario and just transpose it onto the A site or the C site. It doesn't really matter. It can happen anywhere. Like, these are a very dangerous trio. Like, that's the one thing I think they need to be careful of is if they can get the pistol, they can definitely run this back. But the pistol is required for M80.
You know, trendsetters, a fanatic.
They just got to beat the ult rounds at that point.
Still making good use of it. I mean, the first half numbers are pretty solid. Obviously, at the end, it starts to come through, but
the pistol is super important,
now I think the question really ramps up because...
And ISO's great on pistols, so
ISO
fuck.
and Yoru on defense, you have to play aggressive with. It's just, it's or
I
you play
really
full
did not
retake
expect
with
them
it.
to bust this shit
There's not
out.
really any other option. You really can't finesse between getting pulled. It's either you get
This
to
is
play
one
as
of
a
this is the
five-man force early
most
for
I think
something
I've been blindsided by a comp pick in a grand finals. I've never, especially by a team that controls the veto. Like they had the vetoes and they still did something so surprising that it caught like everyone off guard. That's so rare for a grand final.
Of the map, while the
That's so rare.
Try to play. You can still play good retakes with recon darts and flashes coming out from Spike and Zap. So I don't necessarily think that it's necessarily a bad cop to play on defense. Definitely, because you're playing double duelists, it almost looks like you have to be fairly aggressive.
Yeah.
But there's still great util coming out from
Yoru doing the old school chamber.
Back that maybe
The short
they
push.
could have things going on their side here for 2G side on the defense.
See how it all builds. This 2G squad has been kind of stapled. Their identity as being an aggressive side, or aggressive team rather, I should say. And Spikes will get a
Well, it's
lobby
kind of
control.
just scouting out,
Sentry
see
turret
what this
nearby,
one
Alarmbot
way.
most pressingly in front of him. But he can at least play the contact and gate crash. Well, not anymore, so he can gate crash back if he wants to. But instead, it's going to be an owl drone that gets him out of position. Doesn't give it up fully yet, though. And Luis, meanwhile, is just going to see if he can find contact on this little shoulder peek. Darts are in. Paranoia is through. 2G want to fight this. There's the double tap. First shot.
Oh, big
can be countered.
trade. No
One
shield,
for
no
one
shield.
goes the
Big
initial
trade,
exchange,
big
but
trade.
M80 not feeling good about this backup.
Also,
now they're going to
damage
go to
kind of
garage.
nice.
This whole time, it was just one player per Spike on the A side.
No
so they still
smoke,
have
so Aftershock
the most
acts like a
numbers
smoke,
over here towards
like
being C
that.
for 2G.
Pulled him to C.
read
All right,
this,
we're
have
pump
2G's
faking.
defense.
Okay, we hear them all here.
Xander maybe thinking about trying
They're
to push through the
biting.
window. Net is already up. Do they hear anything? Here's the re-wrap back. Luis holding into a corner. Would just need to
30
go one
seconds
for
left.
one, you'd think.
Net's telling them what to
M80
do right now.
Doubling back again, but Luis has cleared the front of B, so now the defense can start to get to work on putting their attention right back over towards C. Slipping through. Paranoia out. Spikes. Pardon me. Sorry, man. I guess I wasn't familiar with your game. 2-tap headshot comes through, and the last one standing is Xander, who's flashed beyond recognition. And whoa.
How about those ghost shots?
A game of cat and mouse in the pistol round. Having two players inserted into the garage, both Xander and Net. They try to pull a rotate by running back towards the front of the B side. Net calls it. Here's a little bit of a rotate. They're weaker now on the B side. They're weaker now on C. Let's try to head back towards that spot. But 2G was not giving them any type of space or any type of free kills. It ended up being a 1-for-1, and then Spike's just playing the off angle when you don't have too much utility left on your last moments trying to hit the site. And there you just land your shots, you win the pistol, and
Vuln
it's
shock on A, very good combo. You'll see this a lot. The ISO Vuln combined with the shock. He Vulns front B on the hit. What a Vuln. Look at them. They're all Vuln. That's crazy. You guys see that? Wow.
Wow. Overwhelming pressure. 2G up 11-3 on a map they have yet to ever show. And whoa, are they cooking?
Okay. And that's also here on the amount of times that M80 have been playing this map of Haven, where they've been studying the tape when they were playing against All Knights on top of that yesterday, when
that was
M80
a
lost
crazy
that
Vuln.
13-3 against All Knights. And definitely 2G is like, oh, we definitely have what it takes here to play against this composition. And how All Knights look pretty good here against M80.
God, I feel
and yes,
sick,
you mentioned
dude.
that vulnerability to
Vuln
fight
cutting
back
in.
the main hit.
Shock again.
Look at another contingency. Shock darts on
Fake
top of that, but it
TP.
misses.
Yeah.
Thankfully, here we
Blind,
stay
quad
back for
stack.
M80.
That's a lot.
Yours
of
already
utility
here.
spent.
This is a key difference between this comp and other comps. You could do a quad stack like this, have Yor at both sites. So you have 2 at C, 4 at A.
To see, he's looking to hit a blind side up and over the box. There's the pop flash, and he sees everything. The right click, though.
Holy
no,
fuck,
the
they're
Bulldog
lucky.
spam does not connect. Prizey, backside of the site, trying to stay alive through the aftershock. Has to find cover because
Holy
BCJ's
fuck,
on the
bro.
way in. And
What a
M80
play.
are going to get their fourth as soon as they deal with that.
Fuck.
And that is a saving grace there for M80, because you've mentioned, yes, a lot of utility was being used there for 2G's side, but it actually funneled and corralled all of M80 for a hit towards the C side, where all of the cypher trips were being set up there for.
Quick count. Any believers? Honestly, I have a couple cells in my body that kind of believe this. I'm not gonna lie. I actually do kind of believe it's possible.
Utility was being used against them towards the back of the site, fully flat on top of that too, for Quality to pick up the free kill. So that is, again, saving grace for M80 to convert a very healthy gun round against the bonus of 2G. But 2G still has great control at the defensive side, putting M80 in moments and positions where they want to fight them until that happens.
Yeah, just a walk down 1v1, and Xander's not done. Whoa, okay. How about that? Opens things up nicely here. Gun round looking pretty precarious for 2G. 3v5. Net on the back pedal. Will get safely into A lobby. He's the one responsible for this angle, though. And Spikes is coming across the corner, and Net is primed and ready. 5v2. Surely 2G are looking to save.
No choice at that point.
M80's going
This is
bro.
Allure.
What the hell?
I mean, an expensive buy coming out from 2G and nothing that it can carry over, with the exception of his 2 rifles. But M80 are overreading this. They're going back towards the C site. The camera just spotted them too.
Yep. Trapped to allow the defense to stay on site. Cyber Cage gonna get popped. Tries staying healthy through. Luis off the reveal. Makes good on one. M80 stuck at the choke point. Paranoia hits everything, but just the transfer not there for Prize.
Holy
in the
fuck.
target-rich environment, maybe you just don't know who.
All fucking good. All good. All good. I mean, I'm not gonna lie though. Wait, what the fuck? What's happening right now? Xander clearing the fucking A site? No? When our Omen is fucking entering A like that, I might believe. I might fuck around and start believing.
Ended up being so good for 2G, where it looked like they were going to save these ones. Look at that Vandal moment.
The slow motion is criminal.
Yeah, I don't know what the fucking link was. Just fucking typed in Giga Chat.
Set through early for M80 down A long. Pistols out in full sheriffs, and Spikes is dead. There's just nowhere to go there, bro.
They tried to do the fucking smoke trick.
M80 looking like they just want to just take this straight over to A. Silence has been good in these moments, but not
Typical
this time.
children, by the way. They only just use
And that
tricks.
will likely be enough for them to just say, let's take our 5v multiple.
Us adults, we run
somewhere else
default
if we want
comps. We
to.
play the game how it
Get the
should be
defense
played.
A little bit more limited on numbers.
Children just running these trick comps. Fucking
This was where you're going to start scaling ultimates as well here for M80. So far, the second half has been working well.
It's actually, yeah, it's immature.
2G, as
It's
I mentioned
immature. It's
before,
disrespectful to the
it's not
game.
necessarily the composition that you
They
think
should just
would be
run the base comp, the
the
default
weakest
comp.
here on the defensive side. I still think they could be fairly decent, but they are giving a little bit of their tells at the beginning of these rounds where they keep trying to go for these contingency shock darts, blinded hits here onto M80. Where M80 so far at the beginning of these rounds, they haven't really been contesting that area from the get-go. I've been avoiding all that utility from the start, and that gives them an opportunity to work that map a little bit more to their favor, especially on a three-sided map, where now that conditioning here for M80 that says, hey, we're not really hitting this A site really, and we're finishing towards C a lot into the mid round. You might see one of those moments where they just want to brute force it back after the initial utility from 2G on the A side and just re-hit A, especially going into the next round where Nismo has a Rolling Thunder available for them to really hit this site.
Well, it's Blacklight Flawless here for M80 against the full shares of 2G.
I feel it.
The copium tank starts to fill
feel
up round
it.
by round.
I feel it, not GIF.
I don't want to say is impossible because we've seen it once before already in this event. Shout out to that Dolores and All Knights matchup. Never thought I'd see the day in a major tournament that would happen, but it
We're
did.
not back yet.
So there's
We're not
definitely a
back
chance
yet.
here.
I'm gonna wait a
This comes
sec.
down to can you keep the
I feel like
possible
11-7 is usually the turning point in these scenarios. It's like that 11-7 round is just like pivotal to get this shit close.
Want to counter into that aggression too, so 2G now realizing
We're still not.
this is
We're still a bit away. Like this is still a journey for us right now.
2G felt like they had full control of this map, so they permitted themselves to overpeak and really tried to overextend a couple of these fights.
But my
just
body
because
is definitely like sending all of the cope cells, all of the fucking belief cells are like clumping together and they're getting stronger right now. I'm getting strong. The cope is definitely building.
keeping players inserted into these heavy gun rounds. So now the timeout is going into that. Would you want to save? Okay, I thought
They're
we were
playing
going
real
straight to action.
well.
I was going to go crazy there.
Which is what
I thought it
they're
was gonna go
looking
into-
how they need to look for this to happen, right? But it's still kind of out of their control because it's 11-6.
For a full
They're gonna
five-player
need some
retake
fuck
either.
ups out of 2G
Yeah,
or
that's
some
very true.
amazing shots.
So lots of things to discuss, a lot of things to think over as we get into our next full gun round here in round 18. Lots of
The
ultimates on
ISO
the table as
plan.
well. In particular, look at Nismo with the
Or
Rolling
by
Thunder.
Garage.
Spike
Exactly.
may also just sit here and say, I've got dimensional drift. Let's heavy stack one side of the map and play for retake on the other as Zap gets to work on his Hunter's Fury. Spike's gonna get aggressive though. Oh, that's just one of those moments where you wonder, maybe a little too
moment.
greedy.
Maybe you should
Phantom
buy a
moment, though,
Phantom.
it was a 140 there onto Koala Noob where he potentially was trying to TP out of that, but again, the game plan was there.
Phantom abuser.
Rolling Thunder going into the A site. You saw that for 2G. They
Our
want to play a
team,
little bit more passively.
we're not
than
abusing
Try
Phantom.
to play the retake with Util, but this time they won't have spikes, so they won't have flashes to retake into the site for 2G.
Yeah, Xander's gonna take a lot of chunk damage off those shock darts from Zap. Are you joking?
Bruh. Good
Follows
shot.
The Aldrone sees a good amount of information. There is no one on the long
Aftershock
flank,
from
though.
Nismo
So
to
for
stop the
2G,
flood
this
is
all about trying to
nice.
flood
Come
your
on,
way
Nismo.
through.
Fucking
Contingency
nice.
comes out first.
Oh, wait.
Aftershock holds it off. Paranoia now on the way in. Koala Noob trying to hold early. Fault line pushes him off. And 2G can't find a way
Oh my
into
god,
the site.
I love the util right
They're
now
out
from
of utility.
M80.
Now it's just got to do
This
it the
shit's
hard
fire.
way. Koala Noob off the
Oh,
reveal.
no.
Silence trying to play around the backside of the dark cover. It's not going to work out as 2G cannot find a way to crack the code on the spike site. And M80 have flipped the eco back into their favor again.
I
'Cause the best thing that
definitely
they had
feel
was
it right
a
now.
Paranoia to try to
I
combine with that
feel
recon
it,
dart.
bro.
It only pings one player on top of that, and the other ones were just able to avoid it because you're not flashed. You're
It's
not being
fucking-
blinded by a Yoru flash. You
They're
can't really
calm
run
with
off
it.
You
They're
don't
not
have to
getting
run around the site,
overhyped.
trying to
They're
look
not
for some cover
fucking.
and
They're
stay on
not
top.
thinking that it's like in reach. Like they're not even feeling it yet. They don't feel the pressure. They're calm as fuck. These guys are definitely gonna start feeling pressure.
So that's beautiful display.
The
for
11-7
in these
round
close
shot.
plant scenarios. Again, doing a
This
great
is
job
it.
punishing the first
Come
blood
on, waste these
against the
ults,
overcommitment
zoomies.
of Spike
Waste the
right here
alt,
once again,
zoomies.
trying to
Do
contest
it.
Towards the A side.
Whoa.
Okay. That's how you answer back.
Yeah, I'll say. And now there's an opportunity.
That's just enough bait to make them waste an ult.
Push up and collect this weapon, and M80 are aware of that,
If,
so they're going to make an aggressive move.
If M80 win this round, they'll waste ults because of that.
Smoke coverage over towards the garage.
That's her code. Oh god, this shit. Oh fuck, this shit. Trade it. Yes.
For him to find an elimination, but the Nanostorm to follow will keep the
So,
numbers,
okay.
at least for now,
Hunter's Fury
in
combined
favor
with
of
this.
UG,
Here we
but
go.
the plant is on.
Okay,
And ults
that's
too.
one ult.
But Net's gonna put his
The
down
Hunter's
right
Fury.
away.
Here
Are
we
they gonna
go.
wait this out?
They're
They're
not
gonna
breaking the
have a Fury, so we are
lockdown.
committing into this, but Louise dies.
Yeah, the 1-for-1's not bad considering it's a double ult setup.
2-on-3.
Lockdown expires. Here comes the retake. Xander wants to hold close. Steps in.
No, you fucking bitch, Shield!
But not the double tap. Just
No!
blind is
Dude, no fucking way!
There's no way that he gets out of this one. Zap is right there waiting in 2G. Put us on match point.
How does a double tap save
Oh, dude, the double tap literally saved that guy, bro. They're so lucky. They were fucking using all of the ults. It was the dream. It was the fucking dream how that was playing out. The Hunter's Fury just catching net was unlucky. God damn it.
Before M80 was still able to set up into the post plant. And yeah, you're gonna call the timeout for M80 for sure. This is map point for 2 game. Again, first time on the stage playing a BL5.
They triple ulted, dude. Fuck, that was so hard to stop from a 5-on-4. The triple ult. Damn, they were really close too. They were real close. I think if like one of them could have like gotten out of the site maybe and just played a post, that would have been nice, but they must have come to play forward.
This is where their advantage comes to play, is at the end of a series that looks like this. But can they get it over the hurdle? Because even though that's a throwaway in some regard by M80, there's still a lot of success they've been able to build on offense. So this tactical pause coming out of it, can they clean up those things? Can they find a way to catch 5 in a row? The problem would be 2 game in that span are going to have a chance to earn some of these ultimates back again.
And you almost have to at this point here shift. Because again, Bind the perma-ban for M80. The last time they played that map was a map the fourth map that they played against the Guard, where they lost in overtime, 12-14.
The valuable
you definitely don't want to force this into the 5th map.
Yeah.
Everything in the map veto was in your favor here to close it right now.
Flex pickup though, offensive operator spikes, I believe was seen by that owl drone late as it started to cruise its way into the garage window. 1v1 isolated between the Omens here over towards A lobby. Luis sneaks under the box. Silence nearby.
Oh my god.
But all of this is just Xander trying to make sure the flank stays held.
They're just
as
posturing in
already
garage.
been taken, and the 2G defense
Alarm
are
bot
going to
turret
rely
holding
on
their
a
flank.
trap wire to defend.
This is all we
B
care
and
about
stab
right
the
now,
C-site
chat.
instead.
This
I was about to
right
mention
here.
that too, because the turret hasn't seen
Maybe
anybody
Jet
towards
versus
the middle. I
Yoru?
think it would have been a good call as they're stopping the tempo here to maybe break some util towards the front. That would pull out the rotate out from 2G or force the hand on that side.
What the fuck?
Seems to be the case to start. They are trying to walk up slowly here. It's been smoked out. Now Luis is alone, but that drop from Xander.
Oh, we're just not checking corners. We'll get careful. For a moment there, I was about to say Matsugiri, the world star of the century. That comes through. Zap over towards the back. Only able to find one before quality fits the trade, but is that enough to securely get this plant put together? 4v2. There's the vulnerability. Fault line to respond. Silence sidesteps. It doesn't make a difference. BCJ still snaps over it. Oh, BCJ opens the door for a 1v1. Luis v Nismo. Luis off the bat. Nismo prepared for this. How does the action happen? Ah, Luis wins the 1v1. You want him at 5? You got it.
Luis with the first and the last kill. The most important ones coming through here for 2G to push this map to their victory and to push this into a map 5. Backstabbing Xander. Xander was not ready for that one and goes for the quick swing. 50-50 chance to go for the clear, and he gets his right to instantly get the headshot there onto Nismo, the defuse, and now to have the Ascension series decided on Bind, where again M80 has never played this map.
Can you say that louder one more time for the folks in the back?
M80 has never played this map, and he lost it in overtime the last time last year on this very stage of Ascension.
Oh, drama. It's absolute cinema. Could it get any better than this? I don't know. It's going to be a little bit of a prickly point. As Vance mentioned, some PTSD possibly around the corner, but it's a map 5 and we come back after the break.
The game starts long before the game starts.
My palms are literally sweating right now, dude. I can't believe I've watched this whole tournament, and it's this moment that's about to happen. I'm about to watch a team's permaban as map 5 to determine who ascends into VCT. I can't even believe it, actually. This is actually how this week is going to end. I've just co-streamed all of these games, and like this is the final map of the year. That's insane to think about. It's fucking insane to think about, man. It's insane to think about. Like that M80 is about to have to play their fucking permaban. And that is going to determine if they ascend into VCT. Bro, that is a fucking wild scenario to end up in. That is a wild scenario. Fuck, I hope they're prepped. Does any... EU, do they play it? Are they scrimming it ever? Are they scrimming it? They're not scrimming it. They're not even practicing it just to see. Like, hey, yo, what month is it? Oh, September. You want to play bind real quick, Happy, just to see if we still suck on it? Yeah, sure. Just book one just to see if we still stuck. You don't see them doing that even maybe like once a month, maybe like once a quarter, just a check in, just a quick check in to see, maybe a scrim or two, maybe. No, please don't fucking do this. Oh no. Don't, whatever they do. There's one thing that would literally just mentally boom me right now. Because there's one time that I can think of that I've seen something similar to this. Does anyone remember what that time might have been? Anyone? It was when collectively, chat, we had to root for this abomination. Do you guys remember when we had to root for this? On bind. We had to pray to God that this beat the default comp. I'm not even joking. It literally is going to feel like the same thing probably. We're going to be praying for this to beat this on map 5 to determine if our team ascends. That's the scenario we're in right now. This is insane. We are actually fucking cooked, dude. I am shocked. I'm shocked, dude. Like, I'm shocked. How is this the end of the season, bro? I've co-streamed the entire thing. Like, this is the wildest outcome I could have ever imagined. Because the reason why this is the wildest outcome ever is because no team in the driver's seat like 2G would ever float the other team's permaban till the last map. No team would ever do this. I have never seen a team do this. Every team in 2G's seat has either first picked or third picked the other team's permaban. I've seen it done both ways. Teams sometimes prefer to make it their second pick because they're warmed up and it's like a free win. I have never seen this in my life. Like, it actually seems so stupid to do this on a veto when they actually play the map really well. Like, these guys, look at their attack halves. This is what I pointed out earlier. Look at these attack halves, chat. 9, 10, 8, 8, 12, 6, 7. Like, going back until like fucking April where they lost one attack half. Like, these guys can rack up rounds. And the one time they lost recently was this comeback against the Deadlock comp. Dude, they might run the Deadlock comp. They play Yoru. They play Deadlock, and they play Cypher. They might run something like that. I don't know. I have no idea what the fuck we're about to see, dude.
Yeah, it just felt like such a YOLO comp where, yes, this was seen in VCT in the past, but for this team, for 2G, they've only played an ISO Yoru, not with this exact composition, but these two duelists on Breeze, and that was a while ago. 2G just resorted to being very solo play focused, hence the ISO and the Yoru. And to beat the Yoru goat of Koala Noob on this map, by the way, is crazy. But the issue for me was when watching M80's defense, which got rolled.
Dude, any day, but any day.
Let 2G into the C site for free. No smokes, no
I'm
attempts
so
at
fucking
contesting,
weird.
no
I'm
hindrance.
sorry.
And the retakes
Okay, I
were
do have to
really
get
tough
water.
for M80 to pull out. And maybe M80 were confident because of those two duels and maybe the limited utility that 2G had.
Who wants to watch with me, chat? I'm being antisocial. I can't have it. I can't have it right now. I'm too anxious. I can't be having
better angles to fire.
I can't.
So
I can't do it.
yeah, retakes were tough for M80.
Which is crazy as well, because the C site on defense is usually where
I don't consider you guys people. I
thrive.
consider you guys
really
fucking
respect
shit I'm
how
making up
good
in
they
my
are
head right now.
at
You guys aren't
flood
people.
retaking, especially over at that site. But yeah, 2Game, they were just brute force up in their face, taking the fight to them. Like, your retake be damned, we are just going to kill you. They were getting so many aggressive kills on attack. And I mean, that is obviously the name of the game when you have this double duelist, and especially the ISO. That is what ISO does. Run in, shoot people, have the shield up. There were a lot of times as well where the double tap shield was actually just purely keeping Silence alive.
I mean, even at the end, just through that smoke and being able to have the shield and that double chance at life. And there is so much flashiness about these duelists. We didn't even really got to talk about anyone else on the team. He's a fantastic Cypher gameplay coming on out, and just the entire team really stepping up when needed. So huge congratulations to them to push it into this map 5. And when we were talking about this 2G squad and what we got to see on Haven, from the get-go, they kind of set a pace here, Jen, that was like, oh, okay, like, they got these ideas. They've been banning it out, but this is good. I mean, even going back as early as round 3, a little duelist cheekiness when we're looking at sewers.
Yeah, I mean, the Yoru was faking them out, and you would think Koala Noob would know this page in the strat book. And there was one round in round 3 where Spike had just teleported out, got a kill on A, and it got all of M80 scrambling to get to A when the hit was actually happening at C, which again, the retakes are going to be even more difficult for M80 if they lack time to do it. So it was mind games. It was also great fragging from the 2G department using those duelists. But hey, mad respect to Spike. Big fan of his Yoru.
I mean, that kind of set the pace as well, because when we were looking at that attacking end here, Wyatt, we needed the duelists to kind of be stepping up, and it wasn't just Spike. We got to see some cheekiness there, but we got to talk about Silence and kind of what the impact was coming out from here, especially with all the rounds that 2G was able to string together.
Definitely. Silence was fully rejuvenated on that map. I mean, just on his attack side alone, he went 15 for 8. That's where he really got the huge majority of his kills. Again, just this brute force fighting forward. This was such a cool way to end the half off too. Just dodge that paranoia, 2 kills, sends Nismo to the gulag, beats him in a 1v1 to swap sides after that. It's because of him they got out to such a huge lead that despite M80 starting to string some rounds together, when they got on attack, it just didn't matter. They were already in position to win. He literally got more kills on attack on Haven than he got on either of the last 2 maps in their entirety. And what a time to heat up, because when we get to the next map, he's going to be on Raze. He's got to keep this form up if 2G want to get into the partnership league.
You're exactly right. What a time to be heating up. We have to start talking about this map 5 and what is ahead of us now. Looking at this bind, leaving it as the map 5 in the series, I think a better script could not have been written. When you're looking at 2Game and what they've gotten to show us on bind, this has been strong for them. And M80, completely unknown. One time in M80's history have they ever played this map. Last year in the grand finals, they took an overtime loss to the Guard, and it was the beginning of the end for them, losing out on the 4th map shortly after, and the series, losing their shot in VCT Americas. They have an opportunity now to rewrite that script, but they've permabanned it all year long. Jen, we don't know what they have in store for us, but that's the same thing that we just said for 2G on Haven, and look what happened there.
Yeah, I got a small bit of cope because this is an amazing version of the M80 roster, a different one than when they face the guard. Now you have BCJ, who if they go to the Gecko, which I assume they will, he's an incredible Gecko player when it comes to Ascension challengers overall. Like, yeah, they don't have M80's raise is a big question mark, but have you ever really doubted what M80 can do when they don't have enough time on Jet? Koala Noob will go crazy. I think this is strong. You saw how Xander looked on Icebox, how they worked around his walls and tempo to crunch teams pushing past it. I have cope for M80, but yeah, this is not a map you wanted to get to.
How is this real life?
I mean, a little more than cope. Going into this and remembering that match from last year, I think there is the possibility here. The thing is Silence was popping off and really starting to warm up that last map. Last year, when we saw this overtime loss for M80, it was a step up from Nismo to get them to that point in the first place. That trio from last year, Nismo, Koala Noob, and Xander, all big step ups. Koala Noob has been showing up on the day. Xander, there's so much to say. Nismo, when he plays lights out, it's so good for this team. And when we're looking for that firepower, Wyatt, that we need here for the bind, I'm looking at Nismo, and it needs to be now or never.
Lydia.
Yeah, if Nismo plays Raze for the last map of any competition M80 will be playing this year, and it's the map to decide whether or not their 2 years of hard work, this extra year of sticking together to try and make it into the partnership league will all be worth it. He used to play Raze for this team so often and was fantastic on the Agent. Has pretty much been playing only Breach with a little bit of KO. If he can find his form, if he's on that Agent, M80 can win this game. They can win this upset map that is their permaban.
They're going to get up against a very lethal trio on the 2G side of. First, you got Zap on the Sky, who's been lights out. Going to be throwing out the lights, too, when it comes to
at least they're smiling.
Map bind. Then you got Spike on the Gecko, you know, a duelist that frags on it, even when he's not playing duelist, and Silence on the Raze.
I am so fucking nervous right now, dude.
Map for 2G to try and convert against, well, an M80 strat.
Like, M80 has to be nervous because they've been here before. So they have to, like, be nervous right now. I don't know if 2G is nervous or if they're just like, well, I mean, we weren't expected to make it this far. Like, who cares? Like, we're 17. We'll probably be in VCT next year anyway. Fuck it. Bro, isn't 2G, they were the 3 seed both splits in Brazil, and they got here off of points. Isn't that wild? Like, they didn't even place top 2, I'm pretty sure.
From 2G and M80, the favorites, now coming down to this. The Blacklight Agent select.
Is that right? That's what Wyatt said in the fucking pregame. Is that what he said? Wyatt said something like that. Like, they got 3rd place or something like that. That can't be right, though. Let me check what Brazil looks like.
Look here, Wyatt, at M80 and what they're about to offer in this map 5.
Oh, they're going to play him straight up. Oh my god, they're going to play him straight up, dude.
For instance, and he looked pretty good, but Nismo always looked a tad bit better. Koala Noob is in great form, though.
It all comes down to this one final map here in the grand finals. The whole season coming down to this. Will 2-game defy expectations one last time? Or can M80 close out what they couldn't last year? Time to head over
17 ain't bad. We take 17. That's a good sample size.
Of course, we have a mirror match.
We take it.
Because why
we
not?
take these numbers every day of the week right now. We take them.
Better squad at the end of the day. It's going to be a tall obstacle.
We take those numbers. We're good.
M80. There's pain points all around this map on stages that look like this. It's a map that should frame up for 2 games.
I can't believe I have sweaty palms co-streaming this right now.
We're in one final map
this
for
is
the balance.
insane.
One more map to decide it all, and 2G
fucking 5v4B.
Are also
bro, it's gonna literally look like the fucking shit on the screen right now. This is gonna be a brawl.
Like
Here we go.
rounds in a row before losing also in overtime against All Knights when they had a 9-3 lead. But all of this, all of the successes that they've been getting has been on the attack side, where they get to kick things off right here.
Aggressive setup here for M80 over towards the octagon. Wall goes up to the defense with the late recovery immediately. Paint shells are out. Spam from both sides, but the ball comes through, and it's this even trade back and forth. Paint shell goes to kill. Numbers in favor.
Kill this guy. Kill this guy. No.
Molly at play.
No.
Louise and Xander trying to fight this one out. Not the greatest Molly you've ever seen, but Xander still tries to step up and take the fight. Doesn't work out. And now it's down to one of the big question points. Koala Noob, who's played a lot of Yoru and a lot of Omen, now finds himself on Raze. What can he do with this agent at hand? The answer in this round is nothing particularly captivating as 2G hold the numbers and win the pistol.
And now we get to talk about the storyline of M80 as well with this composition. Yes, Koala Noob has not played any Raze, I think.
I literally feel fucking sick right now, dude.
Ever since playing against the guard matchup. So this is a big question mark for him. And a lot of fans right now in North America seeing Nismo on this guy would scratch their heads being like, why don't we give this over to Nismo, who's always played it so well back in his Ghost Gaming days on top of that too. So this is going to be a huge test for M80 on the defensive side. They wanted to bring the fight in the first round. They do so in the second round, but they are getting denied by Silence once again. Being the spearhead, popping off on the previous map and continuing to pop off now in map number 5.
Yeah, clean round here, just trying to do something crazy on 80% classics. Not going to work out. It only drops 1. And
they are bringing a very, very fast pace right now to this game, chat. I feel like they're going to cut pace in one of the coming rounds. They're probably going to keep pace up right now, and then they're just going to fucking wait for them to put. M80 is going to try to then counter push into them, and they'll call a slow as fuck round and bleed the clock. Oh, this is so painful, dude. This is so painful.
That was able to brute force their way through that line of defense and get that plant. And now not only there, a clean second round for 2G. The crowd, the Brazilian fans are screaming behind that. There is a lot of pressure right now for M80. Having to play on this map. And this now gun round coming through is an extremity control on both showers and B main, where you're giving a lot of space now over to this walk up on short. Maintaining showers is great. They still have great delays possible with Koala Noob's paint shells and the mollies.
Oh no.
Molly tries to come through for Xander, but the push out is dramatic from 2G, and they will win back showers, and with that, a couple of weapons. 2G looking good so far through the first 3. Follow-up attempt for M80 through heaven. If they can find a couple of picks, maybe there's a chance to try to play recovery, but the post-plant setup is deep. Decent spam coming out, but Spikes just pushes out away from it. Turns that in for a 1-for-1 trade, and from that point on, M80 will just have to sit and save.
Caught off guard with utility in their hands as Xander was trying to get that molly out onto default. Almost looking at how things are being set up here by M80, where they never really wanted to go for a shower scrunch. I potentially would have probably just wanted to leave.
Dude, the next full gun, maybe not this round, but the round after this round. The round after a timeout, they're going to go painfully slow, probably. And M80 is going to push into them.
Tried to get greedy for that handle, doesn't get away with it.
It's happening soon.
But still, like you mentioned, it was just a bonus, so no worries here.
Maybe even like use a late TP from B to A. They're about to like do that type of shit.
You're at the wait a little
like bleeding the clock, late TP from B to A after a super late fake. And M80 will bite if they don't push. One more round of sending it. Here we go. This is the last round of sending it. Watch.
Kind of called. Doesn't fully work out because 2G just take the fight to him on their bonus. And M80 still put together a pretty manageable purchase. The judge in play is, I think, the most considerable option, especially over towards this U-Haul position. Wingman at range, just getting his steps in, trying to get to work on the plan, and we'll be fine for it.
The good news is that the plant is there for the spam play, the lineups play, where M80 are going for a triple flank. Xander has to stay alive in U-Haul with his judge.
Does well. Does better than well. Finds essentially an elimination plus damage on the more. Fries flash out of position. Has to give up the angle. 3-man stack here.
Never mind. It wasn't a miracle.
Finds 2. Make it all 3. Last player left is Koala, who just has to back away to salvage the Vandal.
That is so good from Pricey. Again, playing a great sentinel role in the previous round. This time around, gets contact on the play, nullifies the flash coming through from Nismo, and pulls up the wall so that everybody can just be focused on looking towards U-Haul while Luis had the lineup. Yes, there's some damage coming through from Koala. This is a saving grace. Keeping the Vandal into the next round, and probably going to be the hero rifle going into the next round for M80. So you're almost going to throw away run number five right here, and have the showstopper available for round number 6, where you could hopefully spring things back in favor of M80.
One person that can save us, and it's going to be something that probably is going to look like this. I'm not going to lie, it's going to look a little bit like this. Probably like.
Wow.
I don't know. I actually don't know if he would have fur or not, but he's going to have to hard carry right now. Bro, he's going to have to really pop off. I'm not going to lie. Like, I don't know. Like, they're not aware of, like, certain timings and peaks. You can clearly see they are not, like, a bind team. And this is scary, because now it's going to... It feels like they can't play like a default style, so they're going to start throwing like haymakers randomly at certain timings. I'm sure Happy's telling them they can't do a push-off barrier. I hope they don't do a push-off barrier. That'll get shut down. A push-off barrier ain't working. Please don't do that.
Into areas and kind of gambling where the hits would come from 2G at the very beginning. If not, again, once they realize that it was open and you go for a triple flank, that also gets denied. So I don't think they're going to go for these type of pushes, but more into just being more reactive and trying to get this pop up as soon as possible here. For
M80 stacked here though. Oh, that's the elbow molly, so they can't back out. That's gonna land the elbow. They're ulting.
At the ready.
Xander's good.
Hold the line here at B long, and no one checks for Xander in the corner. He's able to teleport back if he needs to, but Silence, he's able to get over through Hookah, make a mess of this setup, and find 3 of his own. So essentially another exchange that looks decent for M80 to start, but 2G find a way to get the 2v1 post plant.
And it almost looked there for 2G that it was going to be a fumble there towards long B because of that Thrash not clearing out towards the left side, but pushing out towards Hookah was everything to pinch back against M80. Koala Noob wants to go for this though.
Has to. Thrash has been recollected. Boombot out. Thrash doesn't care about the Boombot. And it's just a pause. Koala Noob. Oh, he gets detained. I mean, what? That fish leapt upstream about a mile. Gets the connection, and that's enough for now a major impacting round count early in favor of 2 game.
That is some Thrash tech right there. It almost looks like he's basically KZing, getting the best amount of units possible.
This is fucking horrendous, man. They are literally in the fucking Hornets. They're like fucking... The whole crowd's against them. They're on their perma. Bro, they are fucking cooked out here.
Big question mark, because you're coming out of this
I don't know, man. I don't.
And you still couldn't get around, and you got diffed by a fish.
Sometimes it do be like that.
This is like actually
heartbreaking.
Here for M80. Like, I'm like, this is the slow round, chat. Oh my god, I was like 1 round off. Here it is. They're just gonna bleed them. Fucking hell. Oh my god, it's so painful. They know what they're doing.
A showstopper. So if Koala can connect on some sort of an entry towards A, maybe there's some extra kill potential there.
Just hoping for that's gonna get cleared.
Scout destroyed.
Breaks that, and you don't even need a spray. That's unfortunate. You're just trying to go for desperate measures here on your lower buy and hoping to get one.
Bleeding them.
And you're seeing it's forcing a hand out of
the slow bleed. Everywhere you push, someone's waiting. It feels like you can't push anywhere because everywhere you push, there's someone waiting. So you don't know what to do. So you're just guessing. So you're just going to stack B. So, but they have a guy as a cutoff over here. Just in case you stacked A, everyone was going to go TP. But now you're stacked B, and he knows that. And so he's going to TP away.
Be able to get some free kills, but...
You're so fucked, dude.
For 2G to convert here this round. Yeah, definitely.
This is one of those moments where M80 may just want to try to play sacrifice to the spike here. I mean, you give away a couple of kills, you're looking at Seekers, you're closer to things like a Showstopper, you're closer to a Viper's Pit, but if they're going to make a walk-up happen, M80...
God, they're playing Grim Post with ult already. Like, they're not even... They're so, like, focused right now. They got... Holy maybe got half. Wow.
So 2G survive with 3. M80 going to come into the next round with a couple of key ultimates, and this is going to be called a must-win round, you would think, for the M80 defense.
I did. I thought I heard, it's all you, little... And then he died. And that's just unfortunate. That was a thrash being used there. Another one of those moments where I get it. I understand it. It's very similar to...
BCJ has overused ults on ecos a lot this series, man. Dude.
You think here that nobody's going to push in that spot. So you have an opportunity to bring up the thrash to get the pick, but Spike just slid through. He slid through and got those kills. And that is a thorn on the side. Thankfully, there's still 3 other ults to work with and an operator out in the hands of Koala Noob.
Faking A.
Down. The smoke integrity's down. Net can't get back into the Viper's Pit.
We're trying to just kill the Viper.
Successfully clear out the Viper's Pit at mid. Another ultimate off the table.
Remember how I said they were going to bleed the clock? Even though that was a punchy play, chat, they're still holding for pushes on every extremity. They are bleeding them. They're doing exactly what I said they were going to do. This is a fucking goated game plan. Holy shit.
About to get tested here towards Long B.
They're fucked, man.
Everything's been broken so far, but this continues to be a default.
Like, M80 does not know what to do. They're a team that doesn't play blind. There's the late TP round.
You have the rocket available for Koala Noob here.
Oh god, here we
go.
go.
Step up and try to hit something here. Dizzy will blind him.
Okay, that was nice.
Actually gets one. Koala Noob stays safe. Up and over. No, orbital strike can be sent out first. Oh, and that's actually some good damage from the Showstopper. Doesn't connect for the kill, but at least put some damage over towards that bench position. Spike has been delayed. But once again, Xander caught with the molly off. Nismo trying to catch the corner off the truck, not going to work out. And now you're just down to what Koala Noob can snap on. BCJ trying to follow up. They know they got a player in the corner. Operator exchange for a rifle.
30 on Spike.
2v2. Health pool advantage for M80. Post plant setup. Advantage for 2G. Who sees who first? Corner for Pride. Gets caught by BCJ. Spikes is low. Bounce pass off the Mosh. Has to try to contest as the wingman gets to work. Doesn't find anything though as it gets denied by the Mosh Pit. Koala Noob shuts down the corner. And plenty of time for BCJ to lock down the defuse. M80 are on the board.
And that is some saving grace right there, because it looked like it was going to be, once again, a little bit of miscommunication on how you're trying to retake that site here for the team. Feeling the pressure for M80. It almost looks...
Bro, we just came up for one breath of air. I don't know. I think they're about to fucking just dunk us back under. We are so cooked. How do we get that? Dude, no. We just double ults right there. Got nothing.
In his hand and dying to the crossfire set up by 2G. But 2 players are now stepping up, and also
now they're back to the punchy style again.
M80
they're over the slow style.
So
they're back to the punchiness.
That fight, they do not look defeated, and they still have a chance here to fight back.
CJ taking shots over towards the Trailblazer. Denies it by the look of it. Silence taking the aggressive high ground angle. Seekers behind this offensive play. Responded to by the defense. This is their own. Viper's Pit down. Plant not in yet.
That's a really good pit.
Wingman in the cover of smoke. We'll get that down. 5v5.
Oh shit.
BCJ able to connect
God.
the release. Thrash now at the ready. That will detain at least a couple players over towards Showers. BCJ called upon to have to hold this. See if they can keep their teammates alive. Zap off the pitch. Does well to catch Xander. Flashing forward. Offense still holds the advantage. You got to go if you're at 80. You still got to find a way to clear out this Viper's Pit. 2G's making an absolute mess of the site. Flash comes through again. Silence able to connect. And now it's just down to Koala and Net. No chance for Net to do anything playing through Spices, and 2G will get their 7th.
That is so good from 2G to continue to add the pressure around the pit. Despite them playing around that to control U-Haul and towards the spawn, to get that spike plant down, to throw the thrash towards the Showers.
7-1, bro. God damn it. This 7-1 for Death Spheres has to hurt more than any other 7-1, right? Holy fuck.
for M80 to have
Isn't Desper's like super M80 build?
Shift that we just mentioned before. We talked about it where they tried to play a death ball and they're getting denied. Now they're playing more reactionary, trying to play spike defusal with the utility. It's getting denied as well. And now you can't go for the single flank. Now you have an opposite Brazil here in
and now they're going to the short push.
In the lead 7-1.
Against the showstopper, this is very scary.
Stacked up and you line them up, you knock them down. 3 straight ELOs for 2G, and this force buy has gone completely wrong. It's going to be 8-1.
2G are feeling it so far. Not only through these rounds that they're winning, but how they're winning them.
Ref, call the
fight. You almost don't need too much.
Can we get a ref to call the fight? Honestly, this isn't good to see.
Push forward. Fundamentals are there too. They're so composed in these fights that 2G are looking to be potentially the team to ascend in this BO5. Net about to get backstabbed. Won't realize here this pinch coming through. And that's no weapon save. More economy broken on the side of M80. 8-1 on the scoreline, where you're looking at the storyline here, Shift. Why the hell, looking at the map Vito, did we leave Bind as the last map available here to play on when you've never seen your opponents play on this map before? Usually you just want to bring it as the comfort to be like, technically this should be an easy win for us as a map 3. And they're gambling it on here. And yet, they're still showing a one-sided scoreline on the side of Brazil.
I mean, that's just the bonus of coming out of the upper bracket and getting both bans. It's a tough scene, man. But the advantage is coming through in full right now for 2G. Limited purchase here. Quality still affording into the Bulldog. Bold to say the least.
It's over.
If you drop this round and you can't afford in the next, this may be too far gone. But can M80 click heads? That's what this round is going to have
contact
to
in
rely
the
on with
A. Are they aware?
BCJ on a pretty aggressive corner.
No, it's too hard to be aware of this. After the shit that's happened this half, bro, this is the goated call.
That's exactly that.
It's always been the goated call all half, by the way. This whole half, Zap has literally played them so goddamn hard every fucking round. It's insane.
But I mean, you've seen the votes before this matchup started. It was like a 90%, 93% for M80, and 7% for 2G. So anybody that's watching this stream so far in the North American stream, they are not liking the results so far.
Well, Nismo, do what you can here, brother. He does get one, but it's not even a footnote. You've got some fully maxed out bank accounts on 2G's side. They are going to be able to purchase for the next year and a half.
Yeah, dude, chat, look at this. Look, split 1, they placed 3rd. Split 2, they placed 3rd. They got here from placing 3rd twice and just point diffing. And now they've ascended. Can't make that shit up, bro.
Against All Knights before they lost 10-13 against All Knights when they took the defensive side. So 2G needs also the cleanest defensive round as possible. If not, M80 also still has a chance to come back.
Fucking
still
real,
need to tally more
dude.
They didn't get these last 2 rounds. I mean, just flat out, M80 have to have these. Trailblazer will clear up B long. Hookah still being pressured though by 2G. Lurk on the way from Prize over towards Showers. Nismo kind of caught between watching the front side of Hookah and also...
They literally needed All Knights to beat TSM in order to even make the playoffs. How crazy is that?
That's enough for 2G to just heal their
All Knights didn't even need to win the 3rd map, but yet they did it anyway. It knocked TSM out of the tournament, got 2G into the playoffs.
And
that's how they even got to the playoffs. And now we are here. Unreal.
To initiate things, it will get a hit.
Yeah, but it does go right in towards a teleporter, which Koaladub just dives into. Excuse me? That's a red dot chase if I've ever seen one. And now all of a sudden,
red dot chase like a cat? Is that what he's talking about? Fred dodges.
BCJ thought he had this locked down.
Oh no.
We'll be
That
able
was
to
greedy.
at least pick back up the thrash.
That was
but
greedy.
Here comes Bryce. 2G also connecting through long. And it's just no shots are landing right now for M80. It's going to be a spike plant. Nismo trying to deny it. He does at least
God,
catch
he
one.
got it.
inside
6,
the plant,
5,
down to 5 seconds.
4.
Follow up from that is
Oh
good.
my God.
2, do they actually offer these gunfights? Nismo and Sander still trying to hang on, and the clock will expire on the round. M80 maybe just get a little bit bailed out right there.
Oh my God, what a hero play towards the end to deny the spike plant, because you want to say that M80 is hungry here to ascend, but they are definitely not hungry for the spaghetti that's being dropped so far. Yes, you've detained a person with the thrash into the TP, but Koala Noob had pain shells. You had a Mosh available here for BCJ as well. Why not throw it in there to try to guarantee a kill and not throw your body away? So if it wasn't for that kill onto the wingman,
Seekers with showstopper.
definitely
Oh my God.
There's breathing chance now in round number 12.
Pray, chat. Pray. Pray right now.
Snake bite down. Showstopper.
Oh my
BCJ,
God.
He's still alive. If only
4
Robo
HP.
Strike also sent down. Net
Oh,
BCJ
he's
are gonna
dead.
drop. Spike still keeping the pressure on as the spike will be planted, and we've got ourselves a 4v2. Thrash at the ready for spike. And it may come out immediately. Sure will. Right through the fire and the flames. Lands on the Koala Noob. They know they've got isolation. Shorty's out. Sander denies, but the mosh pit does finish off the kill. Koala Noob can't get the gun back out, and it's a 10-round half.
And what a perfect thrash, too, to deny the showstopper for getting any value as well. There was so much chaos around the side, but 2G looked like they're skating around, just doing asshole loops and getting perfect 10 scores on how they're executing around this chaos. Now we're switching sides. 10.
Bro. Literally having this be map 5 right now is such a buzzkill. It's insane. It's like fucking being in some kind of competition and the whole time the person you were playing against like wasn't trying. It's like you're arm wrestling someone and like you think it's 50-50 and then randomly they just slam your hand down. Like this shit, it was never close with this as map 5 if you're going map 5. Like this is insane. This is such a buzzkill. It's ridiculous.
Scene winning all 5 of their matches in the group stages, but now when it comes down to the playoffs, very similar story to last year against the Guard, dominating throughout the whole season of Challengers.
Like think about what their mental has to be like right now. Think about it.
And faltering
it's
to
fucking
the
cooked.
Guard 1-3 in the grand final series.
I mean, right now they're probably saying shit like, dude, we got nothing to lose, guys. Got nothing to lose. No one thinks we can do this. Like that's what shit they're saying.
It's so tough going into a 5th map. You don't have any selection or choice of what it's going to look like, and it puts you on a map that we've already said a handful of times. It was their hard veto all year long.
Only time they played it.
Legitimately more than just a thorn in the side. You have to win this pistol. You cannot afford to make any mistakes on a map that you have not been able to truly do much VOD review on really at all. A tall task, but for 2Game Esports, they have taken advantage of running through the upper bracket. And now they're just 3 rounds away.
M80, if there is any team that could rally this comeback, it would be M80. But dude, it's literally on this map. Like, why? Why, dude?
Coined a lot here in the Americas overall.
Why is this the fucking storyline?
Basic composition, the most played
I'm just so tilted. This is how this is playing out.
Side.
Yeah.
But you let it trail behind now
This
by
is
8.
not.
This round can't
Very early info.
any more than this.
Super early info. It makes M80 probably perceive this as like some kind of push, but really they're like slipping in a push through shower.
This Ascension.
They're like masking it with that dog.
Look at this though, Vans. The contact off the Trailblazer through Hookah has an aggressive push through showers. Double stack.
2 players watching it though.
Well, until they're not. And all of a sudden, now you've got the map completely in your control of your 2G. Advantage definitely to the defense. Opportunity as well for Spike to rejoin around the back flank. Here comes the hit from the front. Paint Shell's trying to delay through main. Dizzy denied. Net still finds the opener. Zap inside the container, can only get 1, and that's a clean take. But will they expect Luis on the flank Wingman with the plant. Spike, can he create any noise? Here comes Luis up the top. Good one tap. Koala Noob not gonna peek. Luis getting to work with another smoke to come in. Second shots are good. Avoids the flash. Shots in for damage. Now it's just down to one. Spike 1v2 and the up and over is good. Koala Noob wins the pistol.
And as soon as it was the smoke that dissipated, you see how they're playing not to lose here.
Why?
Losing a bit of that confidence for M80. How slow they were on the attack and how they were trying to find a timing to flash through with the smoke dissipating.
I'm not buying
on their
it.
side.
I'm literally, there's no way I can buy it.
But the smoke on the attack also disappeared and allowed Luis.
Chat, they literally, the first round we saw an attack, they hit a site with 3 people there, a 4th rotating, and 1 guy right behind them. I cannot believe.
To land those 2 kills and win the pistol for M80.
Quick action here for M80. Making a play up in towards James. He can also spend here. A couple of spam shots. Not really fully going to land. The heal will get them back to full HP. Zap just hoping for another connection.
They did win the fight.
Long will go the way of M80. Trailblazers follow up. No smokes placed.
We're all 5 long B, chat. What do you think about this one? Okay, so say we won the fights. What do you guys think about this one? 5 long B, 5 inside. What do y'all think?
And there's still a dizzy. There's still paint shells.
Oh,
it could hurt.
First contact goes 1 for 1. Dizzy back up and over. Silence decayed off the mouse pit. That'll be enough for Xander to put him out of commission. Defensive wall goes back up once again. Holds M80 back. Teleport will come through. It's a wide open A. It's going to be a post plant.
And you see here for 2G, they're not really trying to push here to see if there's any weapons left behind by Nismo. They're really wanting to try to catch the timings here off M80 after the pulse plan. A re-clear, but it becomes a solo re-clear on short. Huge for Zap.
Whoa. First shots are good. Post plant, though, is over towards Shower. Xander's holding at the U-Haul. Timing is going to be everything for him.
Trying to draw attention for other
if he
people.
can hold this position, these defenders at Showers don't have to peek.
Good timing.
Shots from Denver good. Xander follows up. Absolutely brilliant. Just down to 1. Pricey trying to make his way over. Knows that he's probably going to have a crossfire setup in some regard, whether it be through U-Hauls or over towards Showers. Gets the first. Tries to slide through for more. Net doesn't even come close. Now it's a 1v1. Toggles onto the spike. There's the shoulder peek. Xander going to force him to hold it. Trying to get it to halfway, and Xander just takes a snapshot and comes away with 3. M80 will take it and get their 4th.
It almost got to a point where I was like, oh, I gotta criticize 2G a bit because it's your wingman player trying to run out of heaven. Spike that has the wingman that can help out on the defuse so that the other players can just focus on guns and try to fight. And we know how good 2G are on these shares, especially in this moment right there. A 2K into
they needed
the showers,
pistol. They need this bonus. A 10-2, I don't even give up the bonus.
Saving M80, but that is only
4
1 weapon
long.
saved into
They're
this
just gonna
round.
peek this at the start probably. They're just playing
It's going
loose.
to be at least a gun round for both of these teams.
Playing super
and a huge
loose.
swing round that would break the econ of either side.
Big time.
We're fighting, chat.
Absolutely big time. That's the only.
We're fighting this half. The question is if we're shooting this half.
As their full gun round.
Are we shooting or are we getting shot is the
Going on their
question.
defensive side. No,
Because that's what we're going for.
Over towards B long yet for the defenders. Utility being held on to, a couple of pings are out, and M80 are going to test their luck just a touch as the defensive wall goes back up, and M80 will now rotate
shooting
back
here.
over to see if they can join net.
You're happy with this? Lots of space given up here for 2G, so M80 could just move and freely pick
we're
up
trying
the
to shoot.
VCT's
They're not
one
letting
away
us
here
shoot,
from
actually.
The Thrash. Net still trying to create some sort of diversion here towards this A site, and it's a battle of wasting out the smokes with his versus the Brimstone, leaving less here for 2G inside the site, so they feel like they have to activate here towards Long B.
Here's the thing, though. They're trying to flash.
Oh my god, this timing. Oh my god. You've got to be kidding me. You've got to be fucking joking me. Hold the cross. Hold the fuck cross.
Spike and LZ on the rotation.
One off ult, Koala.
Thank God Koala Noob is once again there.
Don't you fucking die, Net.
With the backstab from Hookah.
Just take one shot and leave.
Getting the plant down, putting it a
Don't
2
break
versus
it.
2, but they are separated. Net will be the first contact. Great delay here with the snake bite.
Leave
Great shot there off the spike as well.
leave Net.
Yeah, the dizzy doesn't even get off the wall, so
Net.
doesn't even have a chance of getting any effect in. Stim Beacon for LZ. Does have a volley to play off if he wants to try to separate this post plant a touch. Problem is, he's running out of time. And maybe if he gave me the call that he's just going to save this. Wow. Okay.
Makes sense.
And M80's going to get 5 here. But wow, did Pricey ever give themselves a chance to possibly pull that back?
Pricey so far has been a key part of 2G, making sure that M80 cannot snowball the economy on their side. The amount of
Koala 1 off of ult. This guy's saving this gun. Probably got a couple sheriffs around it. They're 1 off pit, but that's not really important. This is their tack. Okay. What is Happy gonna cook here? What is Happy cooking here? They have 1 Vandal. I'm not gonna lie, dude. Since this is my permaban, what I'm honestly doing if I'm Happy, I'm fucking pausing for like 3 seconds. I'm throwing Dizzy across short A. Actually, I'll fucking sky. I'll just sky dog. We're just doing like a 4-second delay short hit. That's it. That's all we're doing. We're just doing a 4-second delay short hit. We're not fighting for an orb because that's the obvious play for like a team that doesn't play the map. We're not going hookah because it's a low buy. We're going fucking short right now. We're fucking just hitting short and we're holding the shower flank. That's all we're doing. And we're just using our gun diff. We're going to send wingmen in and we're going to fucking play a post. Please, God, let us do that. So that way we don't lose this Thrifty.
At this point, but more than that.
Please.
But still, it's one of those things that you have to keep in mind that even though this may not necessarily be in the competitive rotation for them, of course, they're scrimming.
To be honest, I'd probably just quad swing long. Oh my God, they're actually doing it.
There's a little bit of extra hope in the tank here for M80 as they're starting to put something together.
Oh my God, we are cut from the same CS cloth. Oh my God, I love you, Vincent. Holy fuck.
Yeah, good point.
So the script continues to be.
Oh my God, they're literally doing it exactly like I wanted. The Dizzy across short.
Luis.
Holding the shower push exactly like I want.
I'm
gonna cry.
Also engaging on the push. Playing all the way back on a default, waiting for the push for a deep little wall, though, and that's potentially going to even it up for a tad. In the scenario of this,
what are we fucking doing making that play? What are we doing? Oh my God, what are we doing? Holy fuck.
But it's only a 1-for-1, leaving it down to a Marshall and a Judge for the retake. And this post plant is all through A main. M80 very recognizable about the situation, knowing that this is not going to be any part of a full purchase. You've got the Thrash, you've got another post plant Molly.
In the lineup.
Do not leave anything to chance. There's the Thrash. Flash out behind that. BCJ gets pushed off the angle. Pricey gives himself an opportunity for the 1v2. Doesn't work out. Now it's on to Zap. There's the toggle. Plays for counter flash. None's there, and time is going to expire on this play. Just comes down to how much more damage can Zap do.
With a Vandal?
No more than just 1. M80 now within 4.
Despite them winning that round for M80, I was just inhaling a little bit at this point because I looked at Net setting up this lineup. Yes, he.
Slow round right now. We do a default. We fake this round. We have them kind of nervous. This is the fake round. They'll bite. They're so focused on their game plan from their timeout. Oh, bro, I hope Happy called a round in advance. This is the hold for a long time, late fake.
Expensive. You pulled out a showstopper
We're
on the side of the
holding.
attack.
We're spread. We're dodging
exactly.
this at long. We're powerful across the board everywhere.
Trying to keep it as low as possible.
Flash short, double swing shower, orb long. Everything looks powerful. Okay. Not a fake round though. Definitely not a fake round right now.
M80 have been surprised, if not befuddled, by these little corner peeks before.
This fight. Oh my God, thank you.
Sides, and Xander will at least keep it 1-for-1.
Hey Zap,
Seekers,
your bro was fighting, man. What
What
happened there? I'm kidding, I'm kidding.
They actually pulled the Viper's Pit early in the round,
2v2.
so now Intentions with an orbital strike can
Sorry, I
go
meant
back
to
over
say
towards A
2-2.
to break down
Like,
the site.
2v2.
And that was just Seekers as they get shot right
2v4
away.
either side. It's a good situation. One off orbital strike on
A side, sorry, on that side.
Wingman plant.
And the dog was potentially
Oh, that's a good jump, dude.
Engage here. The orbital strike from Xander. He's going to use it towards the back. At least allows for you to buy a little bit of space to try to get this plant down.
And not going to get through. The Mosh on the other side stops it.
The late fake round.
Up and immediately thrown through the teleporter. There is a player here, and wouldn't you know it's Pricey.
The dog got two. That fucks everything. Are you joking me?
Touch here. And Pricey's in a prime position to get a read on this. The defense trying to run over as fast as they possibly can, but Pricey can only find one. Smoke covering. And now it's just out of the blast pack. As BCJ will successfully plant 3v3. Spike and Zap trying to hang.
They're literally doing everything I want them to on the calls. Swing with this. Just swing it.
Not gonna be able to get hit.
Fuck.
But Spikes turns that into an entry for 2.
Dude.
BCJ around the back. Can he pull a 1v3? No toggle on the Spike yet, but Zap through Hookah. Avin to the play. Shuts it down, and 2G get 11.
All of that works so well for M80 to fight back against Pricey. Pricey does manage to get one, making it winnable here for 2G. But the post plant, Kolanu by himself in the corner, cleared out by a wingman, where it had to be him the first point of contact in a one and done, and you needed that trade to come through from the other side of container. But both of them got isolated because of the bad position.
I don't know what to call right now. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like it has to be a punchy strat, probably. They're probably gonna call it punchy strat, maybe, with an ult. Do they have an ult? They don't have an ult. It is going to be a punchy strat, though. They're spread out in a 2-2.
On point, at least, to try to keep this within reach for
this is like a haymaker, I feel like, this round. This round is like a hard round to win.
Still an opportunity to buy for M80, though.
Unbelievable scenes. Thrash at the ready for Spike.
This is like super passive holds everywhere. Kind of lacking info. That
shower side, and maybe just caught a little bit of information on towards Net, who now backs off, and M80 will resort to again just holding for a moment here with just a minute and 5 in the clock.
Both controllers on short.
Everything got stalled out at the very beginning from an aggressive smoke thrown on the defensive side for Luis, but you're at the minute mark where there's not many smokes left, so again, they have to try to press forward and try to gain
my god, this guy's having a fucking map. Are you kidding me?
The push coming out from the showers. It's a gamble now to move in towards short, but they will potentially get pinched into the backstab.
I'm gonna plant reverse clear of shower right now. We need shower control. It's kind of important, but
up around the back through Spices and over through shower. M80 also aware of this play. Paint shells are out. Blast pack as well. Denied.
Oh my god.
Fire is good. M80 are gonna walk away with 2.
Oh, guys, ult.
He's gonna throw it right down in towards shower. That's gonna be enough for Spike to work on the defuse. But Koala, he finds the first. He's gotta go. Little bro still hanging on to it, and the defuse will come through. 2G are on Ascension point.
Match point.
One more round needed for 2G to eliminate M80 in map number 5 on Bind. And now you're seeing pictures of yesterday where you need it. BCJ calling out for his teammates to get loud, to hype things up, but it is quiet in that camp. The timeout's coming through, and it is going to be the most important timeout being called by Happy, the coach. Happy needs to bring his name over to the faces of this team of M80 to at least crack a smile, to at least do something here for them to be able to fight back, because
oh my god,
now 2G has full control of the defensive side.
Yes.
Happy with the thing! Oh my god!
One last time. One last time.
Timeouts here, we're not even calming.
One
you
last
can see,
time.
I think that sigh right there says more than we can in terms of the situation that M80 currently find themselves in. 2 game around away. M80 have to try to pull something out of a playbook that is thin, having not played it much in the competitive season.
I don't even see players looking at fist bumps or anything before we get back here from the pause. They are in their own heads now for M80. And that they may continue to be in their own heads if this final round right here, potentially the final round of 2G, closes out the chances of M80. A broken buy that you have, but thankfully 2 ults to work with to try to gain some space.
They do see Prize in the back of the site. Paint shells are sent out. Prize able to get himself safely in the container. A little bit of free fire does land. Keep in mind, you still have Zap nearby, playing over towards alongside at B. Also throws a guiding light to make sure that there is no immediate threat. So it's all early.
They kind of pump fake hookah right there just to draw out a lot of this counter util. They weren't ever planning on hitting it right there. And now they're going to hit B with Thrash.
Knows that there's somebody playing aggressively towards Octagon, so you could go for a late fish to try to pinch back at least into controlling that front side, but there's no snake.
But I don't know if they're going to be able to catch him.
To slow down the hookah crunch.
That's going to get flashed out. Does not deal with the fish. Pricey though inside the site. He's
This
gonna
guy,
step
man,
up.
16 and 10.
You also replace him.
The other
with
guy
Spike
in
now
B
on
is
the backside of
16
the
and
site. Showstopper and will
dude.
make its way into the site as well as Silence joins the party at B. No commitment yet for M80. This is an orc that gets Seekers in play. That'll immediately be called. Pricey has to deal with it. Backs up into elbow. Shots from net are good. The hit is on.
He has
Spike
15
inside the site. Able
assists.
to catch one through the smoke. Now the wingman now. Spike for a second. How about more? Yes, sir. Why
You're
not?
joking,
It's
man.
down to just
This
BCJ.
kid.
It's a team that had never seen a grand finals. It's a team that came into this tournament doubted and discounted. They will not be denied. 2Game Esport ascend to VCT Americas.
Wow. Wow, they did it, man. That's heartbreaking for M80, man.
2G cannot believe their eyes.
Wow.
A team that has been doubted, a team going into the interviews saying that they
Holy
almost
fuck, man.
didn't even qualify into the
Twice in a
Brazilian scene,
row
going
is
into
crazy.
challengers.
Holy
And now
fuck.
are able to defeat here M80, a core around Spike, Pricey, and Zap that has been around here since 2023 in June, trying to chase the dream of making here into ascending.
Congratulations to
into partnership for
2G. That is
2025.
crazy,
And they
man.
have done so under the banner of 2G.
What do you say?
Oh,
What a series of Valorant. And for
Insanity,
2Game
man.
Esports, you don't write a story of Path to Pro better than that. Grit, determination, and just straight up perseverance. And it all starts with, by the way, Vansili, the fact that they come into a group stage and immediately just grab the spotlight and say, look at us. And when we start to do that, we say, well, what do we have to look at? Because the next 3 games don't really go all that well for them.
Yep.
But you meet this M80 squad in upper bracket round 1, you out-prep them, you out-plan them, you beat them in 2. You then take out All
Bro,
Might, the
they have
team
to
that
watch
came out with
this?
some fire, some aggression, and you take care of business there.
That's
And
like
out of the
fucking
upper
trauma.
bracket, you get the benefit of
That's
the double
instant
bans.
trauma
You
right
put
there,
M80
just
on
having
the
to
map
watch
they
that
do not
shit.
play, and you find yourself a dominant win. Unbelievable space, unbelievable scenes. And well, in a moment, you're going to see.
Good huddle. I'm not gonna lie, that's a good huddle.
2Game Esports.
Fuck,
Give
they're
credit where
devastated,
credit
man.
is due. M80 falls short, but at the top of the tower, 2Game Esports, your VCT Ascension America.
What is the result? 3-2, 2G. They just won. They're ascended.
Couldn't write a better Cinderella story than this for 2Game. Taking the opportunity of what was gifted to them.
Unreal.
After
Man.
waiting on the sidelines during the group stages to get to this moment. But man, does that have to sting for M80 for the second
Like I was
time.
saying, so what I was showing you guys was like,
between Spike, Pricey, and Zap.
here's their lower bracket finals for split 1, and then split 2 is like right here. And then obviously straight from split 2, they come into Ascension. So if you look, split 1, split 2, split 1, they place 3rd. Split 2, they place 3rd. But they qualified because points-wise, they were consistent, whereas the teams above them changed. Wow. And then, coming into the playoffs, they actually needed All Nights to beat TSM in order to make the playoffs based on rounds. And then they ran the table. That's amazing, dude. This is such an insane story. Like, this is the craziest story. Like, I have never seen such a crazy underdog story. And with like literal like 17-year-olds like running all these agents, the calls coming from Zap, like the story here for 2G is unreal. Like this is like an amazing Cinderella story. This is amazing. Like holy fuck. Cuz M80 are like the giants that everyone kind of expected to be here. And so for this team, of all the teams in Ascension, like this is the one. Holy fuck, dude. This is crazy. Like to see like this agent depth, like this is wild. 3 players playing 4. Wow. It's insane. It was an insane series. I'm not gonna lie, I'm sad as fuck M80 lost. Don't get me wrong, I'm definitely sad they lost, but I have to put respect on 2G. Like, I have to put respect on them for what they did.
Played their permaban as the 4th map. When it was a lead here from M80 to close things out potentially on Haven.
One sec,
and then they leave the permaban of M80 as the last map to be played and still showed grit and a dominant victory on that 5th map. It means so much now into the potential that 2G has.
Well, we've got a new team that's going to be joining the VCT Americas season, but for Vancilli and I, that will do it on the casting desk as we send things back over to our analysts.
I mean, I showed you guys this, so this is how 2G got in the playoffs, guys. This is 2G qualifying to playoffs, right? They're 2 and 3. This is All Knights, who ended groups 3 and 2. At the time, they were 2 and 2. They were playing TSM, who at the time was 1 and 3. If TSM beat All Knights, 2 games doesn't even make the playoffs. This is 2 game meeting All Knights in the hallway. This is an insane Cinderella story. This is an awesome fucking clip, by the way. I played that a lot on my stream. I love that clip.
I can't believe how much
Can I link the video? Yeah, of course.
Nismo
tweeted it, but yeah.
Like when all the stakes were on the line, it was incredible. I especially want to shout out Spike, because yeah, I was bummed to not see his neon there.
Yeah, it's so ironic.
Haven
It's taken by
before,
Nismo, and Sato's in there as well. Bro, how ironic is it that this team that's so happy is the team that knocked All Knights to the lower bracket? The guy that's recording this is the guy they beat in the final. They beat in the first round and the finals. It's like, bro. Everyone's so excited for it. They're all so excited with them, with 2G, and 2G's like, we're going to kill all these fucking guys in the playoffs. They have no idea.
A guy that in Brazil was a known ranked demon, and then
like they're so happy for us right now, but they have no idea. They're all gonna die. Jesus Christ, man.
And it's his ability to flex and Silent's ability to flex that has made this team so well-rounded that they can have a star duelist on every single map, that they have the pieces required to play all the comps they need on any map that they play. This team was just such a surprise, such a delight to watch. How many times have we said the 2nd seed from Brazil? A lot, but not enough. What an improvement from this team.
Zappas is going to marry him?
Oh my god. Region, where they came fell into place, got here from points, and are now headed to the Partnership League. It is just madness, and they absolutely deserve it.
It's just pure euphoria.
Yeah, number 2 for Brazil, but number 1 in
That's
Ascension,
awesome, though. That's just fucking crazy. Where is the? Do you have a link? I didn't see it. Oh my god, that's crazy. I'm happy. Did she say yes? I have no idea what he just said. He asked, but no one said the outcome.
Space and 2G, the biggest criticism that we had but in their previous matchup against
Yeah,
M80 is how to really profit from that space and to find the pressure points against M80. And M80 just decided to stop holding a short there on bind. 2G were allowed to walk into the site and set up really good post plans. They had 12 post plans on the previous map. Here we'll get to the stats, but 2G.
That was a hard one to watch, fans. I'm not gonna lie. That was hard. Like, I knew it was going to be painful when I saw Bind was map 5, but I still, like, held out hope. I had cope for, like, some weird comp, but when I saw they were trying to play a heads-up default comp, and I saw that pistol round, I immediately lost all hope. I immediately lost. Like I couldn't come back from that. Yeah. It was like they didn't have the layers. They didn't have the structure, and it was blatantly obvious. Is like maybe they could have cringe comped them, but playing them heads up like that, holy, they needed a lot of luck. Fuck, dude. Oh, I look, I said it a lot. I've said it a lot. I don't want to take anything away from 2G at all. Like, I do not make it seem like that, please. I'm trying to just focus on talking about M80 because they're from the region that I've watched all year, and they placed second last year, and obviously I'm going to root for them because they're my friends, but I'm not taking anything away from 2G. Like, I think they played super fucking well. They deserve this, like 100%. But it also should be noted how cool of a story it is that they had this Cinderella run. So that's why I'm trying to draw attention to that. That's not to throw shade at them. That's just my broadcast talent side trying to draw narratives and like show people like how unlikely this actually was from like a macro perspective. Like as an outsider predicting who was going to win this was the team that was probably least likely at the start of the tournament. If you were to like pull the scene. This is incredible. Like this is an incredible showing by them. And Spike and Silence played so well all fucking tournament. And right at the finish line, Zap played the best series I think I saw out of him. The calls were so on point. The guy's calls were on point all tournament. He's a great in-game leader. He's a leader. That guy's a fucking legit IGL. That's what I learned about him. Yeah, very impressive. And I do not mean to make it seem like I'm throwing shade their way. I obviously had bias. Like, I don't hide that at all. But, yeah.
I was going to get at and what fans had said, you know, just before they tossed
the wingman detect, yeah. The wingman detect was insane.
The Brazilian region as a whole and their place in Valorant. And it's been a tough year for Brazil. In the Partnership League and VCT Americas, it was a downtrend. But this is a great way to cap things off for the region when we head into 2025. And is just a testament to the amount of talent that has been bubbling under the surface.
Dude, so I thought he should have swung when Wingman bounced off the corner. I didn't think Wingman was going to even detect him. Like, I have no idea how Wingman detected him right there. That makes no sense. That actually makes no sense. I was wondering when I saw it live. I even said, like, he should let it go past him and swing. Like, he should swing. And then it detected him. And I was like, what? I don't know. That was crazy, but just cope. It's just fucking cope. But I agree, though. It should be replayed, though. But it is a little bit of cope. But still, even though it's cope, I think just to be safe, we should replay from that point in the game. Maybe, nah, just start from the start. Yeah. It's pretty hard to actually... I think it'd be fair to start from the start. Fuck.
Gonna be holding.
They did the whole trophy ceremony. They just call everyone back. That would be fun. Dude, if that happened, I would be like, okay, the whole thing is rigged. It's like, okay, what's going on?
Just ahead. Of course, we have to talk about the victorious 2G and talk to them. A quick break interview on the other end, so stay tuned.
I just want to fucking crawl up into my bed. I can't believe I just watched the whole tournament, the whole season for that. Yeah. Dude, the back-to-back Haven into Bind was a huge gut punch. The Yoru ISO into the Bind was insane. Bruh. That was a huge gut punch. God damn. Does Dante get picked up? I think so, yeah. He can easily work on his agent pool. That shit's... I think someone with Dante's skill could easily get offers. Yeah. No, I wasn't rooting from last year, but as the last remaining America, like, team from NA, like, I'm gonna root for them. That's just, yeah. Just what I typically do. I root for my favorite teams to watch. Like I root for Dante. But if Dante plays like M80, I usually root for like M80 or something. Or like if Sen were in it and they were last name, I would root for Sen. It doesn't really matter. Like if it was Americas, it would be like Lev or Crew. Like it doesn't really fucking matter. It's just the regions that I watch, I root for because I want to watch the best Valorant when I watch it. And yeah, it just sucks. It sucks to see the team that I've been watching all year lose. The worst region? How would we be the worst region? That makes no sense. Damn, Nix, you're vibing. Last Ascension finals. I'm not sure. I might have rooted for the guard last Ascension finals, actually.
A team inside my nose, but it wasn't. So I think this one, and it was in the start of the first split, I think, in this year. It was kind of embarrassing, yeah.
I was in the first strike Brazil event, the first one, and we got like 13-0 in the match. Fate was with me in that moment, so I guess that's it.
Absurdo! Que seria difícil! Que será impossível!
I would probably say like every time I whiff on stream, it like a little bit of my soul crumbles. So I think every
actually
single time
true.
I whiff on stream,
It's actually true. That's so well said.
You know.
Olha isso! Ele atira andando!
I mean, it's not embarrassing in a funny way. It's embarrassing because it was really embarrassing. It haunting me to this day. It's when I was still a player and we lost the final of the first master to Australs, and we were playing in Wigers with Guestnet and not my former my teammate Suter. We were playing for Wigers at that time. We lost 3-0, so it was pretty tough because we were the favorites in some way.
Probably my whiff against Paper X in Iceland.
Oh, I let things for gifted one.
Force, they never make mistakes.
Oh wait, didn't someone already guide the raid? Why do we have 2 guide the raid redeems?
Well, yes, might be impactful. No! He knew!
I don't know, it's not really like embarrassing, it was more sad, but like losing to the guard last year when
there's a problem.
Like we got #1 seed both years, like we just couldn't keep up the form at like an international like fully. I mean second's still good, but like we obviously really wanted to win. Like it was pretty like I guess embarrassing because like people were like thinking very highly of us when we were going into it, and we just didn't show up when it mattered.
All right,
fully.
guys.
So this year will be different.
I think it was 13-0. We lost a lot back in 2022 Challengers. We actually were playing our best map.
What is series at? It's over. It's 3-2, 2G1. I'm gonna end here. We had to guide the raid. This is the story of the game. M80 lost map 1, Sunset, typical. Win map 2, win map 3. They get beat by the fucking Yoru ISO comp. It's the only time 2G has ever played this fucking map. That's insane. That's insane. And then they go into bind, their permaban, and they lost really, really bad. And it was never close. Pain, dude. All right. Yikes, man. Thank you guys so much, though, for tuning in. I'm going to be busy building the team probably the next, like, week. We see his Game Changers, like, around the corner. That's what's next. And then... Game Changers October 16th. So a bit of a gap there. But I'll be here for Game Changers. I'll be gaming too, like actually playing. But oh, also there's something at the end of the month I'm doing. Yeah. Yeah, the Red Bull thing. Okay. Yeah. I don't know if I can say this, but I'm going. All right. All right. Here's the redeem. All right. Bye, guys. Thank you guys, though, so much. It's been awesome. Even though it was a sad ending, I had a great time all week. It was super fun. Thank you all for the follows. Thank you for the raise. Thank you for the love. Really appreciate it. This is the dream. Thank you. Love you guys. Bye.